Both of these teams are tenacious. A rivalry that's older than LCS itself. This game, it is huge.
TSM had a slow start to the split. They have some redemption on their minds after showing at MSI.
Controlled game from Counterlogic Gaming. The start of the split going very well for them.
You guys pretty much stomped that game, so.
Honestly, when TSM plays CLG, both of us bring like our 110%. This will really show like who's the better team.
Too many roster changes, too many different rosters. It's just stick there, that rivalry. I like all the CLG guys, but with all this hype, I really want to beat them.
You want to come out strong and beat CLG like always.
Polebuilter has so much to prove. He doesn't get the credit that he deserves. I think beating TSM is like the first step in him solidifying himself as like one of the top carry mid laners.
Pride is definitely on the line here. We need to beat CLG.
Last split on Winter Fox when we played TSM, we're all walking back to our rooms right next to TSM. They were like, oh, we're so bad. Saying that right next to the team that you just beat, that made me feel really angry. Kind of want to get some payback.
Welcome to Week 2, Day 2 of the North American League Championship Series Summer Split. Now we're coming to you once again from our studio here in Los Angeles, and the crowd is pumped up for another day of League. There's lots of love out there for the teams, and even a little bit of love for our very own Kobe. And of course, we've got a reverse Annie in the crowd today. Nice to see that. Cloud9 arrived at the studio not too long ago. They're going to be facing off today against Xiaowei Zhao and the rest of Team Impulse, who you see arriving as well. Both teams are looking for a win to stop their slide in the standings. We'll see what they can do in our first matchup of the day. Now, hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and we're no doubting for more surprises on the RIT today. Today, joining me on the analyst desk, we've got Aiden Zyrene Moon, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, and David Freak Turley. Gentlemen, a big day of games, including that marquee matchup, third game of the day, TSM versus CLG. And that has been the one match on everyone's radar, the latest battle between House CLG and House Team Solo Mid. And this one never disappoints. So, gentlemen, how do you think these perennial powerhouses stack up this time around?
And just like Doublelift said in that intro there, every time these teams come against each other, it's 110%. Right as they're hitting their stride, they're going to meet each other. And TSM last week and yesterday, they went back to a mid-focused type of composition style. And it worked for them again. It's great. They're going back to that. It's going back to their roots, start of the season. Good to see them pick up those wins. Now they're up against CLG, who they have a new mid laner. Polebuilter's in there, and they don't have to put resources into him. He's winning the lane. He's second highest KDA in the league right now at 24.5, and they don't have to do anything to Polebuilter's lane. He shows up for the team fights, and that frees up Smithy to go do whatever he wants. That frees up their shot caller, Zion Spartan, and Afromu to make really calm, collected plays across the map, and that's why this is just going to be a great match overall, because they match up so well in different places.
Yeah, no doubt Polebuilter's going to come out swinging, looking for Bjergsen, but I'm really interested in the top lane, just because yesterday Zion had a hard carry game for CLG on his Rumble. He is #1 in all of the LCS as far as KDA. It's only been 3 games, but still very impressive stat, 25 KDA for him. You know, Zyrus is, in the middle of the pack as far as top laners are right now. 3 KDA for all the top laners, but
that's so stark.
That matchup, CLG has shown that they are very willing to have a top lane carry. And although TSM have practiced that style, it has not shown up in the LCS games yet.
Yeah, and certainly, I mean, CLG's solo lanes are very, very strong, and I think CLG can be considered the favorites in this match. But I think there's actually another strength here that it's funny because it's an old strength, but it's their duo lane here. Doublelift and Afromu are confident 2v2ing any duo lane in North America. We know the Wild Turtle and Lustboy aren't really known for the laning phase in general, so this is another pressure point that CLG can go back to old ways, crush the duo lane, and use those guys to win the game as well.
And I also really like the new wrinkle in that, old power that they have, where Doublelift is willing to take the team-oriented AD carry, even into a Kalista matchup, and take Sivir into that. It adds a lot of versatility to CLG.
Right, of course, CLG can pull a Fnatic and just, go send Zion Spartan, a.k.a. Huni, into the top lane and just, like crush Dyrus, and that's fine. There's, I think, more angles of attack for CLG here.
Well, you know, yesterday we had a lot of discussion about power picks. With CLG on the blue side, TSM on the red side, how do we feel the advantage falls going into Champion Select here?
It all comes down to what you value, and personally, I'm going to say the blue side has the advantage here. First off, you don't have to ban Ryze. You get to power pick that first if it's left open for you. And since they have 2 carries, and it's the solo laners, Zion Spartan and Poe Belter, you'll at least get a counter pick for one of them. And if you don't get a counter pick, then you're going to be able to get a priority power pick for them that you think is something very strong. And even then, you can be like, well, let's just put Poe Belter on something safe so Bjergsen can counter pick like an AP Kog'Maw or whatever.
Yeah, that definitely is true. I always value red side a little bit higher when I'm playing TSM just because I want a safe counter pick for the mid lane to deal with whatever Bjergsen has. I never want to give him the ability to counter pick my mid laner, but that's a very valid point. Plus, you know, all the historians in the audience will know that CLG blue side is the most important thing ever. All we have are blue side strategies, right?
Yeah, exactly. Great. So we're back in season 2 here. Yeah, I think there is an interesting wrinkle as you're talking about Ryze first pick. Blue side allows you to pressure early game aggressive junglers. And that is something that can actually be a really big factor where jungle pressure is like one of the big strengths of TSM in that they can use Santorin to get Bjergsen ahead. So I think that's also like, you know, 2 bans and a first pick on jungle could also be a very important pinch for CLG.
And so you think that, because based on yesterday, we didn't see jungle picks pinched too often. You think that's a direction that CLG might go today?
I mean, we saw enemy try and fail. Right, like enemy was like, all right, we're gonna like first pick Gragas, and then like Rek'Sai's still there.
It's only good if you're actually pinching the pool.
Right,
though.
right. So I mean, failing at Champion Select aside, I think it really just depends on the teams, right? We've seen teams screw it up. We want to see sort of what the strategy is. My first thought is maybe you try pinching the jungle if Ryze is already banned. If it's not, then it becomes kind of a weird toss-up.
All right. Well, we have a few games prior to that matchup, but it's sure to be an exciting one. Over on Twitter, you guys were calling out a number of flashy plays from yesterday's matches. Our first comes from Team Dignitas against TDK. FFG Lord writes, that was a beautiful flash over the chain of corruption. Let's take a look.
That forces TDK off of the base. 15 seconds on a Zingy. Still have some time to wait. Oh, he flashes over the chain of corruption, but Seraph goes in with the same idea. See this again. Here. This chain.
Just
nope. Woo! Thank you very much. Here's the shields.
Yeah, Seraph jumps in after that, and everybody's like, we gotta save him! But no.
Yeah, as someone who tries to make flashy plays all the time, if we assume Gabsy did that on purpose, like sometimes it's just like, I want to flash rune prison you.
I'm going to say he 100% did that on purpose. The corrupted, the ultimate was already in the air before he flashed.
Yeah, so I think right there, like what Gamsu's doing is like, as soon as I see Varus animate, I'm gonna assume it's the ult and just flash it no matter what. Like, the guy could have piercing guarded me, would have flashed that as well, just like because he's ready to flash Rune Prison the guy. But either way, it's a great play.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that basically turned what looked like a big run back for TDK into a win for Team Dignitas there. Our next up from Cloud9 versus Gravity, TL Moonbear writes, that flash timing by Keen was ridiculous. Here's your number 2.
Fight begins. Buddy Fufu low on health, knocked up by Nautilus. Kill goes to Balls. Incarnation stays alive so far. Keen getting just evaporated. Pops the Zhonya's levitation, flashes out. Balls dies. Great flash by Keen.
Keen jumps in. Remember, he's built to be a frontline TF. So even though Meteos caught him and he got the combo there with Incarnation, they still weren't able to take him out.
Now that one, you know he was just mashing flash.
Yeah.
That's a mashing flash button. And that has a lot to do with the timings of the people who shot the laser and shot the Arcane Barrage. So props to TSM for that.
Right. But in terms of time wasted there around the Zhonyas for Cloud9, and then on top of that, not securing the kill was a pretty big play in terms of swinging the game for Gravity. Finally, from TSM versus Team Impulse, Coley X3 says Bjergsen with LeBlanc is perfection. It's your number 1 LCS big play.
Dyra is here to help. Santorin is tanky enough, and Wild Turtle here to deal some damage. Bjergsen cuts off Rush, the kick over the wall. Bjergsen just shows back up. Ignite in a Q, not going to give him the kill just yet, but Bjergsen still wants it. All right, that's going to do it. That's going to do it. Bjergsen gets the kill, the solo kill on the Rush.
Yeah, what to do? I've landed my Q, but nowhere to go. All right.
There are 2 total assists for TSM. It's really just Bjergsen and friends running around.
It's honestly nothing for him to do. He's like, I hit it, but even if I connect, it's not an execute range, so run away.
Should have queued Raptors, bro. You
it was down. It was down.
Well, then you shouldn't have cleared the camp a minute and a half ago.
Yeah.
Hindsight.
Come on, bro. Well, with all of those, let's take a peek at the standings to see how the teams are situated after yesterday's games. In first place with an undefeated 3-0 are Counter Logic Gaming and Team Liquid. Then just one game back in third are Gravity, Team Dignitas, and TSM. Holding 1 win and 2 losses are Cloud9, Enemy, and Team Impulse. And in ninth are Team 8 and TDK. Turning to today's schedule, we are starting it off with Cloud9 out to rebound against Team Impulse. Then we'll jump into Team Liquid versus Gravity. After that, buckle up for Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. Now, before we send it over to the casters, we want to ping you guys on Twitter about today's big showdown between CLG and TSM. We've heard the rivalry called many things. El Clasico, the Backyard Brawl, Goliath versus Goliath, and depending on which side of the feud you're on, Dumpster Palooza. But what nickname do you give the rivalry showdown between CLG and TSM? Send your responses to @LulEsports and throw on the hashtag LCS. We'll be reading a few of our favorites a little later. Now, without further ado, let's head over to the caster desk to get the games underway.
Thanks, Dash. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rivington Biz III, and sharing the caster desk with me is the best-dressed man in esports, Joshua Jatlees.
See, that just doesn't make sense. You're far better dressed than I am today, Riv.
It's the beard doesn't count as the whole ensemble. You just got it. You got it. Let's get down to business right now with our first match. It's Cloud9 versus Team Impulse. These are two groups that came into the split with a lot of hype and are now in a tie for 6th place with just 1 win.
Yeah, it's true, Riv. Both Cloud9 and TIP, they did finish last split in the top 4. Yeah. So this is definitely a disappointing start. And the fact that they're both 1 and 2 and playing each other right now means that by the end of the week, one of them will be 1 and 3. So that's not good for either team. Looking at Cloud9, it does show that the loss of Phi has had a profound effect on the team's identity. You know, Incarnation, he's played Kog'Maw twice, Victor once, and even just from the champion picks, that's nothing like having High in the mid lane. Also, when you look at the stats, he places fewer wards, he doesn't roam as frequently, and instead of being the first one into the fight, he's usually the last one into the fight.
Yeah.
So it kind of just goes to show that Cloud9 needs to ask themselves if they want Incarnation replacing High, or if they need to rebuild their team around Incarnation, because it's clearly a work in progress and something isn't quite in sync yet.
Hopefully it happens early for them. And Team Impulse are fielding the same team that got them to the spring semifinals, but have not been able to recapture the same level of success. We've talked about how Impulse play with kind of a level of disorder, but instead of throwing off their opponents, it's been working against Impulse.
Yeah, it really has. To be fair, though, Impulse has played CLG and TSM for 2 of their losses, but aside from that, they are a team that really count on getting an early game lead and then snowballing that advantage. But the problem comes time and again when they fall behind early because they haven't really shown the level of coordination to stage a big-time comeback. And that's been the problem so far for them this year.
Maybe. Usually it's been their team fights, Shao getting a pentakill or something. But none of those highlights. You just need to light the fuse. Yeah. And Meteos shared with us Cloud9's strategy for handling Tip's chaotic playstyle.
I think that we just have to play a really controlled style game against Tip because they love just going for stuff all the time. And if you can set it up so that stuff they want to go for is harmful to them and you counter it correctly, I think that the game can go really well for us.
I think that the game can go very well, but that's if we can counter them.
Yeah,
can
it's always like, if you do this, then of course we're going to be able to do that. Meteos obviously still searching for some answers in how to run this team, but the strategy for Impulse does seem like the right one.
A little bit of chaos. Let's check out the starting lineups as we get into the game. On the blue side, it is going to be Cloud9. That's Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, Incarnation in mid lane, Sneaky at AD carry, and Lemonation at support.
Yeah, and then we have the red side with red sleeves on their sweatshirts. Team Impulse, Impact in the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Shao in the mid lane, Apollo and AD carry, and Adrian on support.
The blood of their opponents.
Yeah,
saturating.
That's the dream.
That's the dream.
For those guys.
Hopefully it can come out in a few games. Cloud9 and Impulse here, like we said, both tied for 6 at the moment with that 1 win. And not teams we would expect to be here at the beginning of the split. Usually ones that kind of put their foot down and step out with a surge, but have been found out here, and teams have been able to work around them.
Yeah, really strange opening to the season for Cloud9. Only being able to pick up 1 dragon. They got destroyed by Team Dignitas and Gravity, 2 games that you would expect to be wins on Cloud9's schedule to start the year.
And the win they did get had to squeak by Team Solo Mid in that game.
Yeah, they gave up the first 5 dragons and still were able to win the game, which is a credit to their ability to play from behind and actually have shot calling without having High, but then it just hasn't carried through to any of the other games. Ban-wise as well, TIP found wins with Fizz mid lane and Yasuo top lane. but those have been banned against him in both of their losses. It seems like Impulse actually does want to play Yasuo, but they haven't had the opportunity for it since that game 1.
Something that'll allow them to engage, get in the midst of a fight immediately, whether it's a skirmish or a full 5v5. They want it.
Yeah, they want to be able to fly around, make plays. And once again, Fizz and Yasuo, as well as Alistar. So 3 champions that were victorious for Team Impulse in game 1. Fairly consistent bans against this team now.
Seeing what everybody else is doing, and it's been working. Cloud9's going to use that as their first stitch against TIP here to try and get under their skin. One last ban for Impulse, and that will be the Rek'Sai from Meteos' side. That should easily equal the Gragas, but it also looks like it has swung a Rumble into a first pick along with Lee Sin.
It pretty much dares Cloud9 to pick Gragas by banning away the Rek'Sai. Also, if Rush does want to play Lee Sin, he definitely does not want to play against Rek'Sai. So much of his early pressure can be negated by the Rek'Sai. Also, the fact that if he ever Sonic Waves Rek'Sai, if he's just burrowed, you actually don't connect the second part of your Q on Lee Sin, the Resonating Strike, thanks to Rek'Sai just popping back up out of the ground. But because Cloud9's already picked a jungler, Rush doesn't have to pick his jungler yet, and they can go with 2 power picks for themselves right off the bat.
They do get that Sivir, 4th time in a row for Apollo to pick it up for the team. He's scored just about the same each time, so it's not really the bottom lane that needs a lot of focus in this game. It's going to be what's already been banned out, Xiao, and Impact.
Apollo, a very consistent AD carry.
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily make big flashy plays, but he's always there for the team. Sivir fits that pick perfectly. It almost feels like if Impulse has the opportunity to pick Sivir, they will do it every single time. And what actually creates a win or loss for Team Impulse is the performance of Rush in those solo lanes, not necessarily on Apollo or Adrian.
Well, they got their win when he was on Eve, striking fear into everybody on the other side of the map. We haven't seen too much more play of that since the first week of the LCS. A few bans to some teams, but not being on the Rift. Maokai and Nautilus going for a pretty tanky lineup here on the side of Cloud9, as it's already right back to Impulse. They didn't waste any time in those picks.
Yeah, we got ourselves a tank team.
Yeah.
For Cloud9. Always priority for them on the Maokai. Being up against Rumble will give Impact a pretty good laning phase if he wants it, and if we don't end up seeing lane swaps. But there's not too much to read into Cloud9's strategy other than Lemon Nation preferred Nautilus over Thresh, which isn't really a surprise, even though Thresh has seen more priority in the North American LCS. If we go back to the playoffs, Lemon Nation, the early adopter of Nautilus, very strong on that champion for both the early jungle invades as well as just reliable CC, which has been a cornerstone to whenever Cloud9 has been successful.
He's like a big tanky Morgana a little bit, with a single target ultimate.
A big tanky thing.
Yep. A little bit of AoE, a little bit of bind, everything you want in a support player. So let's see what we have. Now, Sejuani's actually picked up here by Rush.
Yeah.
Goes for a little bit of tank himself.
Oh boy. So Sejuani's something that Rush hasn't really found success with on the competitive landscape, but he has had a while since the North American playoffs to break this out again in the North American LCS. If they land the Sejuani plus Rumble combo, that's the devastating one, but it will be hard to kind of weave that Glacial Prison through the tank line of Cloud9, because you don't want that thing hitting the tanks.
I was going to say, that almost looks like a Kog'Maw composition if you want to protect one, but it's going to be an Azir and a Lucian coming in here for Cloud9. A lot of people that can be locked up, but harder for a Sejal to hit those 2 guys on the back line through these beefs.
Yeah. Talking with some of the Cloud9 team members about Incarnation, they say he's put a lot of time into the meta champions, which will pay off for them in the long run. So it's no longer this Cloud9 revolving around Zed and whatever High has been able to pick up. They're playing whatever is meta, and Incarnation is doing his best to do that thing. And it's not going to happen, guys. I'm sorry. Bard is support, and so is Janna.
Yeah.
So, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
LeBlanc for Xiao, definitely something he could carry the game on if he needs to.
All
Matches
right.
up decently against Azir. So we are going to have the teams locked in on both sides. Like you said, Cloud9 kind of focusing towards meta picks. It's almost something they did when they started as Cloud9, when they were able to open up that Pandora's box. We go for the strong picks. We just keep playing it and get better at those picks.
Yeah, and if we think back then, it was Cloud9 who was setting the meta picks.
Right.
Instead of reacting to them. The Nautilus is something they started themselves. The rest of them, though, are fairly well set in now, so they don't necessarily have that champ select advantage they used to get on other teams, and now they have to outplay them within the game. This mid lane matchup is very volatile. The Azir versus LeBlanc. We actually got to see it yesterday in the TSM game where Bjergsen against Xiao, they played the inverse of this matchup. So now Xiao gets to LeBlanc. We'll see how that ends up working out for him, because a lot of it depends on early gank pressure, but it is very snowbally if one gets ahead.
Very well trained from both sides in respect to this matchup, so it's going to be a good one. Definitely some jungler intervention going to be needed here to throw these guys off our kilter.
That's the hope.
Get them off
Gragas
balance.
versus Sejuani. Meteos would have the early pressure advantage from a champion perspective, but if we think of the way the players play, it's kind of inverse. So I'm really excited to see who ends up getting the early aggression going.
All right, well, it's time to hit Twitter and let us know who you guys are giving this game to. Tweet hashtag C9win or hashtag TIPwin to @LOL Esports. We'll tally those up, as always, throughout the game. We are getting into Cloud9 versus Team Impulse, both 1 and 2 already as we finish off this second week here of the spring split. They're looking to stop their slide in the standings. We're about to be on the rift, and both teams are about to leave it all. This would be very nice to get this win here, be able to reflect on the mistakes of the week, and come out with a W.
Yeah.
Both teams definitely want to be able to repair the start of their split.
And honestly, this Xiao versus Incarnation matchup, as they both really just wanted to play some ward. No real kill threat they could provide each other when they're running in there, so just trying to get control of that middle area. We'll talk about the lane matchup in a bit, because there are some definite level 1 shenanigans going on here. I don't necessarily like what Cloud9 is doing here, because they're 5-man invading and they haven't warded the back entrance to their own jungle, so they are getting deep wards into Impulse's red side buff, but they have no control over Impulse doing the same to them. It's just they don't know if that's actually happened or not. Whereas Impulse will know where Cloud9 has been.
Quite a few of those.
Oh, unless this ward sees them.
I was going to say they placed down that base gate ward if they try to dive through that as well. A few more expended here.
It's a lot of pings going down. Everyone's just trying to ping out exactly when the wards went down and how they can plan their movements. So this is really cute. Apollo and Adrian have snuck all the way in, and they pinged where the ward they think it is, so they waited until it died to make their rotation through. Apollo and Adrian really manipulating the fog of war here, so they try not to get spotted on their way up. So this is crazy, because normally if you get those deep wards right there, there's no way for the duo lane to make it into the lane unless they actually make it through the mid lane after the wards have timed out and run up there.
Right.
So when Cloud9 sees Apollo up there, they're going to be very surprised. Just like Balls is very surprised to see a Janna right now. Really clever ward manipulation there, and knowledge of the early game ward placements.
You see the ping going down right now on the side of Impulse at their blue buff. I was just about to say, Jack, this is usually what we see Lemonation doing as he starts to now late walk up into the jungle to see if he can get any vision here or any knowledge of what's going on. Very nicely played here. We've seen a few things in the early game that teams are trying to switch up and throw the other one off guard.
Especially against Cloud9. Gravity had a tremendous level 1 against them as well.
Right move.
I want to see how Cloud9 responds to this, because it looks like they're kind of out of options. Lemonation thought about walking up into the jungle to harass, but he was too late for that, because he wasn't expecting that formation just based on the spot of the AD carry. So take a very small advantage for Team Impulse from the start when they got to see where Cloud9 invaded, and then they just use that information to then mind game Cloud9, and it will give them a nice start in this lane swap.
Wow. Incarnation putting the hurting on Xiao in the mid lane. This is going to give the rest of Cloud9 a little bit of safety, especially Meteos, to do what he needs in the jungle if Rush is actually going to have to be taking care of Xiao here. He'll heal up for now, but good pressure. And Cloud9 actually starts to go for this dragon.
Yeah.
Elimination going to be here.
They should be able to get it.
Yep.
Just fine. Very interesting choice here by Cloud9 to take the dragon. Because basically, if we compare this to what happened yesterday against Gravity, when there was no freeze in the duo lane for the opponent.
Nice dragon.
Yeah, great dragon. When there's no freeze for the opponent, Cloud9 tried to beat them to the rotation, but they were so far behind at this time, and the fact that the map was swapped around, that instead of trying to get the experience in this lane that Apollo and Adrian are farming, they just go straight for the dragon. What that basically means is Cloud9 will be further behind in experience as well as gold because of that dragon, but that will even out throughout the rest of the game as we get 15-20 minutes in because of the additive stat bonuses of the 6% attack damage and ability power. So therefore, Impulse does still have maybe an even bigger edge because Cloud9 took that dragon right now, but that will start equalizing in the mid game.
Well, calling from behind is what Meteos has kind of had to do, so he's only going to get better at it. He said it was a bit troublesome, but with High being the shot caller previously, when things did go wrong, it would fall back onto Meteos. So he's ready for the task. He's going to try to provide for the team here. Could be tough. See how Tip starts to pressure what they've had here in the early game. We're only 5 minutes in, and not too much has affected the lanes out of this jungle pressure just yet. Ball's back to the bottom. There's a swap coming in from Apollo and Adrian. They're going to head back down towards the bottom lane. Adrian doing a little roaming before this so he can get some safety and wards on the map.
We could really end up seeing some accelerated turret kills, depending on where the supports roam next. Whether the supports decide to stay in the duo lanes and try and shove down the level 3 top laners, or if they start roaming mid to try and tilt that matchup. As far as the effect of roam, Lemon Nation is much more threatening than Adrian right now. John is more about disengage and protection, whereas Nautilus can go and mess somebody up. Maybe we'll see a very late dive here. Big wave stacking, and Rush nowhere to be found.
Oh, he did just...
When they see that ward, Rush has to basically just rush up there and try and stop this from happening.
Arctic assaulted right back in the other direction. Goes through on the red buff side as well, so he doesn't get hit by the tri-brush. Teleport coming in from Balls here. On to Impact. He goes down 4 in the top lane for Cloud9. First blood to Meteos.
Yep. Nice reaction there by Cloud9, sending people up there. Rush was late to that spot, so was Adrian. So Cloud9 completely beats them that rotation. Impact can't get out in time.
Now with that call, are you trying to just buy time and hope your team gets there? Or should he have just left?
Yeah, basically Impulse didn't have the wards there to know that it was happening until it was too late.
Yeah.
Because by the time he spotted the people diving him, he wouldn't have had time to teleport away. And the wave was so huge that he's actually okay dying and teleporting back right away, because that's the best Impact could hope from a 1v4 dive.
Just a few steps ahead for Cloud9. Turn into a first blood 6.5 minutes in, so the Dragon as well going to be on top of that. They took out bottom turret, and the top may be theirs before Tip can grab their next one. We do see Apollo is still beaten down on the bottom lane. He is just getting a lot of free farm to himself, but still even with Sneaky right now. Incarnation is putting damage onto Xiao Xiao still. Pink ward seen by Lemon Nation as he gets that roam on, trying to get some of that dredge line placed onto the LeBlanc. Going to be a tough gank for them, but they still want to at least blow his flash and rinse and repeat. Cloud9, 65 to 35% there. The fans definitely still backing the new squad with Incarnation.
Yeah, now that level 6 is hit, Xiao Xiao can definitely get off a little bit more poke by ulting his W.
You can see Meteos hovering mid, low mana for Incarnation here. Elimination
it's a really
is there
tough
as
spot
well.
to be in, to be that low on mana and still try and stick in lane. You're putting your team at actually somewhat of a disadvantage if you can't trade back. That's why he's really conserving his mana right here.
He actually has a potion. Maybe he's trying to bait in and engage with the guys being around him in that instance. Nothing coming of it just yet. No skirmishes to be had here early in the game. A top lane gank onto Impact is all they've had. He now gets the support of Adrian. And a little bit of damage trade here going in the favor of Cloud9 as they keep the pressure on this top turret, making it hard for Impact to get farmed. 25 to 25 for each of those top lanes.
They're trying to use their level advantage right here to take down this turret. I mean, because they out-rotated for this dive, Cloud9 really having the opportunity to pull off some early game moves, since Rush and Adrian haven't been able to do much yet with any of their roam. I mean, the early game jungle pressure, Meteos being able to pick up first blood, but it's more about just the rotation and the positioning on the map that's got him this edge. Again, Rush spends some time looking mid lane, but doesn't even go for it.
Xiao back in after trying to get an ulti on. The early game not working out with the lane swap for Impulse as much as they would have liked. 400 gold down now. They did get the first turret, but Cloud9 was able to grab turret Dragon. The first blood as they rotated back to the top lane, as we were just saying. Everything's kind of slowed down, gated by 30 seconds on this next Dragon. But they may just hit top lane once again. If they can get Impact down, he'll never even have anything to get to these Dragon fights and help in the objectives with Rumble ulti. It's going to be a tough game.
Yeah.
We were talking about top and the mid lane really being what needs to get going for Impulse. Not happening this game so far.
And what Cloud9 is getting most of their advantages off of is just this top lane strength, and that's transitioning into ward control and buff control. Basically, right there was no vision for Team Impulse, and to prevent a second dive onto Impact, Rush just basically had to run up there and play defense. But when doing that, he exposed his own red buff, which was very quickly taken by Meteos. So you can just see by the ward spread on the map right now how advantageous this position is for Cloud9.
Playing it very safe as well, not over-diving in their attempts with all this knowledge that they have. And once again, rinse and repeat towards the top lane. A good hook onto Adrian. No 6 there, so no Janna disengage. And just a 6 for Impact. He may use that ultimate that's actually already gone down right behind Cloud9. They're going to nicely take down Impact. No! That's stun up beautifully by Rush. A double kill, however, coming in for Sneaky. They do finish it off as he dives through and goes deep, but Rush doing everything he can this game, always pulled to the top side.
Yeah, and he's always just a little bit late.
Right.
Meteos and the rest of Cloud9 are far ahead of Impulse in their communication right here, and that dive was just not even super clean by Cloud9, but by the time, it was actually really unfortunate for Rush when he threw out a Sejuani ultimate, because no one currently had the turret aggro to get trapped by the Glacial Prison, which then made the rest of the dive pretty easy. So now a turret advantage as well as a nice kill advantage, all thanks to just beating Impulse to the spot.
You were saying a bit earlier, Jat, they were using that level advantage to just consistently push down the turret, and they had a level advantage as soon as they did that engage as well. A Monsoon probably would have stopped that entire engage, but Adrian's still level 5.
Yeah.
3-0 now, coming up on 11 minutes into the game, and now a 2K gold lead here for Cloud9. If Meteos did say he kind of had some trouble calling from behind, these guys now have the advantage of calling from the lead. Incarnation back to mid now with the blue. Looks like he could put some pressure onto Xiao, who has not grabbed his yet.
Yeah, Incarnation was able to complete Morellonomicon, whereas Xiao is still sitting on the components. Neither of these guys are actually going for the magic resist build. Incarnation himself is sitting with some magic resist in his blue runes as well as Xiao, so not what happened yesterday where Xiao was just staring magic resist in the face and saying no and then getting one shot again and again. He has magic resist this time, but it creates a slightly more defensive early game. But then they just go ahead and build the offensive item with Morellonomicon instead of the Athenes.
So this Dragon's been up for a while, but with Rush in the top lane as well as Meteos, we haven't seen too much play around it. Looks like Tip wants to start that vision control once again. And we do see Impact in the mid lane here, so expect this is going to come to be quite quick.
But this has kind of been the story for Team Impulse in the games they've lost. The crazy aggression and the playmaking that Rush was able to display last split, and we thought he'd be able to display this split thanks to him getting rank 1 on the Korean solo queue ladder in the small offseason. But aside from that one game on Evelynn, he's just not been able to make plays. He's tried it. He's played Evelynn, Lee Sin, and now Sejuani. Just a little bit slow to these things, and now they're just straight up starting the Dragon. Cloud9 does not have a Azir, so they are not contesting. Sivir coming down, they're trying to force.
They should get elimination on this one. The rest of the team kind of gonna think I can help him, but they should not have thought that. Meteos could also go down. The teleport from Balls a little far away, and they are just walking on the red carpet. Equalizer coming in from Impact. On to Impact now. A great hit into the fight. That's gonna be Sneaky coming up with a few kills for himself. balls as well onto Apollo. It only took a few seconds for them to get resituated for that one, but Cloud9's able to turn it around after Impulse looks for too much.
Yeah, there was a big turning point in that fight when Equalizer hit at the same point as Monsoon. So Adrian and Impact not necessarily in sync. It neutralized their own Equalizer. And then the late arrival to the fight in Incarnation really turned the tide right there. Even though that fight was beneficial for Cloud9 in the long run, I think it kind of spoke to both teams not quite being up to how strong they should be. You know, first off, Cloud9 not having Incarnation there in the first place to mount the assault, and secondly, Impulse messing up their Monsoon and Equalizer timing, which then allowed Incarnation to turn the fight around at the end. But when all is said and done, it means more kills for Cloud9.
See it happen one more time here.
Yeah, it's a great job by Team Impulse to say, let's fight right now, when they see the choke point. But there's really no reason to Janna ulti right now. What's he actually knocking back? Meteos wasn't even in the middle of a spell. All he did is make Sneaky not have to dash out of the Equalizer. Then when Incarnation dives in, that would be a great time to have Equalizer, because you want to be able to heal your team as they're knocked back and prevent the re-engage from Cloud9. But of course, he just burned the cooldown, and it spells disaster for Impulse.
It's that chaos, once again, they thrive on that also beats them up most of the time. A few ultimates that just do not sync up, and Impulse come off of a dragon with a few members down. Cloud9 can go ahead, set up wards, and clear. Not this one, though. Good pressure by Impulse as it's 5-1 now. 15 minutes in. That gold lead was actually still stretched by Cloud9 within that fight, even though Tip got dragon. But they do prevent number 2, help in the long run. If this game gets to that point, this turret should be going down. Looks like they're just going to brute force it here. Not much Cloud9 can do. Everybody's ults are still kind of coming back up.
I do have to point back to the very start of this game, though. Just off the first dragon that Cloud9 was able to get. Because to start the North American LCS split, Cloud9 gave up the first 12 dragons to their opponents before they were able to get one. So it definitely feels like there was a definite point of focus for Cloud9 to get dragon control this game. Because they were presented with a set of choices early on in the game, whether they try and match the minions in the lane swap or take the dragon. And they very clearly and without hesitation took the dragon. So I actually do like that adaptation from Cloud9 to get it early.
Oh! An explosion onto Sneaky. Can they even rebuttal this? I don't think so. He goes down. They're going to have to wait for him to come back up. Can Impulse get anything out of this, though? It's going to be Impact in the top lane, maybe some forward wards to be placed. But so far, I guess it's just a mark on the board for them. Getting a little bit back.
That was a slight lapse of awareness by Sneaky because they had no vision control in the side lane brush. But I also understand why he was able to get caught out right there, because basically Xiao and Rush had both jumped over the wall to get into that brush. Cloud9 did think they had the entrances warded. I think that's how they got in there. I'll go back and double check, but now they're going to clear out that pink ward because having that side brush control against the Blanc is incredibly pivotal.
It paid for itself. Return on investment for that pink ward for sure. Cloud9 grouping a little bit in the mid lane here. Xiao looking to see if he can get a pick, but he's about to get pinched himself. Should have an easy escape with the distortion as he sees. Oh no, he finds Sneaky on the back line. He had his eyes on the target the entire time. Not really scared about where balls was going on that one. Xiao looking to bring out a little bit of that spark play and create some highlights. Just short of the kill onto Sneaky.
Yeah, that could have been a huge kill if they shut him down again. Actually,
yeah, he just got back.
I went back and checked the Sneaky kill again. It wasn't that clever by Team Impulse.
Sounded so good.
Rush had walked through a ward before dashing into that brush, and Xiao walked into the mid lane, so he was covered in fog. But Sneaky knew there, should have known, because it was shown on the minimap that Sejuani was there, and he still walked through the danger spot. So uncharacteristic free kill there onto Sneaky by walking where he shouldn't have. Cloud9 still though with the 2,000 gold edge.
Almost getting his second death there as well, as they knew his flash was down. Good focus by Xiao. Missing a little bit of a window, so we'll have to wait again. See if Cloud9, that came off of Cloud9's kind of positional mistake. I don't think they're going to be doing that too much more here, so it's going to be harder for Impulse. Still pushing mid for these guys. It's going to be Balls taking care of that top lane. He just got his teleport back, so he can come back with the team. Why he's off in the distance. Looks like they want to get more Dragon control. Number 3 coming up in the game, 1 for each team so far.
And there's a huge level discrepancy between Rumble and Maokai right now.
Wow.
It's level 8 to level 11. And you can see it in the CS as well. Which is pretty crazy when you consider that Cloud9 also prioritized early Dragon. So they've been playing this lane swap incredibly well in the favor of their own top laner. This Dragon will be very critical to how well Cloud9 plays. We need to watch to see if Incarnation is synced up with the rest of the team. Azir has tremendous zone control over the Dragon Pit, but so does Rumble and Sejuani. The fact that the Rumble is under-leveled is a bit of a disadvantage. This is also the period of the game where Cloud9, with high, would usually excel. Last year, Cloud9 played very normal speed early games, and they excelled in the mid-game. Let's see if they can catch Xiao here. This is the start of a fight.
Lockdown, the engage is already there. The damage from Impulse actually gets out. Xiao is alive. The blue buff is on him, so they can still throw out some chains and poke it, but I'm sure they just want to turn tide on this one and get out. Dragon is going to be Cloud9's pretty much uncontested on this one, but definitely a miss or an error there for Impulse.
Yeah, Xiao pushing the split push a little bit too far, and the team pays the price by giving up this Dragon. He was somehow able to escape, mainly because LeBlanc gets to dash across the map, but he lost most of his life, his ultimate, and his flash, as well as his Sivir ultimate. They give up the Dragon, and maybe more because they had to back afterwards.
Those soldiers, so much damage to the turret being cast directly on it. They're easily able to take that down. And looks like it's going to be a back and a breather here for Cloud9 as they get some more items in the inventory. Being set back, Impact 40 CS behind, rushed that Leandries and actually just got his boots finished. So those fights at the Dragon could still be pretty big, like you were saying, with a good Sejuani ultimate. Scary stuff that Cloud9 has to deal with and dance around. See if they can actually get some hit on the balls here. Impact is floating his way down, but I think it's going to be just a few seconds too late.
Impact just needs a way to get experience. He's 3 levels back. I don't agree with the way Impulse is sharing creeps right there. So Impact should have got that giant bottom wave, even if he's sharing it with Xiao. When you share experience in League of Legends, you get a bonus multiplier. One person taking experience, if you think of that like 100% experience across people. If 2 people are there for the minion wave, it's around 130% experience. So sharing experience, by its nature, creates more experience for your team. So you should actually almost never solo take a wave. You should almost always duo take a wave to level up faster, especially when you have someone so far behind the curve like Impact, who missed out on that huge wave entirely. Xiao mopped it all up. Now they have a level 13 LeBlanc, but still not a rank 2 ultimate on Rumble. That would be nice right there.
Impact throws it down. Rush is right in the front of this one. Can they even get anything on it? You saw Apollo use the Sivir ultimate to get everybody out. Sej still forced to flash over the wall, and I was going to say, they're doing all of this so Xiao can allow them to create pressure, and they're still being pressured, but he does come up with a kill for himself here.
He solo killed Maokai.
I didn't think that was going to be able to happen, actually.
I guess that's why you take a whole wave of minions for yourself. Yeah, he just blew him up on the side of it, so that's actually not a disastrous change for Impulse, but that's only thanks to Xiao creating some split push pressure. Balls will, once he picks up Magic Resist, might be able to deal with that a little bit better.
Be careful, low mana here. Cloud9 trying to get just a little bit more out of these instances. And they're going to head back once again. Let's see this fight in the bot lane. Oh, so he was a little hurt, but he still even had the... Oh. He was window shopping for the fight with that teleport on.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
He was definitely thinking about where he could TP into because Cloud9 had such strong ward control in that red buff of Impulse, but no ward control where Xiao was roaming around.
Good forward wards by Cloud9. They have all the vision they need on the top side of the map. But it looks like Impulse is going to start heading down towards the bottom side once again, hopefully trying to use the Xiao split push. Actually, Impact's able to get his own in the top lane now, so it's not going to be too bad. Looks like he's got a wave and a half that he'll get safely here.
He's still not level 11.
That's true, not even second level ultimate there.
Such a key break point. Now he just hits it when he finally gets that own. bit of experience. Next fight may end up being different for Impulse, since Xiao was able to get that kill and they finally hit the Rumble breakpoint. Once again, these teams are both fairly well set up for Dragon fights, except we haven't gotten to see a straight-up Dragon fight because no one's been cohesive in their rotation so far this game.
Skirmish for one member, then a team has to back off.
Yeah.
Incarnation definitely having a much better mid lane game by himself here. Those games of Kog'Maw and Victor seemed like he was a bit too measured in his play, but with the soldiers being able to stay back, he's not afraid to kind of put himself a little bit closer here. We've already seen that in a few of the Dragon engages that they've had. And now the team once again trying to pressure the mid lane. Xiao back to the bottom, may have to call more pressure, but the team of Cloud9 may use this to fight.
Yeah, they're actually kind of trading sides of the map pressure-wise right now because Cloud9 has ward coverage in the red buff of Tip, and likewise, Tip has ward coverage in the red buff of Cloud9. And there's no one who can really deal with the LeBlanc 1v1. So therefore, Cloud9 actually has to make some pretty risky decisions right now. They're the ones losing the split push battle, but winning the team fight battle. And we're seeing those two forces fight against each other in this game right now.
Well, here comes the side swipe from Xiao. They know he's coming, but they may actually just still try to take this fight off the chase.
All it takes is Lemonation and get in range of his ultimate. That's what happened last time to crush Xiao.
So the pressure works to pull him off of mid lane. It's just a game of tug of war now, really, between both teams. Who's going to get the better engage as they're pulling each other around in the rotations. Luden's Echoes have been finished for the AP carries. A little bit more burst for them to add into the fights. Infinity Edge is going to be for Apollo with the Phantom Dancer. Sneaky went for the Static Shiv this game, so a little bit of damage difference there.
Yeah, a bit of a lapse in pressure here for Impulse, which is why Xiao has to back away. Mainly Impact ran top lane, so he has teleport threat but no immediate threat. And instead of pushing mid lane, Cloud9 decided to go chase after Xiao. So we're basically just seeing these teams neutralize each other's strengths in preparation for this next Dragon fight, which could result in pulling people together. Cloud9, though, does have what seems like the stronger team fight right now, especially if Incarnation can position properly on his ear. Here comes Tip, though. Big Dragon fight.
Xiao in for a little bit of vision. Two-man ultimate. Sneaky's actually on the front there. Now he's forcing the Dragon Pit, and Dragon's attacking him. A good hit from Apollo takes him down. Now onto Incarnation. Apollo is just chucking the boomerangs. He gets a double kill on the priority targets of the fight. And now it's Xiao who's still alive, and he's going to be hitting up more teammates. Nice, or rather, opponents, I should say, taking down Meteos. Wow. All the members of Impulse come out alive on that.
Yeah, Impulse just completely changed the game with that fight. Rush was able to walk into basically melee range of Lucian and land a Glacial Prison, which then was comboed with the Rumble. That's the combo they've been trying to pull off this entire time. Leandri's 2 ranks in Equalizer Rumble with a giant Sejuani ultimate starts that fight off in a big way, and there was no way Cloud9 was winning that fight afterwards. There was no zone set up by Incarnation's Azir to stop Rush from walking in, which is why that fight was so one-sided in the side of Impulse. They just took complete control of this game with that.
It's like the dash-in from Xiao confused them enough for Rush. Look at this. Waltz in.
Incarnation has to control choke points on Azir. If anything, if Cloud9 is going to force this Dragon as 5 people, Azir has to be in the back of the pit so he can prevent the entrance. Impulse can run in for free. Incarnation isn't zoning anybody off with those spells, and Impulse just walks away with the complete crushing in a team fight because the front line wasn't being aligned. They were just being dudes spread across the map. Allows Sneaky to die almost instantly. Xiao gets free reign over his targets, and yeah, they get the Dragon after that as well. Baron Dragon and a big team fight win.
I get a little credit to Adrian there. Nice monsoon during that shifting sands to keep our Incarnation completely on the outside. Great plays all around, and that's why the entirety of Impulse stayed alive that fight. Coming out strong. They are biding their time, getting pushed in by Cloud9, but they knew Xiao had the upper hand. Always split pushing, roaming back to peel the pressure, and now back to getting that split push on. We'll see if Impulse can now work off of this and start to get that mid lane pressure on.
Yeah, and Xiao's hit a huge item power spike here with his Void Staff as well.
Yeah.
He was already killing balls, so now the magic resist he puts in is being shredded through by the Void Staff, meaning he can still crush him in that split push. There is still no one to deal with Xiao, but now he has Baron empowered minions, And the teamfight threat has hit its point for Impulse. Still no zones being set up by Incarnation's Azir. Once again, something is just out of sync for Cloud9. The team cohesion has not built up yet. They had the early game shot calling this time, but instead, where Cloud9 thrived the most in the past, in the mid game with a lead, Cloud9 has lost that lead pretty substantially, ballooning to a 5,000 gold deficit now.
Things not working in their favor. Usually what we just saw is where they come back. Cloud9 excelled in team fights. Very calm communication, one guy chatting after the other, not chaotic, and they come out on top.
And it's where it's not only they'd come back in games, they'd crush people in games.
Yeah.
If we think back to 2014, in the summer split there, I know it's kind of going a far ways back, but it's a very relevant stat. They were the best team in North America. If they had a gold lead going into 20 minutes, they won something like 16 of 17 of their games. They almost never gave up those gold leads. This time they had a Dragon advantage and a gold lead and a kill lead and a good tank line for some substantial damage dealers in the back, and they were spread out. They allowed Impulse to create chaos on them, and now again Cloud9 has to play heavily from the back foot.
Heavily from the back foot. I was just looking at Adrian, who's going to keep them on the back foot now. Ardent Sensor, along with his Talisman of Ascension. Is that our first in the LCS? I don't even know. I think we've actually seen him.
So Ardent Sensor was changed recently. It now not only grants attack speed, but it grants magic damage on hit for 6 seconds. 30 magic damage on hit for 6 seconds. You normally don't see it because for a couple hundred more gold, you can buy a Mikhail's.
Right.
Which I guess they trust Apollo's ability to spell shield at this point, and they just want him to rip people apart from the back line.
Well, it only took him a few hits to take down Incarnation once he found him with those auto attacks. Didn't even have to really get a boomerang in. Pretty much a ricochet boomerang onto Sneaky's what took him out after the Sejal. So
yeah,
Apollo,
he'll be hitting really hard.
And he's got the Wrath Potion on top of that. Playing with fire.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
And the worst part is the rest of Impulse was there ready to defend him. So as soon as Xiao was back to base, Cloud9 could have Righteous Gloried right in there for a team fight. They have two of them and probably just taken the fight.
Yeah, double Righteous.
But they didn't see him go back, so they didn't know that. Did they see him go back? I'm not sure. Didn't look like it.
Might have been just.
There's a ward in that rush right now, but I feel like that ward was.
Oh, you're right. It only looks like it has.
It was probably placed afterwards.
It was after.
Yep. That's what happened.
You are correct, sir. Impulse now back on Cloud9's side of the map. It was the other way around for the first 20 minutes of the game here. And like you said, Jack, quite interesting. Cloud9 fell behind with that early lead at 20 minutes, having more gold and still not being able to control the game.
It's the opposite of what we'd expect from these teams.
Yeah.
Pre-15 minutes, last split, Cloud9 had the lowest kills and deaths of teams because they played very subdued, and then they had some of the greatest differentials in kills over deaths between 15 and 30 minutes. Impulse was the other way around, where they had incredibly bloody, good, higher kills than death, 0 to 15 minutes, and then all chaos broke loose in the mid-game. Impulse, tons of kills, tons of deaths. This time, though, it's the controlled early game with Impulse coming ahead in the mid-game. Just... we got new teams now, it seems.
To add on to that, the past 30 minutes, Impulse, again, excels in kills. Well, I wouldn't say again, but they start to. They figure out the game, they get into their fight mode, which usually would be tough against Cloud9, the team that pretty much played together for over 100 games, came through, challenged together. That's a lot of synergy to lose, especially when the voice is the one that stepped backwards. So Impulse's best chance now with that lead is to take down Cloud9 to stop their fall in the standings. Very close to getting impact there. Luden's Echo proc along with that soldier.
But immediately, Xiao all on his own in that bottom lane. He makes Cloud9 come back right away. He might even get enough damage down to take this turret out.
This is back to what we used to see from these guys. Whether he was on Kassadin, he does this on the Yasuo, now on the LeBlanc. He's feeling good. He's in his environment that he's used to being in here in the game. And I'm sure the team feels very, very safe along with this happening. Wards all over the map. Impulse actually has wards all up to the wall of C9's base right now, so it's going to be hard for them to come up with anything that Impulse doesn't know about.
It's more and more looking like it's Impulse's game. They were looking out of sorts early, but they've definitely come together here.
Uncontested number 3 with Baron in 20 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to end up seeing maybe a bit of a trade here. Cloud9 trying to rush up the mid lane, but it's just too fast right now. The low cooldown on Talisman, it's only a 40-second cooldown. Add in support masteries, it goes down to about 32 seconds. Adrian just popping that freely. It's crushing the map rotations right now. The captain boots Janna with Talisman is making it so Cloud9 cannot out-rotate pretty much anywhere. Xiao is still down there. This is bad. This is desperation from Cloud9. There's probably enough time for the LeBlanc to come up here as well. Basically, Cloud9 has to run immediately.
This is going to be really tough. Rush still has that ultimate available. Doesn't want to throw it right into somebody's face. Could hit the full team here. A nice hit back by the Emperor's Divide. Impact and Rush in a bad spot here. Incarnation takes a few shots coming in from Apollo, and he goes down immediately as Cloud9 starts to get wiped out in this fight. Everything was focused on Rush, and he made that happen by putting himself in the front of the fight. A good hit by Xiao for the triple kill. Apollo for one more, but it's going to be taken over by Adrian as they get the ace on Cloud9 at the Baron pit.
Yeah, there's already an exposed inhibitor in the bottom lane, but Impulse doesn't have time to go down there right now, so they'll take the Baron. That was a very disappointing end to a series of outplays by Team Impulse, where basically Cloud9 throws their hands up in the air, says, no way we can deal with LeBlanc, YOLO Baron. But that doesn't work in the LCS. Impulse easily collapses down onto Cloud9, and they are crushing them now with their second Baron of the game.
Great fight. Rush putting himself in an ideal position here as we see this again.
Yeah, well, first off, the team that is down thousands and thousands of gold shouldn't be taking early Baron damage to then peel, especially against a disengaged Janna. So Impulse doesn't even need to play their cards just right. Also, Incarnation shoots people into the fight instead of out of the fight, so Cloud9 can't play the kite back game either, like a Gragas Azir disengage. So many things are contradictory to a cohesive plan for Cloud9. Everyone seems to be doing their own thing. And Impulse is better at the game of people doing their own thing, making it look like Impulse is very well coordinated here. Ardent Censor Apollo in the back line with Sivir crushing people down.
It definitely helped that fight. You see how much damage is hitting Incarnation when he just takes a few auto attacks. It completely changes where his positioning has to be in the fight. Usually he doesn't even have time to do that. 12-7, Impulse definitely turning the game around after 30 minutes. The stats do not lie. They once again go high kills over low deaths in their fights. And once again, Cloud9 is going to go for broke in front of the base. That's going to be Impact going down. He got the equalizer out, but it's only in between the champions. Now, Sneaky, one last hit. The distortion back actually takes balls into a bad spot. And Xiao brings him in for the next treat. They're going to go on to the inhibitor. These plays are just not in favor of Cloud9 as much as they're trying.
Yeah, it's going to be game. It takes 36 minutes. Once Impulse got the lead, they hammered it home. Much better performance from Xiao.
66,000 to 53. A very good 8-0-5 LeBlanc from Xiao as Team Impulse take down Cloud9.
This moves Impulse to 2-2, which at the start of the year isn't even that impressive.
Yeah.
The worst trend, though, is Cloud9, even after beating TSM with the first game of the split, now sits at 1-3. So Impulse back on the road, it seems. Xiao got his assassin play, was able to farm and carry top CS in the game, 380, top kills in the game, 8, without a death. Pretty awesome game from him. He created the opportunity for Impulse when they were behind, 2 split push, and that just started everything because that allowed them to outpace Cloud9, who couldn't keep up with a split force of shot calling.
Impulse taking it in, the fans loving the victory here, and I'm sure they are going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief knowing that they're able to take down Cloud9 at this point. Another mark in the win column for them, and for Cloud9, they have to think of, what to do next. They're kind of always undermined now towards the middle part of the game. We saw it as well before, or we said as well before, the TSM game was kind of a squeaker in that sense. They're always looking for teams' errors.
There's a lot of growing to do for this new Cloud9 squad with Incarnation instead of High. And to speak from some personal experience as a shot caller, when I played League with Dignitas, I was a shot caller. When I played previous games in Guild Wars, it was an 8-man team, and we had a double shot calling system. Shot calling is this really complex thing. It's not as simple as just having one person knowing where things could go and being able to tell everyone on the map where to go. There's too many decisions in League of Legends for that to happen. And it's you need time to get everyone on the same page and know what the shot call is going to be. And also, even if Meteos was doing a lot of shot calling on the previous team, transferring over to someone who is vocal to someone who is quiet creates a big gap in communication, because a lot of times you can have a primary shot caller, which sometimes was designated as Meteos, but to have another voice of authority, like High, who in certain situations could overrule Meteos or who could bounce ideas off about how to win the game, if you have someone else in there, and I'm not saying Incarnation can't do this, it's not displaying on the Rift that's happening. Unless you have someone like that with a high level of trust, especially in split push situations where you need to have a lot of back and forth communication, without having time for that to set in or trust for that to set in, or people that are vocal enough for that to happen, you're going to run into some big issues. And that's what's starting to look like is happening with Cloud9.
Absolutely. From my personal experience in that sense, real quick, second guessing is the thing that tears that apart as well, and that's one that stems right from that, second guessing your calls. To see what the pros have to say on that match, let's send it down to Kobe, who's with Team Impulse's support.
Thanks, Riv. That's right. I am here with Adrian after their victory. Congratulations. Now, a lot of people always talk about chaos when you're talking about Team Impulse games. I want to know, what is the communication actually like, in game for Team Impulse?
Just fighting. Like, Xiao always wants to fight.
So it is chaos. All right. Now, the preparation that you guys have coming into the games, though, preparing for lane swaps or level 1 stuff like that, what is the preparation like for your team? How early do you guys start that?
We started usually the day before, actually. And it's we have a special plan for each team, and Rush does most of it. Rush is the mastermind.
He's the mastermind?
Mastermind, yeah.
All right. Well, you guys also, as a bottom lane, not a lot of people talk about you guys when they're talking about Team Impulse. You get overlooked sometimes, especially with a lot of the hyped bottom lanes in the North American LCS. What do you think is your biggest strength that you guys bring to the team?
We're consistent. We never lose lane, but we never win. But we don't need to lose. We don't lose.
That's a good thing to bring. Never lose lane. All right, we are going to send it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Kobe. Now tip 2-2. Cloud9 1-3. Not the best start for them. Looking at how this developed, though, Xiao picking the LeBlanc into his ear, which is the reverse of the matchup that he had yesterday against Bjergsen, works out much better for him this time. So it seems like having that more aggressive, assassin-oriented champion that allows him to put that split push pressure on the map is more where he wants to live.
I mean, that's always been Xiao's style. I mean, we're looking at the bans against TIP, and it's Yasuo and Fizz, and it has been for the last 3 games. These are the things that Xiao plays. Remember, last split, he had a great win over TSM where he played Kassadin. That's the type of champions we see Xiao do well. And as much as people say, well, the meta is team fighting mages, if your team functions playing things off meta, I realize LeBlanc is common, but stay with me here. But if you're playing these more individualistic champions and that works for you, then great, stick with it. And I think that's a very good thing for Team Impulse overall.
Yeah, I know he wants to play the Azir though, and have more team fight coordination. Like I said, I ran into him in solo queue, and I was like, "Why are you in my ELO?" He's dropped 200 points from playing Azir and losing a whole bunch of games. Yeah. I was like, he's definitely trying to learn this champion and pick it up, so he can expand that pool.
And that makes sense. I mean, TSM tried to do that last split as well, where they're like, all right, we realize all these things work, and we know Bjergsen, Karras, and LeBlanc. Let's learn Lysandre. Let's learn these other things. So I understand the growth aspect of it and want to do other things. And I guess you can balance sticking with your identity versus learning other ones.
Yeah, I think what it ultimately does is it calls into question his pick yesterday, as opposed to taking the Kassadin, because you pointed out Kassadin fits into that wheelhouse of how Xiao wants to play. it was available to him, would have been a fine pick in that scenario, didn't go with it. So more so, his pick today is a comment on yesterday than today itself.
Sure.
As the game develops, though, one thing I want to point out here is that Cloud9's early game did seem much better, was much better, not seemed. It was much better than it has been in the last few games as they got out to an early lead. They secured their Dragon. They dealt with the split push, the lane swap pretty well, got those early turret dives.
Mm-hmm. And the level 1 from Cena overall, and just sort of like the first 5-ish minutes of the game, looks like a standard rehearsed level 1. Like, you and I played on a team together, and like, I would just go watch LCS VODs, look at everywhere the jungler and top laner went, and be like, okay, we can literally just copy CLG's jungle route and take a dragon and kill a turret. And like, we rehearsed that in like 5v0 games, and it's good that C9's clearly able to still do that without high end there, like they've learned like other level 1 setups. The question still comes in, like, what happens when people gum up the works, right? TIP didn't do anything special compared to like what we've seen like Gravity do, where they had really awesome level 1s where they counterplayed it, and so that's still something you've got to see tested from C9.
There's also, once you get away from the routine and you hit that mid game, which TIP kind of has a really bloodbath type of style, and C9 more controlled. C9, they're kind of falling away from the controlled style. Like Meteos, he seems like one of those guys, and like you said, we played on a team before, where I'm also like that, where at the beginning of the game, I will know what to do, but then as the game pans out, you're like, okay, I'm a resource that I need to be directed towards. Like, do you need me top? Do you need me bottom? I'm not going to ask you, please call for me, right? I'm going to farm camps. I'm going to look for things, sort of. But what are you on the same page with me as? And that's the communication that I think they're lacking, is Meteos stepping up as the shot caller. How much is he tapping into his laners? How much information is everybody giving him that he can work off of? Because he seemed to be a resource type player when Hive was around. Now he is. Yeah,
he's got to be proactive.
He needs resources into him.
Right. Exactly. And we see some of that breakdown of communication 26 minutes into the game here. We're going to pull up our replay. Freak's going to take this one away, but around the Dragon Pit, this is the turning point of the game.
And exactly. This is a big lead for C9. They're starting the Dragon. Impulse are like flooding in. The teleport's coming in, and C9 needs to make a choice. They've got enough engaged with Nautilus and Gragas to pick one side of the fight and go for it, but the problem is C9 lets Impulse do what they want. Shall I show pokes? Okay, Impact's on one side, the AD carries the other, Incarnation peels out and gets himself surrounded, and now Impulse can just collapse into the C9 team that never did anything. Despite the fact that C9 have the wards despite everything out, a bunch of great AoE damage comes out, and Incarnation is supposed to peel for Sneaky, ults after Sneaky's already dead. Apollo simply sidesteps it, gets out of soldier range, so Incarnation can't even fight back. And this is C9 not having the, 4 seconds ago should have been the proactive call to say, we're going to peel off and go on this guy. And with Nautilus and Gragas, you can kill a Janna, or you can kill a Rumble, or you can even pile dive on the Sejuani if you really want to. But none of those calls were made, and they sat there going, oh crap, it's too late.
Yeah, and you can see from Incarnation, he didn't even have a soldier out until Janna had ultied at that point. He didn't prep the fight at all. He wasn't in position to, because Apollo was right above him threatening. If he does stop to place a soldier at all, he'll get some auto attacks in there. And then his contribution to the fight was W, Q, E, I get knocked back by Janna, I R, and then I have to walk away and die. That's all he did that fight, because a lot of Azir is prepping with one soldier up so you can Q, so you can E ahead of time, and then get the second one up for more DPS. But he didn't do any of that.
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to just, as Azir as a champion, have 2 to 3 soldiers up at all times, just for damage output purposes, and right.
But he had
not having the
threat around him, so he couldn't actually prep it.
Sure, but yeah, I mean, this is all just, foreplanning, seeing wards. This all should be prepped by C9.
Yeah, I think the point about being proactive and having the forethought to, if and when Team Impulse decides they want to engage on us while we're doing this Dragon, what are we going to do, right? Not waiting until it happens to then say, I don't know, I guess fight. But that continued to plague them throughout the game. Now they lose the Dragon, they lose Baron off of that as well. It's a huge gold swing for Impulse, and that's where it just seemed like they were entirely lost on how to find their way back into the game.
Yeah. There was a call that I actually will defend. I know Jat didn't like it on the cast, and I know a lot of people are going to give me maybe flack for this one. So I want to first preface by saying I don't like results-driven analysis, meaning C9 lost when they went for Baron. Clearly, it was a bad call. I think the Baron call from C9 when they tried to get back in was the only choice they had left. No one could hold to the little block split push. They had a non-TP champion on the wrong side of the map. Going for Baron was the right choice here. It just simply didn't pan out because, well, you're already behind. It's going to happen sometimes. Anyway, we got to see glimmers of Meteos making a good call with his team behind, right? We've seen now C9 do a good job early game. We've seen them actually hold up in lanes for once. Okay, a bad Dragon call, but they even made a good comeback attempt. We're seeing some growth for this team. They are still losing, but as far as that specific call goes, I liked it.
Yeah, and I want to talk about some TIP growth too, because Xiao's split push, that's something he's always done, like, on Yasuo and things like that. On the LeBlanc, and then solo killing balls while he's TPing and getting kind of that lucky kill where balls didn't look like he was looking in the chain right when he started it was really big, because then he got turrets off of that, he got pressure, he got more gold in his inventory, and he helped open up the map. He got an inhibitor by himself.
Yep.
Like, that's a big thing there. And Xiao's the guy, it's like, sink or swim, like what's happening with him. He waxes and wanes with basically the day. So finally a really good game from him. So shout outs to that.
Yeah, 805 applied a lot of pressure there. He's a person we've been looking to really step up and bring Tip to the next level. Now looking ahead to our marquee matchup, CLG has arrived. They are in the house. Here they are just a few minutes ago, heading into the studio, warming up for their big game. I'm sure Double Lift, Afro Moo are going to be a big part of that victory if it comes. And next up, Team Liquid, though, they will look to extend their hot streak when they take on Gravity in our second game of the day. A lot of action coming your way, and it all continues in just 3.5.
Did the lobby sneaky?
Huh?
Lobby sneaky?
Let me solo Baron. 1 sec.
Just let him solo Baron, so we'll know if we can do it in a real game.
Yeah, we'll tell broadcast, we were going to start on time, but Sneaky has to solo Baron in the custom game real quick.
Have to.
Meteos could also go down. The teleport from Balls a little far away, and they are just walking on the red carpet. Equalizer coming in from Impact. 2-man ultimate. Sneaky's actually on the front there. Now he's forcing the Dragon Pit, and Dragon's attacking him. A good hit from Apollo takes him down. Good hit the full team here. A nice hit back by the Emperor's Divide. Impact and Rush in a bad spot here. Incarnation takes a few shots.
Here. I'm coming.
Yeah, Zanya.
노준야. Kite.
Okay. Showing one.
Azir down. Nice.
What the? Showing 2.
Yeah, bottom done. GG.
Team Impulse take down Cloud9. If you are going to be in the Los Angeles area, come out and see the pros play in person. Head over to lolesports.com and reserve your spot in our studio audience. Just click the tickets link for all of the details. And earlier, we were tracking our rivalry match. Here you see Team Solo Mid arriving just a few moments ago. We'll be seeing those guys in action a little later. In the last couple years, we have seen a number of Korean players trying to make it big in the North American LCS. Related to make his move himself, he joined Team Gravity and says with a little practice, they will be ready for playoffs.
학교 다니면서 리그 오브 레전드라는 게임을 접하게 됐는데 그때 점수가 너무 빨리 올라서 이 게임을 해도 다른 사람들보다 더 잘할 수 있겠구나 생각을 하게 돼서 프로게이머를 하게 됐습니다. 한국에서 솔로 랭크 15등 찍고 한국 팀에서 팀을 구하다가 정글러를 구하는 팀이 없어서 중국 팀에 있는 1등 팀인 EDG한테 정글러를 구할 생각이 없냐 물어봤을 때 EDG가 저를 바로 구한다고 해가지고 EDG에 가게 되었습니다. 미국에 와서 프로게이머 하는 게 저에게 되게 새롭고 좋은 기회라 생각하고 영어를 좀 더 할 수 있게 되면 그 같은 팀원들이랑 같이 아무데나 놀러 가는 게 목표인 것 같습니다. 그래비티 팀에게 제가 주는 입담은 아마도 제가 공격적이다 보니까 사원판을 먼저 열 수 있는 게 장점이 아닌가 생각합니다.
Move is squishy, but they can't get the damage onto him just yet. In goes, picks up Lapman. Wow!
그래비티 팀 첫 주차에서 1대1이라는 성적이 되게 잘 나온 것 같고 팀의 의사소통 문제만 좀 해결된다면 아마도 플레이오프까지는 갈 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다. 그래비티 팀은 아무래도 새로운 팀원이 온 지 얼마 안 됐기 때문에 시간이 지나면 지날수록 좀 더 세지지 않을까 생각합니다.
Well, hopefully he's right. As time passes, the team will get stronger. So far, showing that that is absolutely a possibility with the way they've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, their game against Cloud9 yesterday looked extremely impressive, but with Cloud9's struggles, we're going to have to see how good this Gravity team is and whether they can maintain a level of consistency.
That's true. It could be harder against other teams. Let's see how Move and Gravity perform in our next match as they take on Team Liquid. For Gravity, they have to be feeling good after their commanding win, as you were saying, against Cloud9 yesterday. It's a team that everybody wants to beat right now.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. And Gravity, they played a really impressive game yesterday. They were able to stay ahead of Cloud9 for the whole 35 minutes and then obviously finish off the game then. And it started with that fantastic level 1 strategy. And one other thing, while we're on the topic of Move, he's brought some tremendous vision control in this game. Even though week 1 looked a little bit underwhelming, he leads the league with 1.3 wards placed per minute. That's usually a support stat leading the league. He also has the most wards killed with 68. Those impressive 19 wards, which he killed yesterday, was the lowest total of all 3 games he's played so far. So he's really getting the job done as far as fog of war control.
That he is. Meanwhile, Team Liquid are now 3-0. But once again, yesterday we heard Dominate cautioning fans not to jump on the hype train just yet.
Yeah, because Team Liquid, let's be honest, they've had a much easier schedule than some other teams. They faced Teammate, who was the 7th place team last split, and then TDK and Enemy, who were the 2 newest teams to the LCS.
And Sub-Squad.
Not heavy tests. The real test will be how they handle adversity as they get into the tougher part of their schedule, which could end up being this game here against Gravity.
And one of the guys Liquid will be relying on today is Piglet. And Piglet believes the AD carry's job has only gotten more important now that supports are expected to roam.
바텀 라인이 2대2 라인이기 때문에 절대 2대1을 지면 안 되고 왜냐하면 서포터가 아무데나 로밍을 갈 수 있어가지고 그게 굉장히 중요해요 요즘에. 그래서 2대1을 지면 안 되고 그 상대 원딜러보다 딜을 더 잘해야 되고 정말 중요한 거는 이제 한타 때 포지셔닝을 잘해가지고 끝까지 살아남아서 좀 딜을 많이 하는 게 가장 중요한 것 같아요.
Yeah, and Xpecial's been roaming more than almost all the other supports. I watch so many streams where I'm watching mid laners on the other team just getting destroyed by Xpecial again and again. It's like, why is Xpecial always in this lane? It's because Xpecial is one of the best players at roaming into mid lane, but that also puts a higher stress level on his AD carry because you're trading advantages for the other one. Piglet playing with Xpecial will know how that works.
I feel like that stress they're putting on Piglet is helping as well. It's kind of what he wanted before. He wanted a bit more of a focal point, and he's been scoring some big points, and maybe again this game. Let's check out the teams with a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Liquid. Quas in the top lane, Dominant in the jungle, Phoenix in mid, Piglet at AD carry, and Xpecial at support.
And on the red side, it is, of course, Gravity. Haunter's been having some good games in the top lane. Move, Vision Control in the jungle. Keen in the mid lane. What's he going to play today? All-Tech on AD carry. And, of course, Bunny Fufu trying to step into the shot caller role on support.
That he is. A lot of people kind of taking that burden upon their shoulders, and it's very difficult. It's always easier to shot call when you're at home, when there's kind of a relaxed atmosphere, but when you're on the stage and you're considering, my teammates are going to hate me if I make a wrong. No, I'm just kidding. Those calls can go wrong, and it really does play on your mentality in the game. If you get quiet, chaos becomes, and then things are just harder to get back in order. Both teams getting ready to get into Champion Select. A few chats to QC to make sure everything is right as rain. And we are about to get into game. The man closest on your screen to the left there, Quas, an absolute staple on the Liquid roster, and he has been so consistent for them recently.
Yeah, Quas. Yesterday, he got to play Rise, which was probably a pleasant surprise.
Rise played him.
He was banned in the first game. The spell rotation, thanks to Rise's passive, and the ability to chain up to 4 roots together at once is rather devastating. I wonder if Gravity will end up banning that away. What's interesting here is Team Liquid fairly targeted in their bans. Thresh for Bunny Fufu, Fizz for Keen. Not choosing to play any of these, ban one of the main supports game. I guess Thresh could be considered a main support, but you still have Alistar and Nautilus. Then also the jungle game between Rek'Sai and Gragas. None of those bans being seen here.
Not at all. Dominate's been across 3 junglers already. Gragas, Nunu, Rek'Sai, so he has had success there. No worries if he does get banned out. Hecarim taken away from Haunter. He's always providing a bit of aggression from that top lane. Doesn't seem like the organization was yet there coming out of the lane for him. Yeah. He can usually win that all by himself. His mechanics very high for him. I remember talking to St. Vicious for the first time. He's like, Haunter's the real deal. That's all he told me when I asked about him. So
the real deal.
Be the real deal once again for your team. Gragas does get banned. We finally see a jungler out on that list. And it will not be Piglet's Kalista. He's been playing that quite well. We saw that first ban from Gravity. Now on to the picks. What is the priority here? There's quite a bit left up, and that's going to be Dominate grabbing Rek'Sai once again.
Super interesting. Basically, Gravity dared Team Liquid with a choice between the Gragas and Rek'Sai bans, whether they have to take the one jungler that is still available or risk giving Rise over to the other side. I'd imagine we're going to see Alistar Rise here from Gravity. This also goes a little deeper because Move has been playing some of the other junglers. He's played Nunu and Lee Sin, aside from his Rek'Sai game yesterday, so it's not like they're
he's been at 3.
They're trapped into playing the Gragas Rek'Sai game.
I'm waiting. There it is. Rise gets locked in. That is a lock-in. They may just take the Alistar as well, who's seen himself on the ban list quite a bit, bringing himself back into that game, being chaotic in team fights with his ultimate. Just can't take him down. Good pickup here for Gravity. Power picks, if I ever saw some.
Rise in particular, he was 100% pick banned in Europe.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he was able to make it through the ban phase 3 times. He won 2 games and lost. He actually lost 1 when Balls played him on Cloud9. Right. Especially if Quas is playing a Maokai into that. We're probably seeing lane swaps the majority of the game, or Dominate is committing to camping the Rise early game before he can get his feet under him and get some real items going. Because if that doesn't happen, and Rise is able to get to Radavadas and Tyr, and he ever sees a 1v1 situation with Maokai, he will kill him.
Still a gankable dude. He's still good on Rise. He's only got a stun for a root, rather, for one person. Unless it's late game, then he's got everybody.
Yeah.
So you get a stun, a root. You get a root. You get a root. See what Gravity decides to go with. Both teams really taking their time here through this pick ban phase. Liquid wanting to keep that perfect 4-0 record. Gravity wanting to make it 3-1 for their victory yesterday over Cloud9. They got to be feeling quite good. I was talking to All-Tech, and he said only a few things to shore up. Just some communication.
Are we going to see Move play Jarvan?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we are, actually. So Jarvan Sivir locked in.
Jarvan, a bit of a, I'm going to call him an old school jungler because he was played before the Cinderhulk meta kicked in. Move may still go Cinderhulk Jarvan, but he really gets beat up. The thing about Jarvan, he gets super beat up in the first 3 or 4 levels, and then he can start having effectiveness with his ganks. So it's almost like he's got just slightly after early game pressure and strong ganks. Before then, he's actually quite weak. Of course, it's another jungler that can build Sightstone and has good escapes when going in to kill or place wards, which is basically appeared to be Move's focus in all of their games.
I also like that synergy it has with Ryze. You bunch in a bunch
True.
of people, throw your ult on, Desperate Power, and just AoE the crap out of the entire team. Again, Phoenix goes for Cassiopeia. I believe that'll be a 3rd play for him, or rather, yeah.
3 out of 4 games.
3 out of 4 games, right. I was looking
I
at
also,
the stat.
I also really like the Vayne here for Piglet.
Heck
Vayne's something that's been making a pretty big comeback in pro play. I think one of the reasons Vayne sees pro play is because all the AD carries just like playing Vayne so much. But beyond that, especially against Jarvan, it's a free wall in team fights. Jarvan cannot deal with Vayne.
Right.
If you try and close down on a Vayne with an ultimate, Vayne will literally stun you against your own wall and then tumble out of it. And you just feel awful as the Jarvan player. So basically eliminating some of the late game effectiveness of Jarvan by picking that Vayne.
I feel like Piglet has the skills to do everything you just said. Keen could be going back to the Malphite in the mid lane. Actually, one of the stats here on my sheet is, what will Keen pick? It's just a question. What will Keen pick? And it actually looks like it's going to be back to the Urgot in the mid lane. He keeps the variety going, has not gone back to a single champion yet, as now he brings out the Urgot.
Well, he was the first before Urgot really caught on.
Yeah.
It's been dying off significantly lately.
Yeah.
A lot of people think there's some better blind picks you can throw in the mid lane. People have learned how to neutralize it in the bottom lane a little bit. Against Cassiopeia, I feel like that's a tricky matchup in a lot of ways for the Urgot. Keen, of course, the expert on the Urgot matchups.
Swap somebody into that Alistar Ryze if they're still in the back line.
Oh, there's a lot of crowd control.
So much you can
on
do
the
with
gravity
this gravity
team.
comp. All the disengage they're ready for, though, on Team Liquid's side. Get a good petrifying gaze in there from Cassiopeia, and you can turn around and fight immediately. Really like this. We always see Team Liquid coming out with somewhat of a skirmish. We can always kind of fight composition so they can get themselves ahead in the game. Peter and Cop, smiles all around, hugs as well, knowing each other very well. The teams knowing each other very well, as they have all played together for a very long time.
Yeah, I know everyone's excited for the TSM versus CLG match, but this is a 3-0 Team Liquid team taking on a 2-1 Gravity team. History with the Curse Academy team coming in there. Piglet and Team Liquid looking great. There is a lot of hype for me going into this match.
Let's see what happens for this match. Vote for the team you think will come out on top with the hashtag TLWin or hashtag GVWin. We're at LOL Esports. We'll be checking in to see how the fan vote stands in just a bit. Week 2, Day 2, Game 2. We're about to head in onto the Rift for another one. Let's see what these guys can do for each other. Can Liquid keep a perfect record here coming out of Week 2, or will Gravity be able to thwart that? We're on the Rift.
Yes, we are. And Gravity had such a clever level 1 play against Cloud9 yesterday. I wonder if Cop, as the new coach, has been meticulously planning these openings, especially now that we have this Ryze versus Maokai game, and the early game is so incredibly pivotal for Hauntzer to be able to get access to farm. And also, do they have any plans to make up for Jarvan being somewhat fragile if he has to solo his own jungle camps? Sometimes Jarvan excels in a double jungle situation because he can just clear through faster, get his jungle item upgrade, and then be generally okay. Whereas Team Liquid has a lot more versatility. Maokai can start any camp, clear it with saplings, dominate with Rek'Sai, can easily sustain and stay at full health without backing into the base. So it will be quite a testament to Gravity if they can win this early game, this level 1, the first 3 minutes of the game, because I feel like the champion advantages as far as what they can do and the choices they have falls into Team Liquid's favor.
Also for Gravity, if they keep doing it, it will definitely kind of reassure that they do always have something on the plate from the beginning of the game. Move wants to stay aggressive. We heard in his video that he feels comfortable being the one that can engage for the team. And if they're on board, it's always going to work. I can't say always. It'll hopefully give them what they want.
It always has a chance of working.
It always has a chance of working.
Phoenix with the blue Cassiopeia skin. I think it's blue Siren or something.
Siren.
It's my favorite Cassiopeia skin. Even though there's Newer, better ones.
They're all. I think they're a little too crazy.
I like the blue one.
I like simple. Looks good.
Oh, check this out. Oh man, again, Gravity was something smart. Piglet was up there to freeze the lane, but now he's trapped between an Alistair and a Sivir. He's going to have to burn something or just take a bunch of damage.
Full blade hits it. He's going to try to walk out of this one. I like the fact that he didn't blow flash, but this means it's going to have to be safe.
He also had to skill condemn, so that hurts him as well. You normally want to be able to skill Q and W.
Especially if he's pushed the turret. Usually you get a good tumble reset in to keep those minions in your favor.
Yeah. Gravity did a very extended pull for moves Jarvan. They double jungled the red buff. So once again, I feel like Gravity out mind gamed right there. They were expecting a freeze by one man. That Alistair move only works if there's only one dude in that brush. If they're blind checking against John of Vayne, it can become dangerous. So great job by Gravity right there.
Just missing one. He should be able to clean up the rest, though, but quickly pushed in here by Altec and Bunny Fufu. Let's see how the rest of the lanes play out, since we do get matched up just on this top side.
Yeah, the top side matchup, Altec should be able to shove in because Piglet had to start condemn. Bottom lane is where it will get really interesting. So you can see how chunk move is, even with the extended pull on the red buff. So if he does not want to conflict with Rek'Sai right now, I will dominate healthier. But again, because of the pull, move was faster down into the river. He got the ward, which now Dominate is sitting on, and then he was able to clear Scuttle Crab.
And Dominate didn't get eyes on Scuttle either. They do try to go for that gank onto Haunter in the early part of the game. Cannot close the gap. He was ready for it. All thanks to move. Now he's doing his own bit of that towards the mid lane. Doesn't hit the flag and drag, but will get the rinse and repeat if he wants. On that flash, they can come back just till about 8.5 minutes.
Plus he gets control of both Scuttle Crabs. So honestly,
yeah,
nice job by Moves Jarvan early on in the match. Dominate missing on his gank. Of course, these early games nowadays, it's not a jungler-specific thing. It is really a team game at the start. With all the wards that get placed at the start of the game, everyone has to place their trinket. The way you have different pulls, the way junglers have to be coordinated to certain lanes if we're going to see dives. Overall, Gravity playing that slightly better, and it gives Move an edge.
I think on the top lane coming out of Liquid, seems like they're just making sure they get the right amount of CS. Hype crowd. Haunter continuously trying to push this wave in. Doesn't actually have a tier yet, so he's just doing it to make it hard here for Quas to get big on that Maokai. Already 27 to 18 though. Easily able to farm under that turret, so he's not having too much trouble. Great job by Liquid to kind of stave off this pressure.
And one thing about this bottom lane, this Team Liquid goes for the Summer Split Championship, is Quas did take the Raptors at level 1, so he teleported that lane level 2, whereas Haunter shared some experience with Move on red buff and teleported to that lane less than level 2. Therefore, Quas has had the experience edge on Haunter the entire time, and we'll see how big that advantage grows until Haunter gets to some of his items and becomes Rise.
CS discrepancy back and forth in the lane. It kind of just zigzags down the champion list. As you see, that lead by Keen in the mid and the lead by Piglet, even though he was pushed into his turret early after getting quite a bit of damage done to him. Keen keeping the pressure onto Phoenix, level 5 to 4, so he's definitely going to hit his ult first. We may see a move coming back for that position reverser to make sure Keen goes down with his flash, not up yet. That'll be, or rather, Phoenix to go down. Down to the bottom lane for Move. Looks like he's just going to be going for Gromp here, as things are quite slow in the early game for Gravity versus Team Liquid.
Yeah, definitely. Some subdued choices. It makes sense. The junglers have been seeing each other frequently. Quas, that was a clever little wait and see. Haunter trying to maximize how much gold he can get before going back to base. He's sitting on 1100, but enough for Tyrion boots. I wonder if he wants to go Catalyst first, just for the survivability against a Rek'Sai. In which case you need to wait for 1200 at least.
May actually. I believe we saw Quas not immediately go for his tier yesterday as well when he was playing Rise.
He went Health Crystal first because of the threat of dives.
Right.
This game's a little different. The dive would only be a 2-man dive.
Dominate coming back to see if he can get over the wall and possibly get something. They're planning the 6 that Phoenix just got here. Like we saw, he was a level behind Keen, so he just got that. Both junglers kind of had the same idea in mind. Move has backed, however, and he'll be back into the jungle in a few seconds here. Almost finished up fully on that Cinder Hulk. Special now to get the roam, maybe, with that once that minion goes away. Piglet was talking about this. This is when Special may leave. Not too far for now, though.
Yeah.
They're actually still just keeping the lanes.
In this matchup, it's more about wanting to keep tabs on Bunny Fufu leaving. Alistair's roam
good point.
in mid lane
Janna's not going to do much.
Substantially more dangerous than a Janna roam. Yeah, Dominate spends a fair amount of time trying to pressure lanes here. Hasn't really been able to burn any summoner spells or significant poke. But it's not all bad.
Yeah, good control for the time of Phoenix's flash being down, making sure he's in the back pocket in the mid lane. Goes back for his jungle, however. It should be blue quite soon here coming in for Phoenix, so he may be able to put a little more pressure onto Keen in that mid. 46 to 65, definitely a CS in favor of Keen. Is, like you said, that's his Urgot. He knows exactly what he's doing to pretty much any champion matchup in that lane. 64 to 54 with that CS advantage for Quas is able to actually push Haunter out of the lane. He's out of mana. We'll see what he comes back with here actually after his first buy. There's the tier and some
health. So almost the best of both worlds. Tier early, but the health that a Catalyst would survive. Isn't able to get the Catalyst passive, but he does end up buying a ton of biscuits. What's interesting here is they're actually doing a lane swap already.
Right.
So Gravity, the initiators of the swap. We'll see if Team Liquid matches. If they don't match, that gives Gravity dragon control because they'd be able to teleport down with Ryze and Quas would be stuck bottom lane. But we're actually seeing Team Liquid swap back, which I think is the correct choice.
See, once Quas gets to the top lane, if they can make anything happen here against Haunter. He will also have move on his side, so Haunter should be safe. But like you said, that swap back to the bottom lane here could create danger for the top. Gold is still even as we approach 9 minutes into the game. Piglet getting quite close to the turret.
This is clever.
A hard plan and something. I don't think they know, though, they're about to be on the butt end of this. It's like Piglet's going to leave. They're going to get back down to the bottom side. Special saying, I can't guard this thing by myself.
There's boots mobility on Alistair, so even if he walks past a ward, there's a chance he can burn a summoner spell from Quas. They're looking to turn something big here. They're just waiting a fair bit of time because they don't think Piglet would wait in that brush too long. They don't want to run into Piglet and Maokai. So let's watch this. He's running. Now they see him. Can Quas get away?
There's one lockdown. He actually goes towards Haunter, thinking the fight was going to be there. What a headbutt from Bunny Fufu to get an extra shot in from the turret. A little bit of surplus damage as they figure out who they want. Little arcane heal coming from Quas. Too many spells were cast. They have to use the Cataclysm. He heals once again from all the abilities being cast and his own. He will finally go down. He's a damn strong tree, though. Quas falls for first blood.
The whole reason that took an extra 10 seconds is they were trying their damnedest to get the kill onto Haunter. So Move didn't want to burn his ultimate. They wanted Haunter to finish, but Quas kept auto-attacking with his passive. Ryze was low on mana, so he couldn't do that. It ends up being an incredibly expensive gank for Gravity. They spend a huge amount of time and the Jarvan ultimate. At the end of the day, they ended up trading a kill on Maokai for a dragon just because that gank took so long to happen.
And he's got TP to come up.
I don't even know if that's worth it at that point. It is a kill onto Ryze, though, and we know how crazy Ryze can be. So time will tell.
Absolutely. We saw Quas, even Huni, when he played it over in the EU LCS. So down 30 or so CS, nothing hugely significant, but was still able to come back in those team fights and just wreak havoc. Still expecting that once he gets that tier charged up to his Seraph. He'll have all the mana in the world to keep these fights going. 11 minutes in is just about what it took to get first blood out of these teams. Like we were saying, it was quite measured. But then again, we got to remember, Move with that vision game, as well as Dominate on the other side. Well, I should say Special, getting the wards out. Making sure things are calm, going slow.
Yeah, and you could, at least in that gank when they were giving the kill over to Haunter, it is the correct play. And it also speaks to the mentality of Move as a jungler. Might get into that in a minute. There could be a ward fight that breaks out between Xpecial and Fufu because both junglers are close.
These are two teams that are very formal about it, though.
Yeah.
If this was a team impulse, you'd have 5 people already trying to fight over that ward.
So there's an interesting comment by
Shieldy.
Saint Vicious last year when he was on Gravity.
Yeah.
When LS, their former analyst who just stepped down this last week for Gravity, was talking about junglers in Korea and how they're basically just secondary supports. So they build a Sightstone early. After they get their main jungle upgrade and a Sightstone, they kind of stop farming, and they basically just ward, kill wards, and gank. So if your mindset is as a secondary support, not a secondary carry, you never want to get kills. The whole supports not getting kills actually transfers to now 2 roles instead of just 1. Because I can absolutely see a more carry-oriented jungler like Meteos going in that top lane gank, and as soon as Maokai is low, you ult and get that kill. Because you're the Jarvan and you can go carry here. Whereas Move, even when he ulted, tried not to use many spells afterwards because he really was careful not to get that last hit.
And eventually ulted.
Obviously, Move is a Korean jungler, but he is playing very much the Korean style of jungle here.
Well, it cost them a little bit of time on the top side. I'm sure that instance won't come to light too many times, but we did see it hurt him for a second. He is hatching that ward right now. He just heads over to Hanser, gets the smite. Move is there as well. That would be very nice ultimate to put down on both of them, but he chooses Dominate as he tries to get away. Flashes in, says Hanser. And they're going to keep going for Quas. Keen comes up now. Let's see how they trade this one across. Again, it's going to be Move getting in. Move going for the auto for a bit more damage, and they do give it over to Keen, and he doesn't even miss that much in mid lane.
Fantastic kill distribution right there. Hanser was able to finish off the last one. Keen comes up as well, but it all begins because of the ward placement. Having that ward in exactly the right spot completely telegraphed Team Liquid's gank intentions, and it allows Gravity to get that straight on 2v2 with Ryze, where thanks to Ryze's DPS, will pretty much always win those matchups. So the Ryze pick falling through into Gravity and the first pick Rek'Sai for Team Liquid, that champ select little game is paying off for Gravity right now because they are the ones protecting Ryze and enabling him to use his insane damage.
Also going to put some thoughts into Liquid. How are they going to stop now Move getting bigger and bigger onto Jarvan? He is going to be able to lock down Piglet as much as he wants once these fights starts. It's going to have to be Xpecial and Piglet hip to hip when these fights come to be, so he has the peel that he needs from, like we said, this team that has a lot of crowd control from Gravity. Monster, you said, getting going. Still, I'm not even going to say behind in CS. He's actually about to even that up once he gets back to lane, most likely. Now that he's got the Rod of Ages charging up, he'll be safer to be in lane. Mana finished up by Keen here as he gets bigger along with that Brutalizer. So could definitely do some big damage to Phoenix. He should be sitting on quite a bit, 1,500. So he's actually looking to go back and get that needlessly large Rod quite soon here.
And there is definitely some camping going on in this top lane against Quas. Quas is out of a turret. Move was thinking about going down there. Bottom lane, though, with the Blade of the Rune King being completed, obviously Piglet, big power spike right now against Altec and Bunny Fufu. Great spell shield by Altec there.
Yep.
All Altec wants to do is clear the minion waves. He doesn't want to fight Blade of the Rune King Vayne right now until he has at least an Infinity Edge on Sivir.
Shouldn't have too much trouble with the wave consistently being pushed up into his turret. Easy farms there as we see a few spell shields keeping him safe. Phoenix as well having all the time he wants with a minion wave at his turret. No, there are wards. Team just deciding not to push up, no kill pressure on that. Again, Move, they placed that pink ward back down. That's the second or third time they've actually wanted that area in that pink ward. Gives them a lot of control. Yeah,
they have pink ward control in both mid lane river brushes, and he's taken out Dominate's control of his own red side jungle. The ward game is being dominated by Gravity right now, which makes it very difficult for I Will Dominate to make successful ganks happen.
It's always great when a guy comes in, it's kind of self-taught that he does that himself.
It's really strange because honestly, Move looked really bad the first week. Like, his Lee Sin game was questionable at best with a lot of the decisions he was making. But this week against Cloud9, an early game here against Team Liquid, it looks like he's not only making these plays himself, but making them with the support of his own team, which is quite impressive to see.
Everybody...
And now they go for Dragon the instant everyone recalls.
Much more on board from Gravity, as we can see. Through the calls... Now going to the first objective that they're going to be able to grab. Second Dragon of the game. First one having to go over to Team Liquid, but this is going to be good for Gravity now. Not too much kill pressure in the bottom lane. Still just farming away between these two. They can pretty much just disengage and be done with the fight in a few seconds from either side here. Bunny Fufu just throwing out some heals. Maybe mess up one of Piglet's auto attacks on the minions.
Quite an interesting duo lane matchup down here.
Move down again. We see a little bit of movement coming down now from Dominate after he leaves Phoenix, helping out in that Raptor camp. May get something in the bottom lane. A lot of wards here for Gravity to know if anything else is coming, so they have the upper hand. Not smart for Team Liquid to fight. It seems like they know that.
Yeah, and I wonder, if we're thinking about the team fights, the one saving grace for Team Liquid may be Phoenix's Cassiopeia. Ryze needs to run at a fairly close range to machine gun off his spells, and if Phoenix can ever land a Petrifying Gaze onto the Ryze, especially with the new Ryze builds being mainly offensive, Rod of Ages into Seraphs, into just Ludens basically, Phoenix could maybe chunk him down. Keen, though, catches him out of position. Step back.
He turned the Petrifying Gaze. That means only the slow procs onto Keen. Move, allowing him to get the kill once again.
Move's doing his best to never get a kill, but only get assist. And he takes half his health bar in damage as Phoenix was wailing on him while doing that. That one actually hurts him a little bit because now he can't get control of that brush. If he was full health, he could have done that. But 2 kills on a Keen and some mid lane pressure, plus a great kill set up by Keen.
Yeah, set up by Keen. Kind of just walked that one in himself. Phoenix forced to flash as well in the situation, so that will not be up for him. His first Petrifying Gaze. Not going the way he wanted. Piglet, deja vu here from level 1. This time with ultimates. It's a bit more tricky for each team to get into position to do anything they want. That ult wears off, and he takes a huge chunk out of Bunny Fufu.
Yeah, an ulted final hour Vayne with a level 9 Janna shielding is something that Sivir and Alistar do not want to fight. So the instant they saw that, they're turning tail and running. The only thing Altec and Bunny want to do in this lane is shove, farm, 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 farm. Anytime Team Liquid tries to fight, Gravity runs away. They just need to get the wave pushing in their favor.
Dominate finally pushing back here on these wards. Only placing the regular vision wards here, as they may not feel comfortable to protect Pinks that far up just yet. But they are going to be able to gain back a little control on their side of the map.
Yeah, and despite Move's 4 assists, Dominate is actually winning the gold game against Move. Like, farming the jungle is not a bad strategy, and what Move is doing is by no means the only strategy to play. He's giving kills to his solo lanes, but as far as being able to maintain that pressure, if Dominate catches him 1v1 in the jungle, Dominate will still win that fight. But now they get to steal blue.
Move's going to be seen here actually by Quas for just a second. I don't think anything too much is going to come of this. No real pressure from Keen can come into the mid lane here. Needs to push that out. But now the waves being pushed up just a bit here by Gravity, and some turrets being down means they can get a little bit more roam on any position they want to kind of strengthen their forces in. Looks like it's going to be the mid lane right now. On to Phoenix. Void Rush coming in as well, and that's going to be the helpful Dominate. He said, sorry, bro. I'm out of here. I was going to say, maybe a pop-up. That's all he's looking for.
Oh, but this will show us how strong Ryze really is.
Yep. A little bit of spell vamp coming in through there. He has the flash, but he's staying in it. If he wants to get over the wall, he can. It's Quas hitting him up right now. He gets over the wall. Now on the backside of the fight, Bunny Fufu and Move are in with Quas, and he gets bumped out for a second by the headbutt. They are going to finalize the kill onto Move. Piglet over the wall nicely with the flash to finalize one. 3-1 so far in favor of Gravity here, as Liquid may get taken out. Keen, one more shot. A triple kill for him in the brawl. What a chaotic fight, and so many choke points in the jungle, but Gravity comes up big, and they take more.
The turret!
No!
Hunter!
Yeah.
User error. The only way Ryze dies right now, honestly. Gravity playing such a clean game, and their advantages showing through right there. Obviously, Hunter able to sit and spam so much damage out in that fight, but the big winner of that is Keen. Now 6-0-0. God, as Keen would say. Because Team Liquid caught Hunter so far out of position, but the damage doesn't arrive until Piglet is there. And then he condemns him, doesn't get the stun against the wall, and then he has to respect the CC coming through from the rest of Gravity. Nice flash by Hunter and his ability to stay in the fight. And then when the only main damage dealer is Piglet, and you have 2 tanky damage dealers like Urgot and Ryze in those fights, it's a beautiful skirmishing setup there for Gravity, and they play that composition just right. Despite the heal from Piglet, since he had the lock on, he can close it down. And then for some reason, Hanser died to the turret. Wanted to go back home and shop.
I was trying to see if he could cast maybe another Q and throw it out anywhere, get his shield up, but it just went off and he didn't have enough charges. Oh well. Unfortunate. Too deep, go to sleep. 8-1 now, 22 minutes in. Dragon a little lonely this game. A lot of topside map action, but he'll be back. 1 for each team so far. We'll see who he goes to next. The needlessly large rod earlier was not picked up by Phoenix. He went for the Archangel Staff, which is already switched over into a Seraph's Embrace. Back on to Hanser. And it looks like there'll be a shot. Oh, God! Oh, he almost killed Phoenix.
All right.
Wow.
But he didn't.
But
even
it only
so,
took 4 members. He didn't.
Yeah. They send 4. They don't have the wave in place, so they can't get the turret. That ends up trading a kill on Hanser for a middle 6th turret of the game for Gravity, plus a Dragon.
Yeah.
It was one of those kills that are definitely not worth it. But they killed him, and now Gravity gets their 2nd Dragon and the turret.
Both teams have had one of those. They went for Quas in the top lane. That was the fault of Gravity. Team Liquid goes for Hanser. That was the fault that time, as they lose much, much more than what was lost by the opposing team before. So we'll see what Gravity can keep doing with a very nice lead here. 41,500 to 34,000, just 23 minutes into the game. Definitely seems like the change in AD carry and jungle hasn't really affected, or has affected the team positively, but not a negative effect as we see most.
Yeah, this week for Gravity has been so much different than the Gravity we saw in week 1, who looked very lackadaisical and didn't really know where they were going. This will still show us a test, though, because the mid and late game shot calling is actually where Gravity used to excel. Because of the 8,000 gold advantage, there's a good chance they can close this out anyway, even without perfect shot calling, because they have a lot of leeway with making bad calls and still having them work out thanks to the tremendous gold leads. If there is an opportunity to be outplayed, though, knowing that St. Fishes and Cop are both not playing on the team and they were the main voices, is one of the major things Gravity needs to overcome this split. Although the early game, at least in this week, looks so good.
It really does. Moving Cop doing things that have put the team in a very advantageous position throughout the early part of the game. Usually Gravity was a team that would kind of falter on what they wanted to do, or even second guess, not even falter. They would just kind of second guess and maybe not even act on a lot of things in the early game. Now that they have so many more options, and they actually act on those options. Move, one after the other, has engaged and walked away for his team to secure kills, to make sure his lanes get what they need.
Yeah.
Said he fell behind in CS a little bit, but he's made up for it in the lanes. 6-0 Keen. Credit to him as well. They always say jungler's job is a little bit easier when your mid lane can pretty much
set up the kills,
and hold down, create a lot.
Even from the very beginning of the game, though, Move forcing the flash on Phoenix, taking the aggression right at Cassiopeia from the get-go. Never able to get that aggression back. This is also not the type of game Team Liquid wants to be having. 3-0 start, easy opposition. They want to become more consistent as a team. But they are so far getting crushed.
A little trick, the mind trick games to be played now with wards across Baron. Good clear by Bunny Fufu. They have 3 pink wards just in that area. Definitely paying off for him right now.
Because Hanser does so much damage to this Baron, they can have 2 people clearing wards, which makes it look like a Baron prep when they're actually already engaged on Baron. Scrying Orb reveals them, though. Team Liquid going in for the steal.
Bunny Fufu hits Special and Piglet. They can't get the DPS into the fight. They zero out Dominate immediately as he goes in for the steal. Quas on the bottom side gets rooted once. There'll be a follow-up route to come with that. Actually, nobody can close in on the Cataclysm over the wall, but Quas puts himself into range with a twisted advance. Phoenix flash over into Petrifying Gaze, and they're trying to finish off the members of Gravity. Only Move goes down. A 1 for 2 there after the Baron.
So Gravity had a Baron in week 1 where they did not commit the right resources and it ended up being a disastrous fight. This time Gravity did it just right. They called to burst down the Baron, everyone's on the same page. Everyone from Gravity runs in to do the Baron, and the most important thing about all this is Keen ulted, I will dominate. The Urgot ultimate is a 1-second suppression during its channel. You cannot smite while you're getting Urgot ulted, so Dominate had no chance of actually stealing that one with the timing that Gravity pulled off. They get the Baron because of the gold lead. They also win the fight, and now they have Baron only suffering 1 casualty.
So much control over this game from start to finish so far. Really throwing off teams in the first few seconds is how they do it. Gravity's ability to keep a lead has gone through the roof here in the second week. Now 10-3 at 27 minutes in and a 10,000 gold lead. They're looking very good to start pressuring down into the base. They've already taken down the outer turrets here on the map. Very, very strong play. 5 more left to go inside the base of Team Liquid, and they are soon to be in the eyes of Gravity. Thank you very much, says Move. Nicely done by him. Yep.
When you have the tanky solo laners, and they also get fed, it is one of the strongest feeling team compositions you can put together. Keen and Hanser, both pretty beefy. Sivir to speed them up. Not too much Team Liquid can do once they fall behind in the team fights, outside of Phoenix being an absolute god. If he can land a perfect ultimate and then chain spells on 5. But Phoenix hasn't been able to get major items yet. Cassiopeia takes a fair bit of time before she gets the majority of her AP multipliers. Cassiopeia currently at 340 of the 500 maximum stacks, so only sitting at that 10% ability power bonus instead of the much larger one she gets at max stacks. Gravity continues to control this map.
See where they will decide to go. Sivir right now allowing this composition to do so much. Get into the fight anytime they want. Apollo not having, or rather Alltech I should say, not having too bad of a game. Apollo just played Sivir as well. Get them mixed up easily. And now it's on to the inhibitor turrets. Dominate in the front, trying to do what he can to at least deter Gravity from wanting that, but they don't have the damage. They don't even have the pressure to even flex their muscles and really push Gravity off this. Inhibitors there is uncontested. That does not look good for Team Liquid to keep a perfect record going.
Yeah, and the luxury that Gravity have when considering turret dives here as well, there's a 400 health shield Keen can throw on, so they don't always need minions right there taking damage. As well, Alistair along with Dr. Mundo are the 2 best champions in the game at tanking Nexus turrets. Inhibitor and Nexus turrets.
Right.
Because that laser has 85.5% armor penetration, so the only thing that stops that is a bunch of health, which Mundo can have, or straight damage reduction, which Alistair does better than anyone else. Therefore, if Gravity does want to dive, they can just get the turret aggro on Bunny Fufu's Alistair and sit under the turret, which Team Liquid has to respect, making the turret even harder to defend, and Gravity moves a step closer to winning this game.
That's what this game has been about. Game of respect here. Team Liquid always kind of on the back foot when Gravity approaches the turret, approaches an objective, can't contest that dragon. Number 3 for Gravity come in just under 30 minutes in the game, and they're looking to put their foot down and almost finish this one out. A lot of items coming in now that are just kind of surplus. You see the Glacial Shroud onto Move. He's going to be able to get more defense for himself and pretty much make Piglet's life terrible. They already have a Frozen Heart onto Keen along with the Black Cleaver, so as soon as he's in range, it gets that much harder.
Yeah, Keen did an interesting thing there that I don't necessarily agree with.
Okay.
He sold his Brutalizer to get enough gold for the Black Cleaver, and then he built the Red Elixir, so immediately he will be more powerful, but his overall 6-item build will end up being a little bit weaker. If he would have been able to get a few hundred more gold, he could have done Black Cleaver and then still had his Brutalizer.
Right.
But he's capped on CDR anyway, so he doesn't need the Brutalizer.
Makes sense.
It's only a small amount of attack damage, so I can see why he did it. It was just a little strange. You don't normally see someone sell a Brutalizer.
He does have the Potion of Wrath as well, looking to do quite a bit of damage with this build, as well as be tanky enough to at least survive the fight, so Hanser can go off that desperate power. Towards the bottom, he's kind of playing the role of what Xiaowei Zhao was doing the other game, being that solo guy, getting that split push on, and let the last 4 members push in. No Baron to be had for a minute and a half so far, but Gravity does not need that to keep these lanes going.
Run away from Hanser's Rise.
Gravity.
Well, if they get 2 people on him, Vayne can chunk him down pretty quick.
Yeah.
Just can't get caught.
Oh,
yeah. Quas is trying to block right now for Piglet. This is actually nice positioning. Can they do it?
Piglet very close to take it on. Hanser pushes him up against the wall. There's the Seraph's Embrace along with the Arcane Mastery coming out.
Oh
Keep
my
that shield
God.
on. Quas, he goes down to Hanser, and that means Piglet has to run for his life. The Desperate Power's on. He locks him up. He comes up with a double kill. And the turn on the top side is destroyed. Gravity's got the game.
That's why on this patch, you have to ban Rise. That was unreal what Hanser just did to Team Liquid. Gravity pushed to the other side, take down the Nexus turrets, and take the game.
Not safe for life action, but I'm sure we'll get a replay of it. 14-3. The perfect record has been broken in the second week of the LCS Summer Split. Gravity take down Team Liquid to go 3-1 on the Summer Split.
Jeez. Dominating performance from Gravity. Aside from having Rise, which to many will sully this victory because it's very rare you have a champion as strong as Rise on a patch. He will most definitely be nerfed by the next patch. But on this LCS patch, the fact that Team Liquid had the opportunity to take Rise and gave it away to Gravity and then failed to shut it down makes the victory meaningful for Gravity in that sense. But they played incredibly well. Moves early game had 100% kill participation until the very end, where Hanser decided to go beast mode on Quas and Piglet. And it was just one of the cleanest games we've seen Gravity play as a team. Not even just this year, all the way back to when they made it into the LCS.
And it really strengthens them trying to become that consistent team, not losing to lower teams, being able to take everyone out, and just having consistency overall. Really great play by them.
Yeah, that would be the hope for Gravity.
Don't see too many teams that can really put a stick in the spokes for them
Yeah.
at this moment.
And we asked before the game, you know, Team Liquid, they've had a very easy schedule before this game. How strong would they be? And especially playing against Gravity, is this one of those teams you can consider a lower tier team? Or will Gravity now, with Altec as the AD carry, Cop as the coach, and a new Korean jungler in Move, can they actually ascend to be a top tier team? It's very early on in the season. We've only played 4 games. We haven't even had all the teams play everyone else in essentially the first round robin. So we can't make conclusions yet, but what we can say is Gravity looked very good in that game. Their early game is super strong. They have basically a cohesive strategy. They know exactly who they want to get the kills onto. Move is giving those people the kills. They are controlling vision well, and you know, they picked Rise.
Especially to right the wrongs of coming out with 1 loss. Not letting that get to them, saying, you know what, we can still play our game. We don't have to adjust to what anybody else is doing. And they have been coming out of the pick ban phase very, very well. So all the, you know, credit going to the coaching staff and the analyst staff.
Absolutely.
As well. We're going to go ahead and send it over to Dash and Zyrene and Freak on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. That game, solid win there for Gravity, you know, shoring up a lot of the weaknesses that we had pointed out in after their previous matches here, specifically in their shot calling and their initiative here in this one. I don't feel like they ever hit a point in the game where they were unsure of what to do next.
Yeah, I really like looking at Gravity now as opposed to even last split. The shot calling difference is before they were always taking risks. They were always like, we should fight right now. And now Gravity with Move on the roster, they have so much vision, and it's more of a reserved shot calling that kind of resembles what Korean teams do at the higher level, where they're warding up, they're making decisions based on all the information they have and the information they're denying from their opponents. And then they're like, okay, this is safe to do, that is safe to do. And it pretty much puts the opponent in a lose-lose situation. And that's what Gravity's doing on a smaller level, and I really like that from them. They need to go further with that.
And also, the Jarvan pickup for Move was very interesting because it's somewhat unexpected. And when we talked about earlier in the day, the idea that a team could pinch junglers, well, when you have Jarvan in your back pocket, that becomes a lot less useful of a strategy for Team Liquid.
Exactly, that was the goal. As you said, we talked about it earlier in the day. Maybe you give up Rise because you pinch something else, and clearly they could not keep Move down. This was one game, but like the ganks worked. He did very well. He got a sight stone. Move, to me, was the MVP of this game. Everything happened because of him. Mid lane advantage because he blew the flash on Cassiopeia at like level 3. All the counter ganks and wonderful things to get the Rise in ahead. Like all bunch of wonderful things to say. And this is now like to me probably like the best at this time. Looks like the best mid-season acquisition in the NALCS. Move has done so much now for Gravity, and the fact that we now have Bunny Fufu taking over shot calling, he's learning really quickly. It's still a small sample size. So you can't say for sure like just how good Bunny Fufu's shot calling is, but the fact is Move's getting his team ahead, and Bunny's leading this team to victory very well right now. You mentioned initiative earlier on as we were talking, and they actually went for inhib turret kills. We see so many teams will shy away from that and wait 2 Barons and 3 Dragons later for they actually crack the base, but Gravity's pushing in, taking a lot of advantages, and they're not shying away from fights that are very high percentage.
And a lot of this is coming from that supportive play style that you talk about here in Move. He didn't build a single damage item that game. It's simply Cinder Hulk into Sightstone into, the tanky front line. And then on top of that, we saw every effort made to not take a kill. And that, I think, is kind of that next step, that little micro thing that they do here, which put Haunter so far ahead. Now we're on the topic of Haunter, Rise. We have to discuss it because...
Do we?
We do.
Do we really have to talk?
I am declaring that we're going to discuss it because Rise falls over to the red side here. And I think that's one of the more important things to note is that something that was initially looked at as a must ban for the red side team, it falls into the hands of Gravity here and pays off dividends.
And it's really impressive as you watch this clip out, like, Quas plays this about as well as possible. He actually body blocks as many Qs as humanly or treely possible here in this matchup, and yet still, okay, fine, I just won't kill the Vayne. I'll just kill the tank anyway, who what Spectre's
and then the ulti's back up.
Yeah, and then Flash Condemn, and then exactly, as Irene just said, the fact that when your passive procs, you can cool down your ulti so that it is up again by the time the first one runs out.
Yep.
It's just an incredible amount of damage. So,
and the root is a 600 range point and click, and most AD carries are below 600 range. I think there's only about 4 or 5 that actually go above that.
Yeah.
So Rise just always has accessibility to AD carries, and I think he's absurdly powerful right now. And Jat was talking about him possibly being nerfed next patch. Honestly, I have no idea. Looking at PBE, I don't
think it's in the 511
I don't
notes.
see anything coming out for him.
I think there's plans for 512, but that's kind of what we're looking at
Hopefully
right
somebody
now.
comes out with the counter pick. We saw Huni play.
Yeah, Huni played Cho'Gath. And I actually do like that. And the thing is, it's funny because we're seeing Rise kind of interact with the way we initially saw top lane Hecarim get interacted with. First top laner we saw in a long time that didn't run Flash. We're like, okay, yeah, ranged matches are good because it's hard for Hecarim to close the gap. And it was like, okay, if you gank him once early on, he gets behind and then he gets punished. And so you're like, all right, this team's going to first pick Rek'Sai. We're going to bait the Rise. We're going to punish it. He's fairly immobile. It's going to work. And then Move just outplays every single gank. And, maybe if Move weren't quite as good, that would have worked. And it would have been the genius plan where they baited the Rise pick and the Rek'Sai Maokai without lockup was going to be wonderful. But the problem is it's such a snowbally matchup, right? We've even seen Huni go down 3 kills and still get one-on-one. So as much as people seem to be baiting this pick, it looks like right now Rise is just simply too good to even play around.
Yeah, on the flip side of the matchup, we look at Team Liquid, and it was mentioned prior to the start of the game, the idea that we don't want to read too much into their 3-0 start because they had a fairly easy schedule for their first 3 games. Yeah. They do drop this game to Gravity. Cause for concern, or is it just we get behind a little bit early and we don't have the wave clear to deal with the incessant pushing that Gravity now has?
Yeah, I think it's honestly, even though leading up to this game, Team Liquid's total opponents score line was 1 and 8, right? 0-3, 0-3, 1-2. Okay, they had easy opponents, but no, I think Team Liquid is still a very good team. I think they're still top 4, maybe top 5 since Gravity's so good right now. Team of the North American LCS, they're certainly a playoff contender. Okay, don't give up the Rise and then don't get out ganked. And maybe you look at a much better game. But Move put this game on his back, and that's what happens when you get an early game lead with Snowball champions.
Yeah, last season we saw some hiccups with Liquid every now and then where it's that champion select was really strange. Peter, what is he doing for a second there? And now I think this is one of those things where it's Rise probably should have been a priority, but hindsight's always 20/20.
Right. Team Liquid still looks like Team Liquid. One bad game, okay, but I think they're still solid. Gravity, obviously amazing.
I think exactly that.
Obviously amazing.
Obviously, if you don't see it, what's wrong with you guys? No, here on the analysis, I'm making grand sweeping accusations and big statements. Gravity are clearly amazing.
Yes, sure, great. I do think that they put up a very good showing here and are making a case for themselves being in the top echelon of teams. Switching gears for just a minute, Gravity's support and shot caller Bunny Fufu will be appearing in the newest edition of Drive. Starting on Tuesday, fans can follow Bunny as well as 4 other pros throughout the summer split as they strive to compete at the highest levels of LCS play. Here's an early look at Drive.
I thought it was just gonna be some like random team news going on. The news was like crushing at the time. You don't really like realize what you had until it's gone, but I wanted it back and I wanted to do whatever it took to get back to that spot. My name is Michael Carrillo and some people know me as Bunny Fufu.
Be sure to catch the first episode and follow Bunny's journey from the beginning this Tuesday over on lolesports.com. We're going to step away while the team set up for our next hotly anticipated match between rivals Counterlogic Gaming and Team Solo Mid. We'll be right back.
Little Bunny Fufu.
It's really strong.
Hop into my DMs.
Is that a girl?
Oh, it's the 3 girls.
Wait.
The 3 girls.
They're
They have a
saying
bunny.
that?
They have a bunny. Look, hop into my DMs.
It's Quas hitting him up right now. He gets over the wall. Now on the backside of the fight, Bunny, Fufu, and Move are in with Quas.
Focus left side. Focus left side. Nice.
Back side.
Left side. Nice. Go. Casio, careful. Casio, no fight.
Slow.
Don't fight. Casio, careful. Casio, careful now. Casio, careful now.
And that means Piglet has to run for his life. The Desperate Power's out. He locks him up. He comes up with a double kill. Gravity takedown Team Liquid to go 3-1.
rivalry goes all the way back to like season 1, season 2. Through many different rosters, it's just stick there, that rivalry.
Link is out from the mid lane, and they brought in Pobelter.
He's the player that gives me the hardest challenge out of anyone.
Whoa! Wow! Wait a minute! That was amazing prediction by Pobelter.
I can see a lot of back and forth. Probably going to be a kill or two in there somewhere.
Bjergsen just ridiculous outplay on Pobelter there.
Pobelter has so much to prove. I think beating TSM is like the first step in him solidifying himself as like one of the top carry mid laners in this region.
Welcome back, everyone, to our continuing coverage of the North American LCS. We're just minutes away from the game of the week, CLG versus TSM. But first, we're going to check on the conversation going on over on Twitter. We asked you earlier, what nickname do you give the rivalry showdown between CLG and TSM? Now, there were a ton of fun options to choose from, but we narrowed it down to these 4. @Cyclol says the Big Bang Rivalry, because it's always explosive. Following, Torang Wildheart says there is only one way to refer to TSM versus CLG deathmatch, free fantasy points for all, aka free SM versus free LG. Next, we have @Jackernati, who is suggesting the rivalry between CLG and TSM should be called the Salt Wars. And speaking of Salt Wars, you don't have to wonder who is the next fan, or who this next fan rather is rooting for. @ZCudlaw writes, I call it the Trash Clash. #C9win.
It sounds like just how you could describe the entirety of the European LCS. I mean, why limit it to 2 teams here?
There it is. The gauntlet has been thrown. If you want to share your thoughts on the subject, tweet us @LolEsports and use the hashtag LCS.
I don't know if we could do that for a little while. I mean, MSI, man. I don't know.
We got some time. We got some time.
It's the best of one to figure it out.
All right. Well, now, back to the matter at hand. As we turn our attention to the game of the week, we're going to send it over to Kobe for a word with TSM's analyst.
Thank you, Dash. Yes, I am here with Parth, the analyst for TSM, and now you've become a permanent fixture for TSM. Would you like to introduce yourself to all the lovely TSM fans?
Sure. Hi, I'm Parth. I work with TSM for the Spring Split, and they brought me in. I should be staying at the house through Worlds.
Congratulations on your new position. Now, working for TSM, TSM historically, they've had a problem, adapting to new play styles, as we saw at MSI. What do you do as an analyst to empower the team to try and deal with these situations?
Sure. So there are a lot of things you need to adapt to. So you have the regional meta, and each team plays a different style. So while we're practicing week to week, we also have to keep in track of making sure we can take the games and also making sure that overall we're keeping up with the meta in other regions too.
All right, well, as far as the opponent in front of you right now, CLG, what do you think is CLG's greatest strength right now?
I think CLG bringing Pobelter in actually makes them a really strong team. I think when a new player is introduced to the team, all the other players get super excited, super hyped, and you're seeing that in the first 2 weeks. And I definitely think that they're going to make a strong showing this split, regardless of what happens today.
All right, well, good luck to you guys trying to control that mid lane then. Let's get right into the game. First, though, we're going to send it back to the desk.
Thank you, Kobe. Now let's get down to the main event, Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid.
Man, and every time these two teams clashed during the spring split, it was always when they were both at their peak. It was like, oh, CLG's on the rise. They're going up. They have these rotational plays that everybody's talking about. TSM looks good. And then when they clash, CLG would lose. And when CLG would lose after their golden age, it was always, they wouldn't even recover from the TSM. They would lose trust in each other, and it would be this big speed bump, but that would just crush them for a while. And then when they come back, and it was like, oh my God, here comes IEM Katowice. They look so good. They were always in the conversation for number one. Then they lose to TSM, and then they don't recover until now. And that's a big thing, because if they want to be able to go through TSM today, a lot of it's going to be Pobelter in the mid lane. They have this new guy in the mid lane, and we just heard Parth talking about it. He's bringing a new energy to the team. Everybody is just excited to work with him. The trust is high, and they're in that honeymoon phase. Is this where CLG breaks through the ceiling that is TSM?
Well, and if you look at the history of this matchup, TSM is starting to squeak out a lead. TSM are ahead 10-8 in the regular season when this matchup occurs. That lead grows to 14-9 when we throw in playoff games as well.
Yeah, and honestly, you have to consider that TSM are definitely very strong. And especially with their mid lane focus. Like, we talk about how CLG keeps losing trust. Well, they keep losing trust to the mid laners. Which team does better job at punishing mid laners? TSM. I think TSM now stands for Team Several Mid because they're pretty much 3v1ing that lane at most times. And Bjergsen getting ahead, I mean, he pretty much single-handedly won the game against Impulse once he got that early lead. And this, to me, means I need to look at Smithy because we kind of know what Santorin's going to be up to. He's going to show up in the mid lane. He'll probably ward for Bjergsen and whatnot. And Smithy can do that as well. Like, half of Smithy's work is already cut out for him. Great, I can just ward the jungle and put up some wards for Pobelter, and these ganks can all be stopped. Or he can choose a different style and be like, Pobelter, we trust you to stay safe without any ganks. I'm going to show up on either Zion's lane or Doublelift's lane, and one of those guys are going to be sort of the counterbalance, where one of these two powerhouse carries is going to get ahead and win the game for CLG.
Yeah, and you were talking about CLG and trust, and that it was usually the mid lane, but that wasn't always the case. Top lane. Now they have Zion Spartan. They have a rock in the top lane. They went through 2 different top laners at one point to find this guy, and this is an opportunity for both top laners in this matchup. Can Zion juggle being a carry top laner and a shot caller at the same time on this team? And can TSM and Dyrus, can they finally show us, because they talked about it after MSI, they need to put their money where their mouth is, because they were talking about top lane jungle priority strategies. We have yet to see them. Are they going to bring them out here against that carry top lane of Zion?
All right, well, we'll find out soon enough. Let's send it over to the caster desk to see how this game plays out. On the way, both teams always bring their A game to this matchup, and Doublelift doesn't expect today to be any different.
Always, like, when TSM plays CLG, this is like the hype matchup. Both teams always play really, really well. So I don't really expect either team to underperform. I think this will really show, like, who's the better team.
Well, we will get to see who is the better team, and we have called in reinforcements for this match. Joining us for a TriCast is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler now. Well,
made it just in time.
Great interview, by the way, on the day. Let's check out the teams with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. That's Zion Spartan in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, Pobelter in mid. Your AD carry is Doublelift and Apperman at support.
And facing against them, of course, is Team Solo Mid. Woo! Still got some fans out here. Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Lust Boy on support.
That's right. This match, the fans are excited to see. So let's check out how you guys have been voting over on LOLesports.com. The people think it's 46-54 right now. Hey, the game's going to Team Solo Mid.
Pretty close right
Pretty
there.
close indeed. None of those 90% that's just going to throw it in someone's face.
I love how close these votes are now. And I also love how all the new blood on both organizations are really getting into the rivalry.
Yeah.
Did you vote, Kobe?
I did not vote.
I know where your vote went. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, Blurred Lions, the new coach of CLG, labeled their trash can.
Yeah.
TSM made a tweet about it. I mean, there's definitely some salt wars going on right here.
Salt Wars, that was great.
Tweeted,
Salt Wars was fantastic. We are about to get into this matchup. Like you were saying, Kobe, how much the players themselves have kind of taken to the rivalry as well and built that up in its own kind of being. And now we get to see it once again come to fruition here in the summer split.
2 thumbs up for the Rise ban. I approve.
Even if you don't have either thumb, though, you can still play Rise perfectly.
Yeah, that's right. Face, keyboard, win game. Rumble, Gragas banned out on the left side. After that Rise ban, Team Solo Mid's like, I think that's all we needed. Rise, right? That's the one that's going to be huge. No, they know they need to target a few more. It's actually going to be a Yasuo for Zion Spartan in that top lane. He gets a chuckle out of that one. And the team is ready for these bans coming in.
Yeah, pretty much ever since Impact played Yasuo in Week 1 top lane of the LCS,
yeah,
all the NLCS top laners took to spamming him in solo queue, and no one was more proficient at it than Zion Spartan. If anyone saw the video, he had a back-to-back pentakill in one game.
I also really like the ban just because it's a champion that if you do get a small lead, then you can snowball so heavily. And, you know, Dyrus is often the early target of some early jungle pressure, and they don't want to let that get out of control.
You have a point there, Kobe. They do like to focus Dyrus in the early game, no matter what region you're from. Let's see if that happens again here for Counter Logic Gaming if they try to pursue that. One last ban here after the Alistar comes out of Counter Logic Gaming. Will it be that Bard? Well, Apperman gets a Bard.
Yeah, it's been banned 3 out of 3 games against CLG, and with Alistar and Thresh being out
Bard
of
is
pick as
open.
well, I don't think it'll be like... It's not a first pick worthy champion, but it's something that he could definitely play.
It's also been hyped up almost as much as this match, just because everyone keeps banning it against Afromu.
like someone just hit a grand slam just to hover.
Honestly, though, with 2 support bans, this is the most support bans we've seen in a while, since the start of this split. So definitely going to be a high-pressure pick.
Man, Doublelift's getting that Kalista. It's been a very high priority pick ban throughout the first 2 weeks of the summer split. So they get a nice priority pick there at the top of the list. We'll see what Team Solo Mid can answer with.
Kalista is definitely a hard champion to answer as far as the bottom lane goes.
We saw a little bit of Ashe to answer Kalista, at least in the laning phase. I thought we'd end up seeing more Ashe throughout the LCS split, but
as did I.
It's really died off, even though you can use Hawkshot globally. Unbelievably. No, but
you junglers.
Hey man, Hawkshot's scary. There's many more priority picks right here. Ashe wouldn't need to be answered quite yet, especially with the Gragas ban. The Rek'Sai makes the most sense from TSM's perspective. And I really wonder what style they're going to go with their team compositions right now. They've had success with a variety of things if you're COG, whether it's poke-based or just a whole bunch of damage.
Wow. All right. Blind picking the LB for Bjergsen. He figures that's going to be what he can do within the mid lane. Santorin gets Rek'Sai.
He did it yesterday. He's definitely not afraid of any matchups. With the Zed nerfs as well, and Zed also not being popular in the meta, it's very hard to counter LeBlanc. At best, you get skill matchups with other champions.
Yeah. Even though Assassins aren't really feeling like they're in, LeBlanc is still one of the most banned champions globally.
Yep.
For those reasons.
And still a great answer for Kalista. You don't have to counter Kalista in her own lane. Bring
Just
in
gotta be able to kill her.
lane. Yeah, there you go.
No Bard.
No Bard. Some groans from the crowd. Nautilus and Maokai picked up here.
Yeah. As soon as you see an assassin like LeBlanc that's going to be trying to make her way to the high priority targets, pick up some really strong front line with point and click CC. A good answer to trying to ward off LeBlanc. Keep Doublelift safe.
Still waiting on the side of Team Solo Mid. Pobelter now has all the time in the world to figure out what he can play against that Bjergsen, as Team Solo Mid figures out what they kind of want to round out their composition with. We heard Pobelter in that video saying he was quite angry at the loss he had from Team Solo Mid on his previous team. Now he gets a chance at Revenge. Bard gets locked in. That's Lustboy. And the Gnar for Dyrus.
So, Lustboy's actually already played Bard. He played it at MSI against EDG. That didn't go well. But there's been some time since then. Maybe TSM has put in some actual team practice with the Bard. Bard is good, in my opinion, against tanks. But, oh man.
It's also, he's extremely strong with Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai already, she has an amazing early game and super strong ganks. Bard, you can leave health packs in the jungle to make sure she'll be at 100% without even chugging potions, and you can assist ganks down bottom, because a Nautilus Kalista lane is very, very scary. And if you even think about going towards that lane, you're going to need some sort of special gank, Bard assisted Magical Journey or something to get in there with multiple people.
It's always hard to play against a champion that's relatively new on the main stage when you haven't seen it used to that caliber. You could definitely see some Cosmic Bindings come up big for mispositioning on the side of CLG, or the other way around, that we see Lustboy get himself into trouble. Azir and Lee Sin now locked in. Xmithy's going to go pretty aggressive here in this game with that Lee pickup. Pobelter's got his Azir.
Yeah, Lee Sin against Rek'Sai is very bold. Rek'Sai can shut down Lee Sin fairly well, so Smithy's going to have to find opportunities that aren't near the Rek'Sai, especially with Sejuani up on the table and already a heavy tank line. Interesting choice right there, but they need to keep up with early pressure, is what that pick says to me.
If I was Smithy, I would definitely focus my efforts around the dual lane, and it's not just because this is Counter Logic Gaming. That Lee Sin plus the Kalista Nautilus combo is very, very scary. Whether it's lane swap or not, you have to worry about dives, you have to worry about early pressure. That's where most of their kill pressure is going to come from early on.
Sivir makes the most sense.
Catch up to people on some Tempered Fate.
Team-based.
Run away from a fight, get Gnar back in. LeBlanc can worry about herself. Bjergsen's pick now goes to him in the mid lane. We see these compositions rounded out. What are you guys thinking looking now at Counter Logic Gaming and TSM?
Well, it looks like TSM still going around the Bjergsen strategy. They had 12 kills on LeBlanc yesterday. That was with Rek'Sai jungle support. Bard also significant roam pressure throughout the map. Maybe some lane swaps from TSM, but mainly a mid lane-focused game as we normally see.
Yeah. Once again, the matchup, the LeBlanc-Azir matchup that Bjergsen talked about being so easily tipped.
Yet, the 2 times we've seen it, Xiao's been on both sides of that as the Azir and LeBlanc. Got crushed as Azir, then crushed with LeBlanc.
Lucky for Xiao, he's not in this game.
All right. Pobelter going to have to try to reverse the trend that we've been seeing from that matchup.
The coaches to approaches. 6-law, Loco Doco now. Loco getting a few last words in there, making sure the team knows what to do. Be like, make sure you don't just tempered fate yourselves and stand there and look weird. You're going to have to make this work. You're pulling out a Bard pick. Definitely trying to kind of send a message here.
Absolutely.
Be sure to update your vote with each gank and team fight by tweeting at LOL Esports with either the hashtag CLGwin or hashtag TSMwin. We'll update those as we get through the game. You see the comms on your screen. The crowd is more than ready. The Week 2, Day 2, representing the Goliath versus Goliath match here as Chronologic Gaming takes on Team Solo Mid for the rivalry. Let's see what these guys got for each other. We are on the Rift. Head-to-head between these guys, 10-8 in the regular season in favor of TSM. Let's see if CLG can kind of squeeze that deficit back.
It's going to be quite the game. It's earlier on in the season, not as much hype from the last TSM versus CLG game, but whenever these guys have played against each other, I mean, even hearing the analyst desk talk about it, it has set teams on very different trajectories.
That's very true. Seeing CLG kind of go down. And Bjergsen credits Pobelter's smooth transition as well onto CLG to the existing strength of the team.
CLG just had a very solid base, so it was very easy to plug and play someone like Pobelter because he's just a very mechanically skilled player. So when you already have shot callers in space, you already have a lot of the communication going. Just putting in someone like Pobelter who will do solid is just going to elevate your team even more in terms of play. So I think CLG is definitely going to be looking good.
Speaking of Pobelter, I just want to point out that he has opted to take no magic resist glyphs, as we highlighted that for Xiao in his matchup, and a lot of people were giving him flack. Pobelter has decided to go with the same thing. It's not a very rare thing. You know, some mid laners opt to go with the later game, either scaling AP or scaling cooldown reduction. But he is sitting at the 30 base MR, and he's going to rely on the barrier to keep himself from the all-in of Bjergsen. Pobelter has confidence in his laning phase, and he's ruined for the late game, which is basically what CLG are all about. They're all about when we group up, we've got a good front line, we have Azir, all these ways to block the LeBlanc trying to get in and assassinate.
That's something they've been vocal about as well. Having Pobelter on the team assures them that they will have damage from that mid lane coming to the fight. Cosmic binding there from Lustboy. A little bit of harass. Can't do it to 3 people though. It's only going to go through 2, so he's going to be forced out of this one.
Really interesting level 1 here. CLG was trying to start strong side jungle and start red. Lustboy ends up harassing and delaying it a fair bit, but we're still, I think, going to end up seeing standard lanes and probably just both junglers going top to bottom of the map in that sense, or red to blue.
We'll see if they can make anything out of this, because otherwise it's just going to be that teleport down for Zion. Meanwhile, Dyrus is going to have an extra lead in that lane because he'll be able to take a big hit and then return with his teleport. Plus, he was in lane first, so got extra experience. This is the way that TSM want to set up Dyrus for early success.
Basically, by Lustboy wandering in on that, it feels like CLG guessed those lane swaps improperly. Zion Spartan had to burn his teleport late to the lane experience-wise. Smithy late to his own blue buff. He did take the crab on the way, but it does show us Santorin already hitting level 3 and able to get some nice control over not only the mid lane side of the game, but the top laner's position as well. Dyrus may be set up to succeed in this match.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the duo lanes, having found each other, Doublelift was very outspoken about the game versus Team 8 when he had to play the Sivir into the Kalista. That is an 80-20 matchup in his opinion. So we'll see if he's able to use that 80% to try and bully Wild Turtle.
Yeah, Kalista Nautilus.
It's definitely scary.
Is super, super scary, especially if Bard can't initially land his Q, because after that, Bard just has his auto attack, which, if he has a mate behind him, will give him a small slow early on in the game, but definitely not the type of all-in potential that Kalista Nautilus has. This is very much a lane for CLG to win 2v2.
Yeah, ever since those changes to Nautilus E, a lot of early damage that he can trade. All it takes is one hook to get in there. Wild Turtle will be quick with Spell Shield, though.
Safely being played right now. Yeah, Spell Shield and hovering behind the minions as much as possible to keep it safe in this lane. 26-17, though. The 80% is working a little bit, but he's got quite a minion wave, Wild Turtle does, to hit once it gets towards that turret.
Right, so the point now is for CLG to pressure, since they have this big set of minions grouped up at the turret, you try and pressure that wave all the way into the turret and harass Turtle while he's trying to get those CS and even up the CS numbers.
What's interesting about this for CLG is it's very hard to pressure 2v2 against a Rek'Sai. Doublelift mentioned in his interview they're almost trying to draw jungle attention in the 2v2 so that their solo lanes can succeed with the help of xMiThy's jungle ganks. And we're kind of seeing that spread right now. Smithy on the bottom side of the map while CLG is pushed to the top lane, which is usually pretty scary.
That is a good point, because while Kalista Nautilus is very scary with the all-ins and the offensive power, it doesn't have the same reflexive properties as the Thresh Kalista or the Morgana Kalista, which are really, really safe and almost immune to ganks because they have so many options to get out of them. Nautilus, a bit fewer, can make his own escapes.
He'll hook himself out and say, good luck to you, sir. Well, he'll get another escape soon once they get that Fate's Call in. Hopefully they can use it in a bit of an aggression and not defense. See what they can do continuously here towards this top side. As we were saying, Doublelift able to get the CS lead there, but Bjergsen with those consumables in the mid lane, bit of a level lead as well as the CS lead there against Pobelter. Decided to bring the ring and the biscuits, not able to harass as much. Doublelift getting hit pretty good, but trade at CS as he's losing, so he's not too worried about it.
Yeah, Darius is doing a pretty good job on the other side of the lane, so keeping a small minion wave to sort of balance the other side. Basically, that leaves mid lane then, and Bjergsen is doing some work.
Fiendish Codex first buy for him, actually a little bit more mana regen, 2 potions for mana as well. Definitely wants to try and either get that barrier off of Pobelter or go hard here soon. Keep farming the waves out and make sure he does not get pushed in. Hasn't happened yet. Pobelter finally getting the wave to actually go to Bjergsen's side, but he's going to be there to pick up most of it. Good play so far around the map. We still have yet to see a kill here. Really any jungler intervention.
And really, we've still seen Santorin kind of out-farm xMiThy, partially based on the start and partially because xMiThy's chasing his own tail a little bit. Santorin cleared the blue buff side of COD's jungle, and xMiThy came in behind to see it. And really, if xMiThy's going to impact a lane, it kind of has to be what is now the bottom lane, the Maokai versus Nara matchup. Generally because if COG is pushed in most of the time and daring Rek'Sai to gank. Additionally, Lee Sin doesn't actually want to run into Rek'Sai on a gank path because Rek'Sai can win that duel. I wonder when these junglers will actually meet, because as of now, it's just been Santorin farming.
Yeah, he's going with the same strategy that he used against Rush. Santorin, he opted for a really early Bomby Cinder back right there as soon as he had the money. So Bomby Cinder going to help him hard farm, and he's got plenty of his camps up. He's already a full level ahead of Smithy, so things going well for Santorin at the moment with the hard farm route, just because Smithy was not able to make any early moves with the Lee Sin.
Good wards and pressure coming out of Turtle and Lustboy now. Not getting too much of an advantage in the lane, but evening that CS back up, causing Doublelift and Afremu to get that farm under the turret. Not too hard for them. They're going to come back. Should be easy. We'll see what happens here. Doublelift pretty low on mana. Just a bit of extra gold. They'll be all right.
It's actually extremely important to clear those tunnels out because with the rush to level 6 and with the hard farming route, if Santorin gets to just farm his jungle and rely on his ultimate to try and counter gank, then it makes things very, very difficult for CLG. They lose a lot of their playmaking ability.
Ooh, that's a blue buff for Bjergsen. He's just doing that to make sure Pobelter is low for another attack. Being very patient with this aggression that he's using. Just that blue buff looks to be not come up yet or already taken once again.
It's a fortuitous start for TSM, basically all the way back to when Lustboy walked in on CLG's kind of misguessed lane swap. Dyrus has been able to hold an advantage over Zion Spartan this entire time. The 1v1 for Bjergsen over Pobelter is slightly going in his favor, just LeBlanc versus Azir. And then the 2v2 that CLG thought they'd have an edge on with Kalista Nautilus against a Sivir is going even. So where TSM is supposed to get their small advantages, they are, and where CLG is supposed to be getting theirs, they aren't, which is now a 1,000 gold difference.
Slams him into the wall. Zion Spartan still all right with the fight. He's going to get a little heal from his passive, and he also has Afromu here. I was wondering if once double lift back, they were going to get this switch on, and it doesn't look like they'll actually pull Dyrus into anything tricky.
Yeah, test of TSM communication. They easily should have called this, and they did. Top lane alerts them, recall timings. We are also past the time where, you know, turrets have protection. So if you get a few seconds of alone time with a turret right now on a BF recall for either AD carry, then they can take it down very quickly. Kalista opted to go for the attack speed rather than the BF build, so it looks like Double Lift is going to go with the Runons very quickly.
Oh, hello. Zion Spartan aggression tries to pull Turtle back in. Not enough bite from Turtle, though, for Xmithy to want to show himself. Already going to be seen by Award, however, as he exits to that Tri-Brush. I don't know if he's actually been seen just yet as he came through lane. But Wild Turtle and Lustboy playing it very safe here. Pressure from Double Lift and Afro in that bottom lane. Now onto Dyrus, just about to gnaw out. Got to be very careful, trying to get good pressure on the turret.
CLG playing very aggressively. The level disparities in that lane. Level 6 for Kalista and Nautilus versus 8 on Gnar and 7 on Rek'Sai. But because they have so much confidence in themselves in the matchup, we're harassing heavily under turret.
All across the board, TSM out farming CLG. Slowly winning this war.
A gold lead for TSM means they're going to be able to make the first moves, and whenever they have that ability in the game, it's usually quite controlled. It's what they did against Cloud9. They just have to prevent the falter in the mid to late game. Great job by Pobelter.
Yeah, that is
that blue and mid.
That is the key to the matchup. What you're looking for is the interrupt of Azir trying to knock up LeBlanc for the W so she doesn't hit the ground to get that point and get the damage off. Pobelter was able to pull off that time. We haven't been watching the entire exchange in lane. Feel like he must have not been able to do it before because of the lead that Bjergsen has. But right there, good execution, and he was able to force him out of lane, bring Santorin out of the jungle, force him to show, and reduce some of their overall map pressure.
You have a moment to talk about Shurima. Smithy comes in with a little bit of safeguard help, and it's just going to be a pullback to Distortion there for Bjergsen. Aggression by Santorin. Both teams kind of with the same idea there on the return to lane.
Yeah, because of that one interrupt that Pobelter was able to get on a Bjergsen, he's pushing that lane in pretty heavily, and I like the fact that he went kind of all in onto Santorin there to get Rek'Sai out of the lane. Oh, Bjergsen landed the chain, though.
From just on the side. That's the reason they could go aggressive. Yep. Should get it soon, especially with having those soldiers up. And we were talking about his reaction time on Bjergsen. We remember Pobelter was the guy on Xerath to stop the LeBlanc W's with his stuns as well, being able to hit those. So his mechanics have always been on point. Probably why CLG picked him up. Could be one of those. It's 12.5 minutes into this one, and we are seeing no kills across the board, but still 1,000 gold lead through what's happened in the veins.
Yeah.
This was a pink ward that CLG had. Bjergsen cleared it out about 2 or 3 minutes ago, and now he's taking the same roam path down again. This is going to be tough for Double Lift to survive.
Oh, close. No, they are on a double lift. Santorin flashes in for the knockup. Aframu, he's just getting tossed every which way, and will finally go down to the hands of Bjergsen. A lot of kills and assists picked up there.
Tough to survive a 5-man gank down bottom. Double Lift, this is probably the #1 thing he complains about if you ever watch his stream. All 5 people pile on down bottom lane. They make it worth their while, though, because they can answer turret pressure now.
Now it's all about how they actually do answer. I mean, CLG didn't necessarily have the lanes prepped to answer that well. If someone sends 5 down, you almost want to be able to get 2 turrets. CLG can get mid lane, and they can't even control Dragon, so it's actually a turret trade, but TSM gets 2 kills out of it.
Such a good call from TSM there. Their mid turret was about to go down anyway. That thing was basically forfeit, and they were able to get a huge lead out of it bottom, and taking that turret down from about 80%.
First pause of the day.
First pause of the day.
My turrets aren't working.
There's 5 people bottom lane. What is this?
Yeah, double pauses the game. Excuse me.
I did not RSVP to this party. Still happened. So we'll get this figured out. You can see the scoreboard in front of you. We said there was just about 1,000 gold lead that separates these teams. Been pressed a little bit there by Team Solo Mid in the last few minutes, but towers look to be in their favor here. They did lose their mid, however, so forward wards could be placed by CLG to get even more in the face of Santorin, who's been having a great farm game. Maybe they can disrupt that.
Yeah, now's a decent chance to also check on the build paths a little bit. The fact that we see both Morel and Omicron, we're seeing more of that from mid laners, and if they want magic resist, they'll get it later. So because Pobelter needs to survive, the Bjergsen burst, he's gone for the no magic mantle. Outside of that, double lift with Hurricane first, which isn't actually the default on Callista, it feels anymore. Most are Blade of the Rune King or Bloodthirster. With the Hurricane, double is mainly just trying to keep up with wave clear because that's what a lot of this game has been.
Yeah, CLG's side wave management is going to have to be accurate here because TSM, they have so much of a mobility advantage with the Sivir and with the Rek'Sai teleport. They're really going to have to pay very close attention to their waves. As we just said, with the bottom move that just happened, we're not prepped to answer, and TSM were able to commit 5 members in one area.
See that one more time.
Yeah, it's just, you can see, even if you look at the main map, Zion Spartan's not close. Doublelift did as best he can. He sidestepped the zone ult, then flashed into his turret. But then Santorin flashed on him as well.
There were 3 forms of crowd control hitting him in the face instantly. Depth charge, coming in with Bard.
And what happened at the end there from CLG is one of the worst things that can happen is you're late to a rotation fight. So when they sent 5, CLG essentially committed 4 to the same spot on the map, but because they were late, they couldn't trade objectives appropriately afterwards.
Aframu did all he could. Tried to save his double lift. They're getting Bjergsen's computer restarted here as he came back to lane. The health of the minions were not falling for him, so quick restart and we'll get him back in and get that fixed up. Right now, positioning, we did just see that CLG was kind of towards the mid lane. They were working off of the replay we just saw where they took down double lift. But still, got a lot of work to do with what TSM has opened up on the rest of the map. Still, even overall, with the few kills we've seen towards Team Solo Mid, it's not really opened up too much for them to keep going forward. Dragon is still yet to be taken, about 14 minutes in. Players
about to
patiently
get back
waiting.
into the game.
Yep.
The other thing to mention is that with this lead, TSM should be able to get a lot of map control due to Santorin's hard farm early. He is first to sight zone. He beat Lee Sin to sight zone. And Smithy's having to buy regular green wards and pink wards in small quantities to try and keep up with the vision. So everybody on CLG now is purchasing wards to try and keep up with the amount of map control that TSM have right now. They need to be able to make a counterplay very quickly and try and stop the bleeding.
Click on Lustboy quickly. 17 chimes collected for him, so he's got a few upgrades to those meeps.
The major upgrades to keep track of, in my opinion, for Bard is 5, 15, and 55. So currently, because he's hit the 15 breakpoint, not only does his auto attack with a meep slow on hit, he also gets to have a max of 2 meeps chasing him. He saves those up, you're going to have a lot more damage and utility in the team fights.
Get that meep counter going. There's another stack for him as you see it come up. He uses those to go around and collect more chimes, and we actually have seen him on the roam. It's Lustboy anyways. Always out of lane. Doing what he needs. Double lift to farm safe, and that bottom lane once again looks like he actually is going to get some help from Aframu here.
Not the 2v2 that Double Lift and Aframu envisioned. Obviously the 5-man dive set Wild Turtle ahead in the CS by a little bit. But at this point, as Kobe was saying, it's kind of like a slow bleed for CLG. TSM just winning almost every matchup by a little bit. And if that collapses into a team fight, it's actually a 2,500 gold difference.
Something very telling for CLG, as Bjergsen goes in for another trade, is how they've really concentrated a whole bunch of these wards that they bought down around Dragon, really prepping for that. Pobelter likes to live on the edge. Again, still sitting at that... oh no, he picked up some magic resist for himself.
Great timing by Bjergsen's attacks there. As soon as Pobelter's throwing his soldiers, Bjergsen's in immediately, knowing the trade is his. Dragon's gonna go down here. First one coming in at 16 minutes. Team Solo Mid, a team that'll let those go, a team that'll be okay with grabbing them. This game, it's just theirs uncontested, so they are happy to have that advantage. Not pressuring themselves in anything too crazy though. I'm sure against Counter Logic Gaming, they're thinking the same thing could happen that happened against Cloud9. Get that lead, get too aggressive, and get flanked on your own engage.
It's actually a very big deal that Bjergsen was able to open up that window to take Dragon for TSM. The team with Sivir and LeBlanc, we keep on stating it. Every time we see this combo, the control of Fog of War and control of neutral objectives makes it very, very difficult for COG later in the game. It's really hard for them to try and face check and try and fight back to in a losing vision war. So if TSM, get that upper hand, it's going to be a rough climb for COG to come back. There's some global gold though for their efforts.
Yeah, it looks like TSM, because the Dragon was down, decided to swap back, but then COG very quickly took this turret. We mentioned the turrets have no added defenses, but it looks like COG is going to be able to defend this one, giving them a turret lead for now. Which you have to credit COG for.
Frozen Heart onto Zion Spartan first. It looks like he's going to have the Righteous Glory for himself. Again, the soldiers go out and Bjergsen goes in. Pobelter takes an unfair trade in that damage. Bjergsen gets out unscathed. Santorin with deep wards here, but he's found out by the Wisp. I'm not going to try to act on that too quickly here. TSM slowly working their way around the map here. They're not actually pressuring themselves to get too much. Not afraid that they're down a turret. Just playing it slow.
Yeah, it's a great feeling to be down a turret, yet still up in gold because of the early lead that they've accumulated. Dyrus down bottom by himself. Should be able to get some pressure while they see CLG focusing most of the people top. We got a recall though from Zion. We'll probably go try and collect that wave before it hits the turret. See if TSM can make any plays. Shoving up the wave to try and pressure Zion and then forcing him with the teleports.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned how COG is kind of going for the late game with the Azir, the Kalista, and the Maokai. And quite honestly, they're going to need it at this point.
Yep.
Being up a turret, still down in gold. Bjergsen's strength will be incredibly pivotal because it's basically a two-threat team for COG with Pobelter and Doublelift. If either one of those guys gets deleted by a LeBlanc combo, the fight's pretty much over at that point. A lot of it will really just do on COG's vision control on Fog of War, and whether or not they can target Bjergsen almost before the fight happens, or somehow remove him from assassination potential.
Yeah, it's Aframu and Zion Spartan are going to have to combo to keep Bjergsen down. Those two guys with the point and clicks. That's what you need against LeBlanc. She's very slippery. Once she pops her passive, very hard to keep track of and secure the kill. But if they can even just chunk Bjergsen out early on, lock him down with some point and click, then that is exactly what CLG want. Buy time for the Azir and Kalista to put up that DPS and control the battlefield with their ultimates.
Well, the 1-0-1 may give him the ability to do the same thing he did yesterday with that blind pick LeBlanc. Just needs a little bit more time to get going and the fights to happen.
It's actually pretty cool with TSM. You often get an early signal of when they want to make a move because Bjergsen will buy that elixir. He doesn't have it right now, so I actually don't expect them to, to force anything too soon.
Interesting.
Vote changers. They exist.
Well, they like winners, and TSM are currently in the lead.
There you go. It's a good thing to like. People like winning. Minute and a half on to Dragon. Could be a little more win for Team Solo Mid, or possibly even up by CLG if they're able to grab number 2. The one chain missing usually means that LeBlanc wants out until she can do it again. And the harass going back and forth from Bjergsen onto Pobelter. He hasn't really been able to fight back just yet, but we haven't really seen the damage he's going to do in these team fights. Abyssal Scepter, Morellonomicon finished to him to the Morellonomicon Void Staff by Bjergsen.
Yeah, I'd say our next crossroads, the next point in our decision tree where we'll see what choice CLG make is in a minute when that Dragon comes up. Because there is a top turret standing. They can very easily just give up Dragon number 2. Doesn't give that much of a benefit. Yes, they'd like that 6%, but they can easily trade it for the global gold of a top turret of TSM if they so choose.
Yeah. What's interesting, though, is TSM was able to take the turret down before the Dragon is respawned, so they might be able to recall and still 5-man fight. So yeah, COG would basically have to commit resources right now to pushing that lane up if they wanted to give up the second Dragon. At the moment, it almost looks like they're going for a turret, but they have to keep track of those mid lane health bars. The first time they were able to get a Dragon, it's because Bjergsen chunked out Pobelter. Again, Pobelter is low and out of health potions. Could just happen again.
Forced to back here. And Pobelter actually stays for now. He does finally finish his back in the base. Looks like he doesn't pick up too much for himself, but HP, some pots, and he's going to be back out into the fray soon. Enough time to still get back to Dragon, and we should see our first 5v5 here, gentlemen. Keeping an eye on Dyrus. Where is he at? In base, not going to have Narbar, so it may not be the big engage from him, actually.
Oh, poke damage onto Pobelter is the #1 priority. #2 is poke onto Doublelift, because Doublelift does have lifesteal, so he can go to a neutral camp and try and lifesteal it up. But the furthest one away there, the wolves are pretty far away, and that may be enough.
Q's on. Resonating strike is not taken. The no QQ.
So they made the choice to actually try and contest Dragon. That's the only reason for not pushing top and not trying to trade top turret for that. Yet, one move from Bjergsen, one combo of the poke from LeBlanc, able to earn them another objective.
So actually, watch TSM going up here. They're trying to pinch off CLG. Force them into this fight. What a hit. Very nice Cosmic Binding there to lock up Zion Spartan for a bit more damage.
Yeah, Bard actually has decent upfront damage as well, so that combined with LeBlanc just shows the poke-type damage that LeBlanc can put down. Although COG, they're tired of all this stuff. They're going for a bit of a force, wanting to fight in that Azir turret. Good damage!
Whoa, maybe they should. This is that let's just group and see what 5 can do. A huge burst from Bjergsen changes their mind for a second, but with that base outside now, with that Shurima's Legacy set up, they have a turret that they can defend with, and they don't have to go back fully here. They can keep pressuring. Here comes the next wave. If Pobelter can get up there and use his soldiers, he cannot. That turret stays alive.
That's why Sivir is the go-to pick here for TSM. Not only the team-oriented ultimate, but wave clear when you pick an assassin mid laner. It's amazing to pair an assassin mid laner with Sivir. Just for this reason, Static Shiv plus Sivir, wave is gone.
Looking at how the lanes have kind of gone since the laning phase has itself gone away. CS is about 20, maybe a discrepancy, 40 between the 80 carries that Wild Turtle was able to push into his lead. 5,000, or rather 4,000 gold lead has just come out of the laning phase.
It still remained relatively close, but that's because CLG hasn't decided to take many risks. Anytime TSM lands a little bit of poke, it would be a risky or low percentage fight for CLG to take, and they fall back here. Now TSM pushing up the mid lane.
Whoa, Bjergsen onto Pobelter, puts the Emperor's Divide in, but Bjergsen already has the flash he needs to get out. Goes down, however. CLG collapses nicely on the fight, and the journey across, it's going to be a 4-man journey. A Cosmic Binding against the wall, something you have to look out for. Lustboy locks it down, but the dredge line comes through from Alpha Moon. He locks it down even harder. The sapling will slow, but they will not pursue. Chronologic Gaming comes up nicely.
Look at them chase after that one. So Pobelter takes the first risk by exposing himself to knock him back. And now CLG with the man advantage trying to take all the little things they can. Going for blue.
Going for blue, but taking a lot of free damage in the process. Doublelift's going to be able to cut them off here. Santorin just on the other side. Possible tunnel under the wall. He hits up Doublelift in a bad spot. They've stayed way too long here.
Yes, flash.
Meganar, indeed, a double man ultimate against the wall. That's Doublelift going down. Xmithy's now going to get hit up, and CLG has overstayed their welcome. A quick safeguard out saves Xmithy. Dyrus is going to walk them home to make sure they get out semi-safely.
CLG not respecting the base damage of these tanks. Dyrus and Santorin still at full health. Yes, you took out the 2 main carries for TSM, but even so, full health tanks in the meta right now. This is why they're so powerful. Also, TSM, after those 2 kills, going to pick up the mid turret. Yes, in hindsight, staying and overcommitting for blue.
Very much.
Very, very poor there.
You just mentioned that. It's close because CLG was staying safe.
It's also close, or that fight was close, because
Yeah.
Lustboy landed about 4 double Cosmic Bindings in a row.
Yep.
He hit the double stun on about 4 consecutive Cosmic Bindings.
Lustboy made that chase incredibly difficult, and honestly, COG falling further and further behind right now. You can see the fighting spirit in them, Righteous Glory.
Oh man, they want to skirmish hard and turn these into full team fights. You can see everybody trailing up. Double Lift would have been a bit late, but he still would have made it in time. They are hot to fight right now.
Yeah, and the other thing that we need to mention in this game as well is the Zion Spartan versus Dyrus matchup. Dyrus has definitely held his own, and he has not been focused down, dove, any unfortunate things like that, and that's another reason his Mega Gnar was so threatening right there. It's a 200 plus CS Gnar 25 minutes into the game, and he was going to wreck people.
Yeah, he's
fights.
Frozen Mallet as well, so that's going to be a damaging Gnar if he can start locking you down in the fight, assisting with the rest of the team. 1:30 on to Dragon, as Baron becomes a bit of a dance for both teams before they get the wards they want and back off.
Yeah, TSM just have so many tools that are even better when playing from ahead as well.
Yeah.
They never really have to make those high-risk plays. They've got the tremor sense. They don't have to go blindly anywhere. Plus, Bard, as we've just seen, really thrives when being chased around like that. So if COG get a little overexcited, or they're trying to press a small window because they feel pressured, it's the perfect situation for Bard to just toy with people as they chase him through the jungle.
COD's trying to set up this mid lane siege once again.
Yeah.
Sivir in base, so no wave clear this time. They didn't sync up the rotation properly.
A top lane turret for them shortly after as well. This guy right on your screen, they're going to have to keep an eye on what lane he puts this banner of command he's finished on as well as we get later into the game. That's something we've seen. Oh, actually, it just went out.
Yep. Bannered. Ranged minion.
Well,
not even the can.
actually, something that CLG have done very well is control both side lanes. Both of them are pushing slowly in CLG favor. So they were able to take that mid turret without any sort of repercussion. Yes, this minion does not take magic damage. So
that's actually really unfortunate for Azir, because if a soldier's in range, the soldier will do the auto attack, and he can't actually do damage to it until the soldier dies. So Pobelter had to slap it to death very slowly.
Very slowly.
There's that side wave control.
Yeah. Getting it cleaned up. Couldn't stop it before it hit the turret. The CLG make sure to have that kind of pushing before they need to do anything about it themselves to take down that turret. They actually get Double Lift and Aframu to stick up there. Like Smithy and Zion Spartan creating somewhat of a wall over towards Baron and some wards for them to keep them safe. They should be able to back out of this pretty easily. Bloodthirster Hurricane now finished up for Double Lift as he's getting his farm on. 267 to 233 in that lane, so it's stayed consistent in that deficit since they've been out of lane. Last Whisper on Wild Turtle, as long as his 2 other items. And we saw how much it was trouble for TSM if he's not at the turret, so they cannot afford to fall out of position like that again if CLG's pushing.
Another thing to keep in mind is when Azir gets his items, it almost doesn't matter who he's hitting. He's going to kill them pretty quickly. With Void Staff, Abyssal, basically, Pobelter gets one more. If he can get his death cap and actually set up in a team fight, it won't matter how tanky Dyrus and Santorin are. It can shred the tank line. So COG, even with this 5,000 gold disadvantage, if they can somehow keep Pobelter safe, can still do a whole bunch of damage. That'll be the start of it.
Tempered Fates himself and Zion Spartan. Here comes the teleport in. Should be safe for now. Xmithy on the wrong side of the fight. Zion Spartan gets taken down as he twisted advances in one more time. Dyrus just trying to gnar out everybody backwards to stop the fight for Team Solo mid. CLG is putting themselves on the front line and in the back line perfectly to make sure Wild Turtle does not have targets, and then they're able to focus him down.
Pobelter with some big-time plays early on here. Bjergsen though once more.
Oh, he goes in. He's able to take down one. Aframu gets hit. Double Lift now onto Bjergsen. He's able to mimic it out. That mirror image giving him a bit of a mind trick. One last arrow. Can he throw it through? It's going to be Pobelter shifting the soldiers forward and picking up the kill. Santorin lives with a sliver of HP. Crazy stuff.
Wow, what a fight there. CLG found a fight where they can focus someone down before Bjergsen can enter it, and now Rek'Sai ulted back into base. There's no teleport from Dyrus. Zion teleports in. Maybe CLG parlays this into a Baron.
The DPS for CLG did survive. They're beating on it.
And Kalista has the Ren secure. So
on the way, though.
As long as they can get this to about 1,800 health without getting killed themselves, this Baron is CLG's.
Santorin doesn't look like he even wants to try for it.
Boom. CLG back in the game thanks to a tremendous fight from Pobelter.
Strong team fight play there from CLG. Protecting Pobelter and Doublelift. Pretty much freely auto-attacking both of these guys for the entirety of the fight. There's the stall from Lustboy to try and buy time for Dyrus.
I have to question the placement of that Bard ultimate. If he throws it on the squishes of CLG, it's not the Maokai that's going to kill him. Azir able to set up for after the Zhonya's effect wears out. Pobelter gets super aggressive coming in. Bjergsen gets blocked by the Emperor's Divide on his first assassination attempt, which then is able to extend this fight more for CLG. And a beautiful flash hook there at the end for Aphromoo to get Sivir. But Bjergsen still picked up something
the
else.
continuation of this fight where Bjergsen goes in to try and finish off a couple people. Makes a slight misstep there, and Doublelift is able to punish him. Almost able to juke him here as he goes back to the W, but Pobelter will cut him off.
Went to auto-attack that minion on accident. Definitely cut some of his speed. Unfortunate. Team solo mid again towards the late game. Falter just a little bit while having a lead.
As we said, this was going to be CLG's focus the entire time from champion select. They're working towards that late game, looking to use that zone control of Azir and their strong tank line to control the team fights. Now they're grouping up with Baron buff, trying to knock down outer turret.
This outer turret should not be long for the world, especially with a few of the soldiers being used to burst it down. Sounds weird when you say that to a turret. 158 on the clock for Dragon. And it looks like Counterlogic Gaming is starting to get the positioning they want. They did not let the early game shunt their mentality at all. They're still going strong.
The Dragon will be incredibly important, but honestly, with the Baron up right now and a potential front line to stop Bjergsen flank, CLG really looking for a big opportunity here. How much damage can they safely get on this turret?
Sivir, at this moment, is godsend. Being able to clear these Baron up waves.
Also with the static shiv, making sure they can, since they were going to be getting pushed into the turret, they figured.
Pobelter also with one of those elixirs of brilliance. Really got to watch out.
Something fascinating so far this split about TSM has been their priority on Dragon. Last split, they almost always gave up the first Dragon, were able to come back for it, still win games. In the Cloud9 game, TSM took the first 5 Dragons, could not close out a victory. This game, they're up the first 3 Dragons, but they're misstepping in the middle of the game and giving up some of their leads. Now they're on a bit of the back foot.
Oh, could be an ultimate. Eyes still on Dyrus. He's able to throw Zion Spartan back. It's still tanky, and that's going to give the team enough time. That's Doublelift and Smithy in the Bard out. Doublelift can still start to kite back. Pobelter was just on the outside, but it's a triple kill for Bjergsen. The team was able to start kiting and make it happen. It is going to be Lustboy going down as Doublelift and Pobelter now run for the hills. Bjergsen should be able to close the gap as he's going the long way around. He will get the cut. Doublelift will get hit, but they focus Pobelter so they can clean up both of them. That's the mirror image. He's going to be able to get back in for the double kill, and TSM now capitalizes on a CLG error.
Gonna wait for the replay, but I think that flash Cosmic Binding from Lustboy onto Pobelter and Doublelift together.
Lustboy did so much in that fight. First, the Bard ult to shut down Doublelift. After they pushed Maokai into the turret with Gnar, it just set up everything else for the rest of TSM. So Bard's debut in the NALCS has been a pretty good one. Not only does that prevent CLG from pushing mid lane, it also exposes a turret for TSM and gives them their 4th Dragon.
This is the Bard game Krepo was dreaming of.
From the last ultimate that we saw, it almost seemed that, you know, the ultimates haven't been used enough or figured out where to be used perfectly in the fight. But it just seemed like a misclick last time. Lustboy knows exactly where to be placing the Tempered Fate, and it comes up very big for Team Solo Mid. They're a 6,000 gold lead just about as Dragon number 4 comes along. And that puts a lot of pressure on for Dragon number 5 even. TSM really has something to work with now.
It sure does. Team fighting has decided this game.
Yeah.
CLG with 1 victory, able to take that Baron. But man, let's take a look at Lustboy here. I'm only watching him.
This was so interesting. I mean, I'm not sure why Zion Spartan decided to jump on Dyrus, but then this specific Bard ult, stopping Doublelift and Smithy while the tanks are in the turret, save TSM, and then watch for the Cosmic Binding.
There it is, the Flash Cosmic Binding onto the 2 priority targets, locking both of them up, buying TSM time to take out the tanks.
Whew. Knowing exactly what he was doing. Not afraid to go down as well, puts himself on a magical journey to death, just so his team can pick up more kills.
work that the turret did as well is not to be understated. You point out the turret damage. That inhibitor turret was firing for half of the team fight, onto both of the tanks at one time or another. So the TSM turret right there also did quite a substantial amount of work, and Dyrus able to get that Gnar ultimate, throwing Zion in there, is what saved him.
Well, guys, we got a barn burner. See what happens for the rest of the game. Coming up onto 40 minutes. It's not going to even be that long, I believe. We only have about 4 before that dragon hits. And TSM is going to be wanting to stop this game.
Ludens and Deathcap being completed on LeBlanc just increased the level of threat. There's still no magic resist on Double Lift. If a combo is to be landed by Bjergsen, it has the potential to one-shot at this point.
Yeah, I gotta think that every one of Afromu's ultimates, unless they catch somebody isolated, is gonna go straight for Bjergsen. Even if they force Bjergsen to use one W away from the team, that buys them some amount of time. One cooldown rotation.
CLG keeps going back to this play again and again, and I do like it because it's where they found their one team fight win, but it's up the mid lane, set up the Azir turret, try and push. That's the worst it's worked out so far. They expect them to be rotating down. They're trying to flank.
Nice little ambush set up. They didn't quite time a Righteous Glory with the exposure from Fog of War. So they didn't really have that jump start to the ambush.
The unfortunate thing is you don't get many of those options. The team will now know. This is the first time TSM has been back over here in a bit, so they're going to be able to set up everything to stop that from happening again.
And the opportunity cost of that ambush was the fact that they didn't clear the bottom lane. So they lose a turret for that, and they also lose more control on the upcoming Baron, which is now just 10 seconds away. And look at the lack of wards that COG has in the jungle and the Baron area.
Yeah.
Still a few to spot them on the outside, but TSM has a lot of setup on these.
Could easily
Running
lose
blind into this fed LeBlanc.
Scary game.
Was it enough? Dyrus half a bar in. Would like to get a few more shots in. Quickly goes up to about 75%. Double lift and Zion Spartan. Oh, too early of a Gnar ultimate. The Emperor's Divide pushes them back just a second too early by Dyrus as he flashed in.
All right, they do have control of the map, though.
Yeah, initiation that they have to keep controlling this.
Such a close fight there. Obviously, Bardock comes in.
Teleporting in.
Zion's healthy. Scrying Orb on top of Baron.
Home guard tree, he heads in. That's easily the smite. Going over to Santorin, onto Zion Spartan. And it looks like TSM's going to be able to figure out which target they want. Now, who wants to take the magical journey? A Cosmic Binding only hits Smithy. Santorin's into the back line. That's going to be Afromu going down very fast. Pobelter is low, and he gets popped by the Ignite coming in from Bjergsen, who's full health after this fight. Like I said, they had all the chance to focus who they wanted, and they just piled on everybody in front of them.
Once again, CLG with the better start to the season, come in with a whole bunch of momentum, but TSM control the rivalry.
It's the same thing that happened to CLG we talked about before. As soon as they hit the TSM roadblock, they could not stop the slide, and it hopefully won't happen again for them, for the CLG fans. TSM on the Nexus, 40 minutes into this one, 17-7, Team Solo Mid, takedown Counter Logic Gaming.
Gotta feel good for TSM after dropping the first game of the split to Cloud9.
Yeah.
They're able to take down the last undefeated team in the LCS in CLG. Everybody's a little bit wounded now.
Yeah,
here
that's
in the North
true.
American LCS, and honestly, Lust Boys Bard this game was really,
outstanding,
really strong. Some small missteps in the mid game, getting picked off by CLG, but then they turned that fight around at the Dragon, or at the inhibitor turret, controlled the Dragon, and ultimately the game.
Yeah, what you remember are the game-changing plays.
Nope. You got to look.
Wash away all the early game.
You got to look at how that was played, especially Lustboy didn't even finish Talisman of Ascension. He's got a banner command. The guy was making plays all game long. Things that kept Team Solo Mid in the game on dives they were losing. Absolutely great play. You guys are correct. Bjergsen as well, blind picking the LeBlanc. Once again, coming out 8-2-6 on that one.
Yeah, Pobelter's Azir was impressive as well. Being able to go head-to-head against the LeBlanc, showing that matchup's volatility and the outplay potential that Azir has onto LeBlanc, and then also finding that one really critical team fight in the mid lane that really did give CLG a legitimate shot at winning.
Yeah, he didn't die in lane. He got a tremendous amount of damage onto the mid lane turret as well, softening it up.
He'll get another chance for revenge. He just wants it even more now. Great play coming out of the side of Team Solo Mid, all around the map. Efficiency in Dyrus's lane where it wasn't seen before, of him playing safer, being more tempered in his moves, as well as he said, when he calls for it, he would get the help of Santorin. And Santorin was down there frequently this game to make sure Dyrus did not fall behind. Smithy picking up the Lee Sin, also trying to do what he can for the game, but was not able to come out strong enough. Santorin out-farmed and outplayed.
Smithy, a pretty big non-factor on Lee Sin, trying to create some early game pressure. Lee Sin into Rek'Sai is not a good matchup, and he also wasn't able to find fights away from the Rek'Sai either. Really just almost invisible on the map this game for Lee Sin.
So if CLG could have done kind of something else in the middle of the game there, like you said, you liked what they were doing, pushing up mid, and it kind of seems like all they had, but could they have branched out and tried something different at that point?
I think what was missing for me was more aggression from the Kalista and the Lee Sin. Those are two champions that we thought were going to be. We keep saying they're scary because of the possibilities that they have for kill pressure early on in the game, but it wasn't there. And TSM, you know, game goes slow. Santorin gets the farm as he wants to, then they're going to outscale.
Yeah, we saw TSM pulling this like 2,000 and 3,000 gold advantage, and that was the early laning of the Blanc, which is Zir, which is somewhat of a given. The fact that Dyrus had level 2 before Zion Spartan did on Gnar versus Maokai, so he had the advantage. So therefore, the advantage should be the 2v2 lane for Doublelift's Kalista and Xsmithy's Lee Sin. He actually probably should have been going to that two-man lane, trying to force ganks, because that was CLG's chance of an advantage in that game, even if it's kind of against the style they want to go towards. That was the correct play in this early game. CLG didn't execute on it and still had a chance to win, but they ultimately fell to TSM.
So 11-8 now overall, with 15-9, including playoffs from the head-to-head of those teams. TSM with 15, CLG with the 9. So there's definitely something that CLG wants to get back soon. They have another chance coming in the split. However, this win goes to Team Solo Mid. We're going to send it over to Zyrene at the Telestrator to help us break down Team Solo Mid's win.
Thank you very much, Riv. And that game definitely lived up to the hype there with CLG versus TSM. And I'm here to break down a play that happened in the mid game, which is actually a little bit CLG favored. It's where TSM didn't get the most favorable of engages here. And you're going to see as we start rolling this clip out, Lustboy, and we're going to have a vision toggle here. You can see on the minimap, they don't have full knowledge of where Doublelift is at this moment. And he's going to come over and pause it right here. He didn't see that Doublelift was in this area at all because of the way that their wards are placed on the minimap. And this is going to set up Lustboy, because you're thinking, why is he right here? And why is he going to go here? There's no reason to go here when you see Zion Spartan was in this area and Pobelter was here. And they also saw Lee Sin and Maokai on this side. So he wants to get a ward here to set up a TP play from Dyrus, who's been pushing bottom. So what's going to happen is Lustboy goes into panic mode. Luckily, he's barred. He gets to go through the magical journey. He gets to set up and engage, and Dyrus gets to TP into the fight anyway. So as we continue to roll the clip out here, you're going to see exactly that happen. Throws it up. Golden Age? Maybe. But this is what happens. The ultimate comes down, TP comes in, but this gives Pobelter the opportunity, and I talked about it earlier in the day, that Azir needs prep time. You need to get your soldiers out. Well, Pobelter gets to sit here, camping Lustboy's body in the fight, just spitting out soldiers in one position that is not contested. Because the damage dealers are grouped together on CLG. They're not going to have any threat on them, because the threat from TSM's perspective is actually going to be Zion Spartan in here. So Bjergsen's going to come in from the side. He's going to blow everything on Zion Spartan. They want to get him off the field as fast as possible. So when they start doing that, it's going to leave their damage dealers open, and Wild Turtle eventually goes down after this fight as we continue to roll it out. Perfect prep there from Pobelter, just throwing damage out. Look at how uncontested Doublelift and Pobelter are this entire fight. They get to jump around. Doublelift gets to go into the face of Santorin there. And Bjergsen, his damage output is really just skittering around the fight, playing around little windows where he can jump in, blow people up, and then jump out, which he didn't get a lot of this fight. And that fight actually trails off into a really nice skirmish afterwards, where everybody's kind of low, overstays a little bit, and there are some misplays, but we don't have the rest of that for you here today, because that was the bulk of that play and that engage. But now we're going to hand it off to the desk with Dash, who's got an interview ready for us.
Thank you, Zyrene. I'm joined by Bjergsen, Lustboy, and Loco Doko after a very solid win. These games never seem to disappoint when you guys go up against CLG. They're plenty back and forth. So first to you, Bjergsen, as one of the longer standing members of the team and this rivalry at this point with all the newcomers. Talk to me about once again being able to, put the nail in the coffin over CLG there in one of these games.
It feels really, really good. Like I said yesterday, we scrimmed against CLG a lot, and they honestly looked like the strongest teams out of all the teams we scrimmed. And every single one of their performances in this yesterday and last week, they've just looked so consistent and they've looked so strong. So I was pretty nervous going into this game because CLG just looked really solid, and it looked like it was really hard to really break them. So it felt good to be able to do that.
Well, right. When we look at CLG, this split, we see them as a very strong team. So, Loco, to you, the fact that they've started off the split so well, you guys had somewhat of a rocky start with your very first game against C9. Having been able to beat CLG here must feel pretty good in terms of the evolution and the building up of this the team through the summer split.
I mean, it feels great. Our mid-game looked shaky in the game versus TIP and C9, and CLG's mid-game looked really strong in the games they had. So I was a bit worried, but our boys really played well. Lustboy and Bjergsen played extremely well in team fights, and they were able to carry the fight through.
Well, let's turn to Lustboy here now. Fantastic Bard play. We've seen you play that champion before, but most people, after seeing it left up there, would have assumed that Aframu took it. You took it instead and made some pretty humongous plays. Was this planned from the beginning to leave it up and take it away?
처음부터 오늘 바드 할 수 있는 상황이 나오면 픽할 계획을 가지고 있었고 딱 마침 바드 픽하기 좋은 각이 나와서 바드를 픽하게 되었다.
Lust says we had it planned to pick Bard if the situation was right for it. Bard is a really hyped champion, so the crowd cheers every time. So we didn't pick it randomly; it was planned, and the situation came up, so we picked it.
We saw some incredible flash cosmic bindings there that really turned the game around when we moved into that mid game where, Loco, you were talking about CLG normally performs pretty well. There was one stumble for TSM where CLG managed to take a Baron off it and didn't look good for you guys, Bjergsen. What was communication like there in terms of getting yourselves righted as a ship and, getting back into the groove of things and finally turning that fight in the mid lane?
I think we just all felt like we had a hiccup, we made a mistake, but still overall we have been playing well that game and everyone felt confident in our comp later in the game. We had Sivir came out untouched in the early game and she just scales extremely well in the team fights with the speed and the overall damage output. So we felt like our comp was going to outscale. Sure, they got a Baron, but we can stall it out and they're going to have a hard time sieging.
Now, Lustboy, you were pretty instrumental in turning that fight as you had the flash over and you cosmic binding the Kalista and the Azir together. Big plays like that provide a lot of hype to the team, but how do you manage to keep your cool because there was still another 10 minutes of gameplay to follow that?
일단 솔로큐에서 바드를 한 지금 100판 넘게 플레이했고 딱 그 큐 플래시 각이 나와서 큐 플래시를 했고 딱히 팀이 팔로우할 수 있는 각인지는 생각하지 않았지만 바드 스턴이 너무 길기 때문에 팀이 충분히 팔로우할 수 있을 거라고 믿고 그냥 그 플레이를 만들었어요.
He played over 100 games of Bard and solo queue, so he's pretty confident about his queues. And he saw the opportunity and he went for it. He wasn't sure if the team could follow up because there was a lot of distance created by flashing and queuing, but he went for it because it was a really good opportunity to go for it.
All right, well, and it absolutely did pay off. Bjergsen, a more micro question here. Yesterday, you played LeBlanc into Azir. You find yourself in that matchup again today against Pobelter, and I just want to bring that up because this matchup, when we were looking at it, was going to be a big one. TSM, a pretty mid lane centric team. CLG was looking to attack that mid lane a little bit. You didn't seem to have as easy of a time with the LeBlanc Azir matchup today as you did yesterday.
I think in the majority of the lane, I had a pretty solid lead, like 20-30 CS, and then I made one mistake of trying to roam bot lane while Pobelter was backing, and as I stepped on a pink ward and cleared that instead, I lost a lot of tempo since he backed, and he got the Morello, so I was still stuck on the Phoenix Codex. So at that point, he was just a lot stronger than me, and that's why he really got the lane control. So if I had played it better, I had backed around the same time, I would have more gold, and I could keep that control in lane. So Pobelter just took advantage of my mistake, and he did that very well.
Very solid play from him in that regard. Now back to you, Loco. When we look at the TSM CLG rivalry and the overall record, now moving to 15-9 when we include playoff games in favor of TSM, you guys have gotten the better of them
the last few times. What do you attribute that most to? Because it always seems like CLG looks incredibly strong going into the match, but they fall short when they come up against you guys.
Well, I mean, I would probably say our players. I think we have the most talented players in NALCS. Bjergsen and Lustboy by far the best players in their roles. Centurion really good. Turtle Dyrus also really good. And our structure got better this season because we had one of our analysts, Parse, move into the house. So I would like to say our structure is better than theirs. I know they have a new coach and all that, but I feel really confident in our structure and our players.
Well, Lustboy, talking about the structure, how do you as a player feel that the structure, the team, the support staff that you have around you has helped you develop as an individual and as a team?
Very good, very good.
Well, very good is good. Bjergsen, anything to add with that when it comes to the support that is lent to you guys through the management and the coaches?
I think we've just been constantly improving overall. Since Loco joined, I think, almost a year ago, we've just really learned how the players should mesh with Loco and how Loco should mesh with the team and really how we should be towards each other. And I think that adding Parth in the house and also having our analyst Dylan online, it really helps out that we have pretty much every single side covered. As soon as they realize a mistake, like our mid game it wasn't as good as it could have been against TIP, instantly they go back. They do a lot of prep work where they show us how we should go through this, what exactly should we do in the mid game with these kind of comps that we're playing. And today it showed our mid game was a lot better, and I can't credit that to anyone but our coaching staff.
Well, the structure is breeding excellence, no doubt. Once again, congratulations to all of you and the rest of the team on the win today. We are going to take a 3.5-minute break before diving into Game 4 with TDK and Enemy Esports taking center stage. Here we're going to get a look at Team Dragon Knights and Enemy arriving just a short time ago. Now, they've faced off in the Challenger Series, but this is the first time they'll do battle on the LCS stage. So a big game for both of them to prove their worth and their value in the LCS. Don't go anywhere. The action continues after this.
It's just, this game is do not lose out of lane phase. If we group as 5, we are going to destroy them, okay?
Alright, good luck guys, and keep up the shot calling for mid game and prioritize the lead.
Oh, they are on a double lift. Santorin flashes in for the knock-up Aframu. He's just getting tossed every which way and will finally go down.
Ballista, I'm on my way. Nice.
Exmitting.
Okay, Afro.
K-Pro. You guys got him.
I'm coming for Afro.
Nice.
They're TPing.
On the TP.
Nar. I have to splash out.
Nar.
He's rooted.
Watch it. Watch LeBron.
Sivir. I'm burying. Sivir.
Pobelter was just on the outside, but it's a triple kill for Bjergsen. The team was able to start kiting and make it happen. Santorin's into the back line. That's going to be Aframu going down very fast. Pobelter is low, and he gets popped by the Ignite. Team solo mid takedown counter Logic Gaming.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American LCS. I'm David Freak Turley, and taking over the caster desk with me for our last 2 games is Sam Cozy.
Taking over, I've been here, Freak.
Yeah, you're right.
Where were
Sorry,
you at?
I'm taking over for both Jat and Rivington. I gotta say, upgrade, right?
Yeah, easy.
Nice, he's on my side with this one. We're on to our 4th match of the day. It's Team Dragon Knights versus Enemy Esports. And now overnight, there was a roster change for TDK. That means their starting support, or intended starting support, Smoothie, is back and ready for action.
Yeah, one more piece in the puzzle. Great news for TDK, you know, because they were talking about how they're putting the priority on practicing with those starters rather than practicing with the substitutes and, you know, trying to play patchwork and win some games with the subs. But this is just one guy. They still are missing 2 crucial pieces. So we'll see how the substitutes plus now Smoothie in there can do this time around.
Yeah, TDK had decent early games before, so we'll see what this does change for as far as the laning phase, maybe the mid game is concerned. Of course, Smoothie's first LCS game comes against Enemy Esports. This is a team he's had a lot of experience playing against, of course, from the Challenger Series. These two used to face off occasionally. This is, after all, a repeat of the Challenger Series finals, in fact, that went to Enemy Esports 3-1.
Yeah, and Enemy could use a pick-me-up after that loss yesterday. It was a little bit lopsided in the game versus Team Liquid just because of that one early gameplay that happened. The 4-man dive on Quas got turned around. 3 kills that early in the game, really hard to come back from. But actually, honestly, the problems began even before that. You know, in Champion Select, they had quite a few missteps and some questionable moves in that pick and ban phase. And we'll have to see if they can improve that this time around, because that is something that is very easily fixable and they can take time to review.
I think the big one I remember from that one was the Team 8 game from last split where they gave CLG like all the champions and they tweeted out, never going to happen again. Hopefully Enemy Esports do the same thing and never do this again. Either way, Enemy's jungler Trashy has had the opportunity to face against Kez numerous times, and he says he's gotten to see firsthand Kez's improvement.
Actually have a kind of fun relationship with Kez, even though we don't really talk and probably don't really know each other. When I was back in Europe, we played relegation here in North America, and we practiced against his former team. I think it was Complexity. And when we played them, I thought he was really bad. But recently when we played him in Challenger and in solo queue and stuff, I think he's doing very well right now. He has improved a lot since then. And I think he is definitely a guy we have to look out for if we want to win against TDK.
Yeah, definitely improvement, I think, is a very big storyline for both these teams and all the 10 players here right now. Right now, both these teams sitting on, unfortunately, pretty poor records. And, you know, they do need to keep improving as the LCS goes on. The 2 newcomer teams, of course, you wouldn't expect much other than that.
Yeah. Plus the substitute players that are still in, Bishu and Latman, both get another chance to make a name for themselves on the big stage, you know, attract some other sponsors, you know, other teams that may be looking to pick people up for the Challenger Leagues.
Sure, absolutely. And we've even seen LCS teams willing to pick up multiple starters, as CLG intended to do with their duo mid laners. So we'll see what happens with the rest of these players. But either way, we're going to check out the starting lineups. And on the blue side is Team Dragon Knights. Seraph in the top lane, Kez in the jungle, Bishu in mid, Latman on AD carry, and Smoothie on support.
And on the red side, it's Enemy Esports. Up top is Flares in the jungle, Trashy, mid Inox, AD carry Otter, and support Body Drop.
All right, so even though the dual lane of TDK, of course, changed up this game with Smoothie joining, I hear they did scrim with that duo lane together a couple of times, and they said it was an improvement over the Latman Baby duo lane. So even though it's again shaking things up, TDK thinks this will fare better for the 5 of them. And we are going to get ourselves into Champion Select. TDK on blue, Enemy on red, and in a little bit, Seraph will do the first ban, and we will show you guys just what's happening in that screen.
All right, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Enemy do not want to play against Rise.
Yeah.
Ban that one away. Never again. Rise only once.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Rise has happened way more than once so far in both
true.
the North American and European LCSs. So he's lost occasionally. Both Cloud9 and Gambit have lost with Rise. So sometimes it works out, the whole plan. But either way, Kez is going to lose. Actually, sorry, Seraph's going to lose his Nidalee. I don't know why I thought it was going to go to Kez. Obvious ban there. Flair's not going to get his Hacker Rib. So far, bans you kind of expect as we go through the next couple.
Yeah, basically, you know, highlights for each player. Very player-centric. Still sort of Inox definitely really has taken to the AP Kog'Maw mid. Definitely one of his favorites.
Yeah, very true.
Accident still available for him.
And last time around, I believe he went for Varus when Kog'Maw wasn't there, and unfortunately for Enemy Esports, they did not go as well as they would have hoped. FLICKR was allowed his Aurelia last game, and it went pretty well. Well, no, it didn't go very well because they lost level 1, but we'll see if that champion pulls respect again. Now there's the Varus ban, so 2 bans at Inox's big poke champions, though also assassins like Kassadin are still up.
Well, let's see what TDK decide to first pick here, because all junglers have been let through. So that leaves top lane carry for Seraph. Ryze is already off the table. Nidalee's off the table. Rumble is a huge force towards that mid game. Can win a team fight pretty much by himself. And that's the kind of champion that Seraph really wants to use nowadays.
Absolutely.
He's all about trying to carry the team from the top side.
Yeah, and it used to be doing things like split push Nidalee or like really good Lissandra TP flanks, but yeah, Rumble a bit more of the direct approach here. It's definitely a player I think can carry, though what it's worth, we've seen Aurelia into Rumble be a very strong matchup for the Aurelia. We've seen Cali Trolls do a great job of punishing that matchup. And I don't know, to me that's what I feel like FLICKR would do, and it's his style as well for Enemy just to find one of those lanes to start hard carrying from. True. And actually just picks the lane to go into.
Not Corki for oh no, this is Otter side. Yeah. Latman's the one who keeps on picking Corki over and over. But yes, Otter will get another chance on one of these very mobile AD carries. Preferring Vayne, now opting for the Kalista. We've talked about how strong a lane she can be when comboed with basically any of the supports that are still left up.
Yeah, absolutely. His body drop's favorite so far has been Morgana, a champion that very few others have picked up throughout the LCS so far. So could be an easily acquired lane for Enemy, and they would be actually quite strong for the two of them. TDK have plenty of room to make their choices, of course. Mid laners fairly untouched at this point. Also, any other junglers up, and it's Sejuani for Kez.
All right, the famed combo, Ice and Fire here. Sejuani and Rumble. That's a team fight victory if you can get your enemies grouped up. Enemy, though, themselves, speaking of which, they were criticized for not taking these power picks. They started out with 2 power picks right off the bat.
Yeah.
Gragas in the jungle, Kalista in the bottom lane. So they're going for, well, it's probably not going to be doubled up on AD carries with Vayne and Kalista.
Yeah,
I've really synergized very well.
I mean, maybe like top lane Vayne beats up Rumble, but I feel like it's pretty unlikely. You know, one thing I'm sad about, though, with how popular Rumble Sejuani is, people aren't comboing Sona with it for the Song of Ice and Fire. I just feel like it's a reference waiting to happen.
Missed opportunity.
I know, every single time. They just pick a different support, and it's just silly. Either way, last few picks for Enemy Esports, they are going to save the mid lane pick for last. It seems like everyone got well excited for Bard once it got picked earlier today. I don't understand.
They've seen it. It's old news, freak. We saw it.
All right, yeah,
we already
whatever.
saw Bard. Nobody cares.
There you go, guys. And Bard is... Inox holds his hands up. I have picked Bard. Are you not entertained, North American fans? Bard in here for body drop alongside Kalista. The Aurelia top lane does come through for flares, and instantly Ashe Orianna for TDK.
The novelty factor is worn up very quickly for Bard, the Bard support. But Ashe, very strong. We've been over that many times. Is good against Kalista because she has very strong stand-up, just point-and-click auto-attack damage for the trades. Very difficult to outplay her basic kit with jumps. Now the arrow, that's another whole nother beast.
Well, that's actually a good thing for Kalista. I think Ashe into Kalista is a very weak matchup. The slows don't affect her jumps, and if she's going to toss a stun out there, the support just face tanks it and gets fates called out. I actually am a little bit concerned for the laning phase or the playmaking of the TDK AD carry until you get to team fight phase where you have double the ice and still the one serving of fire.
Well, it's definitely all about team fight here for TDK with the Orianna being thrown on top. If they can wombo that combo, then they can win team fight. Very simple strategy here.
Yeah, I feel like I know exactly what TDK wants to do, with a Lantern to help keep the Ashe safe. Now the last pick comes through for Inox. It's going to be LeBlanc here in the mid lane. So LeBlanc versus Orianna, the opted into matchup with the poke mids out. And that's going to be the full lineup here. We talked about TDK being wombo combo. Enemy Esports a lot more individualistic, though they have some cool plays they can make, of course, with those Bard ultis. All right, looks like everyone swapped everything where they wanted it to be. I think there's no big crazy flex picks here. It's not jungle Bard, support Gragas. Sorry, guys. And TDK looking for their first win on the board. Now they've got one more of their starters here. Enemy Esports looking to tie up their overall record to 2-2.
Yeah, Enemy also probably going to look to split this squad up. Gragas going to help out with that with the ultimate, but yeah, basically separate here. We'll see if Enemy can get a split push going with that Aurelia. Hinges on that early laning phase. Can he get a lead versus the Rumble? If so, we've seen what happens.
Yeah.
Cali actually did a really good job of versus Team Liquid, getting that Aurelia ahead early and then transitioning it into split push power.
FLICKR himself also had a very similar game on that one that they couldn't quite close out as well. So we'll see if that can happen one more time with the end game going a bit better. For now, the game's about to get started, so start sending your votes. Tweet at LOL Esports, either hashtag TDK win, hashtag NME win. Let us know who you think's going to win this game. And we will get ourselves into it very shortly here. TDK looking for their first win. This should be, to their predictions, their last game with substitutes, as they expect their mid laner AD carry to come on back. Enemy Esports still full steam ahead, looking to get to 2-2.
All right, let's get on the Rift and see if they can make it happen here.
Big thing to watch for Enemy Esports is their level 1s. We've seen a catastrophic one yesterday up against Team Liquid. We'll see if they play afraid of the repercussions.
Maybe
Bishu winning the early trade.
A little bit less inclined to go for tower dives, maybe. Pretty much, yeah, standard lane, safe start here for both squads. Defensive wards coming out.
Body winning in gold.
Yeah, getting the advantage there.
30 seconds until minions.
Used all of his stacks, though. Backs off from the trade.
Now, one thing I do think is interesting is the wonderful multiple uses of Bard's ultimate. The difficulty, though, is that there's so many forms of follow-up engage for TDK. Like, if he were to ult his team after getting Sedge ulted or something, you just place the ball and then shockwave them right when they come out. So I don't know if you can reliably use defensive Bard ults to, like, dodge damage.
Yeah, you don't want to use that on your team when you're facing an AoE combo squad like TDK. Anytime that a member of enemy has to stand still is going to be bad news for them. All these champions rely on mobility, isolated skirmishing. That's where they thrive. Inox on the assassin. Otter going to try and skirt the fight. We'll see how Flares does, because it looks like he's going to start out with that camp. Just do the Raptors, get a level advantage. Same thing for the duo lane. They're going to get a level advantage here, try and do Gromp. It will be matched by the Krugs from TDK. The one thing here, let's see if Seraph can shove the minions quick enough to get them into the turret. He's grouped them up right now. This is the counterplay to the enemy trying to start a jungle camp and get that early level 2 against you. By shoving them into the turret, he gets to deny them. And it looks like he'll be on fairly even footing, even when Flares is able to teleport back in. So strong move there from Seraph. Got a wave, and it's able to reset before either of them return. Looks like he's going to grab some extra protection for himself with the ward, as well as stock up on regeneration for lane phase.
Yeah, it's interesting to note, you do get slightly more experience for being the one who jungles in that case, but Seraph, even though he missed one of the caster minions, walks away with more gold. So he's got consumables to the very slight XP advantage of Flares. We'll see if that means much of anything as it pans out. Looks like a ward is already going to be put down in that northern river for Seraph to stay safe, in case Trashy does come to gank up there.
Yep, actually both sides there. Bisho as well, warding that top side of the river, because they figured that there was a bottom side start. However, Gragas did not start bottom. He ends bottom, and we'll see what Trashy can pull off. Gragas, after getting the double buffs, can just continue to roam around. Even though he ends the double buffs around half health, because of his passive, usually just spend his time taking crabs, roaming up and down the river. He'll get right back up to full health before his looking to go for one of those ganks, and that's why he has those really strong level 3 ganks that we see so often from him.
Looks like Trashy got pinged actually by TDK. Like, they just pinged the location of the flag board. They didn't actually see him. They just, I think, guessed where he might be, and they were correct about that one. So no gank actually comes through for Trashy. A little bit of time lost by him. Meanwhile, Kez, of course, is still farming his own jungle on a very slow path. He finishes the Rangers Trailblazer and then goes for his blue buff.
You actually don't need blue buff on first clear. I like leaving, if you're committing to a hard farm route, I like leaving one of your buffs up, clearing all of the small camps and just one of your buffs. You go back with plenty of money to get wards on top of your upgrade, and you will have a substantial experience advantage because then you can go through another full clear of your jungle. He stops off and does get crab first, but that is basically my ideal hard farming.
Nice. Yeah, he even gets a full blue buff now for the secondary jungle clear, so I agree. This is actually pretty good. Kez should be set up to gain a whole lot of gold and XP. He's going to probably remain above in terms of farm, but actually goes into invade on Trashy, puts a ward down, gets pushed right back out, but you can see there's a level lead.
Well, and Gragas, even down a level, happy to take a 1v1 with Sedge. Gets the first attack in as well and chases him off. Won't really affect either lane, though. A lot of defensive wards put up there by Kez since he visited the top side, dropping off his pink as well. Looks like Trashy is going to be able to snag that early, though, so high value there from Trashy. Chasing him out of the jungle and being able to claim that pink ward takes away a lot of that cash discrepancy.
Yeah. Well, right now the jungler, one holding near mid, one holding near the top lane. To talk about that top lane matchup, though, Seraph, though he's down slightly in minions, has actually burned through all of Flair's health potions, and Teleport's still a minute away from cooldown. So a very awkward recall forced onto Flair's. Kez being around the corner means he's got to just sacrifice a wave or two.
W to kill the range minions. Does get the flash from Bishu without actually connecting, but just the presence of Trashy.
Ooh. Good hook, good flay, but Ashe, not the best follow-up champion, can only do so much. Gets hit back up by Otter, and enemy nearly wins the trade.
Yeah, no damage from TDK went towards the AD carry there, so Kalista actually happy that Bard took the brunt of it, even though Bard did go with him 1 mana potions rather than all health or biscuits. See what Trashy can do to capitalize. Jungle invade here.
Well,
he's got Inox at his back as well.
And he's going to spot Kez. Kez does have flash. Bishu doesn't in case they find him, but he slinks right on down to the bottom side of the screen. A lot of pings again from the blue team. Looks like they are aware.
Well, Inox leaves lane.
Yeah.
So they're very curious.
Oh, wow. Jumps right on in. Does not even look for the chain right now. They're just trying to steal some Krugs away, but TDK's dual lane is right there. Maybe a bit of fear in the minds of everybody.
A lot of alone time for Bishu in the mid lane. Very happy to be able to catch up, take some minions uncontested for himself. And it actually didn't cost TDK anything. Because Kez was so safe with his roam down bottom around to the Krugs, Kez doesn't actually lose out on anything either. So TDK with a safe play, able to get a small advantage there.
Well, this might be a big advantage, though. Seraph going to do a lot of damage. Great dodging on both harpoons. Flair saves his flash for that.
100% necessary, or he would have had to burn a summoner there. One of those harpoons lands, and Seraph commits 100% to that sucker.
That's going to mean another forced recall from Flair's. All the same, though, his buy only gets him boots 1. He still cannot afford the rest of Phage. Will TP back to this lane. Seraph slowly eking out bigger and bigger advantages. To me, all-star of TDK, Seraph winning his lane.
Yeah, and you can tell the philosophy that he has. It's always a question of, how many minions are you willing to trade for harass damage in lane? And Seraph is willing to go for the harass pretty much every time. And he makes up for it, even though he misses some minions going for the harass, by bullying your opponent out of lane, forcing them back to base, burning their cooldown, their teleport cooldowns, and the first time burning him, shoving the minions into the lane to try and even up those numbers.
Yeah. And now a TP advantage for Seraph. He'll join the wave just in time to get most of the experience, and with Equalizer up right now, any kind of decent deep ward in the bot lane means an easy TP flank and an easy engage onto this enemy duo lane. Kez already slinking around.
Up as well.
He's 2 minutes away from level 6. He just needs something to die nearby. Ashe Arrow lands on Otter. Flashbox, the flay into landed as well. Otter flashes out, but Kez is right here, lands the Q, doesn't actually stay on to Otter. Forced to flash to chase, gets the first blood. Now Latman doing what damage he can, back on a body drop. They will get the double kill, both going to Kez.
Dodge that, Kalista. Latman right to the face. Nice Ashe Arrow to set everything up. Bishu, though, no flash.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good two-man shockwave. Trashy, turrets don't like him this weekend. Forced to run away. The flash engage doesn't succeed. Bishu gets out safe.
Was Seraph lower health than... Oh, Flares is lower health than Seraph, so Seraph's teleport was probably canceled by an E from Flares. Good heads-up play by Flares not to die after committing to that, or will he?
And Seraph is ulting practically on cooldown to push Flares around the map. His team can get Dragon safely. The TPs are on cooldown anyway, so why not just push the guy around? TDK living up to their name. The first Dragon has gone down, and they're up about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, after that very strong move, Dragon, bottom, it actually didn't even cost them a Sejuani ultimate, as you said, pre-6. Now Kez is going to have a return gank possibility because Kalista no summoners. Mid lane, actually Inox still has his flash. Flares though having to burn his after committing to the teleport interrupt.
Yeah, I actually went back and looked at it. He Q'd to a minion, landed the blades, or landed the E to stun Seraph, and then just got ulted and had to flash away.
That's the only way that he could cancel it.
Yep. All right, so Team Dragonite sitting on a small lead, and actually, even though they're winning by 2 kills, the gold lead does not suggest that much, right? The kills are worth more than the gold lead is right now, so farm going pretty well for the enemy lineup. Trashy's caught back up in farm. Otter's still ahead right here. We'll see how the rest of the game pans out. Inox with a blue buff, still trying to put pressure on Bishu, but can't do it. Another arrow lands. Otter's going to be in a bad way here. Slows land. A double stun from body drop saves Otter's life and dodges the hook too.
Cheers for the Bard, and rightfully so. There's the return gank we're looking for with the Sedge, level 6. Because he doesn't have flash though, not able to capitalize. Great Bard Cosmic Binding to stop him in his tracks. Again though, 100% accuracy so far from Latman as far as that Ash Arrow onto the Kalista.
Yeah, and you have to make sure you hit the AD carry. Again, it's just useless to hit the enemy support if the Fates call us up at all. But a big trade on a body drop. They just go all in for Smoothie, because guess what? Gragas is here to help get an assist. The Ren finally comes in. Otter gets his first kill of the game.
All right, answer there for enemy. Much needed down bottom. They want to get this Kalista. Up to Bloodthirster. Looks like he's going for the
Max and Q, yeah.
Q Max route, yeah. The more poke oriented.
Yeah, normally I was wondering like why he didn't rend already, but it's because it's rank 1 Ren. That actually might not have killed Smoothie there, so. Smart play, understanding that he did the Q Max build. And as we have a quick pause, looks like it is with either Otter or Body Drop. Looks like Body Drop here. We'll figure out what that ends up being over time, but we're in a very close game here. You're seeing 16.4 to 16,000 gold. Both these teams really looking forward to getting a win here today. And it is a very close match.
Yeah, going blow for blow in the bottom lane with ganks. Enemy able to strike back and get some cash for themselves. Also, the kill did go to Kalista down bottom, so Otter will be happy with that one, whereas Asher was only able to grab assists on those multi-man ganks.
And that's true. When you share the assist gold like that, it's just not very much money. Sometimes you get a game where you're like 0-0-15 and the assist streaks start pooling in. But yeah, sharing an assist with 2 people, it's basically no money. When ganks happen like this, you're not even behind in the bot lane when just the other guys get assists on the double kill. So you saw them fire back really easily. It's also worth noting that these 2 supports are probably the 2 best like gank assisting supports. You like Lantern or Magical Journey the jungler in, and you're like, great, this is so much easier than walking forwards.
Yeah. And, you know, sometimes you would think, oh, it's so bad that the jungler is getting this last hit. It's actually very, very strong, especially for Kez, who's a guy who likes to rush Sightstone. He gets to get a Sightstone, and it actually doesn't cost him jungle clear speed. He was so rich, he also was able to get the AoE clear with the Bambi Cinder, so he'll be able to clear out the jungle and get the vision down for his squad. Yeah. And that's something that TDK have really thrived on, is the amount of focus that Kez puts on controlling vision.
That's true. Kez has been, I think, an unsung hero for TDK. As we heard Trashy talk about him, he said this man has improved greatly over the last couple of years. Trashy also says the secret to unlocking Inox's potential is just letting Inox be Inox. Easy.
His time in EG, he told me that he didn't really feel confident playing. He didn't really play the champions he liked to play. But on this team, we basically just allow him to play whatever he thinks is strong. And we all have high hopes for him. And we we think he's doing very well. So I think it comes down to that we believe in him, and he has the freedom to play what he thinks is good.
Yeah.
I don't think many people would argue that LeBlanc is good, so good pick there, Inox.
Good job, Inox. He sussed it out properly. But yeah, I mean, he was one of the early adopters to AP Kog'Maw, one of the early adopters to Kassadin. Honestly, I feel like Inox's sense for strong champions is, pretty darn good. Everyone else seems to have the same opinion as him about a week later. And I think there's still a lot of growth still in store for Inox. This is his first season playing as a mid laner, from what I can understand. And he was great for Challenger. He was the best mid laner in Challenger. And then you get in the LCS, and you got guys like Bjergsen, Pobelter, and Phoenix, and it gets a bit harder. And we've seen Inox have a bit of a harder time now in the LCS mid lane, but we definitely see players improve over time, and maybe that can continue for him.
Exactly how early of an adopter of Kassadin was he? Because
beta.
I was a tread lightly because people are very quick to give credit to people for early adopting, champions before everybody's using them, before they're powerful. Sometimes if you're playing the champion before he even got the buff, then you don't get credit for that because he's not strong yet.
I suppose. Yeah, I know. You've made this argument before. I forget if you've done it on or off camera. I still just like to believe in the players. I'm generally on the more positive and side of things.
If you told me, right after the Rise rework,
I see,
that someone was playing Rise, and he was the first one to do it. He's an early adopter of Rise. He knew it was going to be OP all along. You don't get credit for that, man.
That's fair.
Rise was not. That was not.
Like
that's not the same
release
champion.
Bard players, things like that. Release Gnar. Okay, I feel you on that one. That's fair. Assessment of balance, I guess, might be a suspect skill then. If we haven't said it, by the way, Bodydrop says he was experiencing an audio issue.
What's good about that is that the audio issue, we know that they should be able to fix that without having to restart the game. However, they do take a little bit longer.
Okay, so we'll
have to sit and listen to that.
Yeah, well, that's a wonderful thing, though. Listening to you, Kobe, is one of the highlights of my day.
Wish I could say the same.
You could. You could lie to me, and I would believe you, Kobe.
I can't say the same. Same.
Oh, man, that's so wonderful. Thank you. I'm glad I'm the highlight of your day, Kobe. Never tell me otherwise. Okay. So 12 minutes into the game, certainly very close. Seraph has so far done a pretty darn good job of controlling his lane. The net result of that hasn't actually been much.
3 CS.
Yeah, got him. But Seraph's like winning the lane. Like, he's always got pressure. Flares is constantly under his turret. The guy's flash is down right now. But Flares is TP and Seraph doesn't because they got mistimed. All the ultis are back up. And right, as you said, the minion kills are like basically the same here. So, one props to Seraph for winning his lane, but one props to Flares for like just holding on so darn well where you can't even tell.
And it's always kind of the way that you play most Aurelia matchups too. In the early phases, you're just taking punches and you're trying to eke out your CS, getting up towards your Trinity Force. When he can go aggressive. He's also opted for the Phage first rather than trying to go with the Sheen for some all-in potential with jungle coordination or something like that.
He's also maxing W on Aurelia. I know the Equilibrium Strike, the E max was the kind of the new thing as of last year, but he's going back to the old school auto attack you a whole bunch style. The sustain is helping him a little bit in the lane, of course. And if Trashy does land the CC, of course, there is good follow-up, but just kind of putting out things as they're going on. I don't see anything otherwise very special. Orianna, since probably a long time ago, have been maxing Q pretty much solely. There was a while where Distortion was the fad, or Dissonance rather, but that's not the case. Bishu maxing Q, just giving you guys skill orders, because why the heck not? Max Volley on Ashe, no surprise there. Thrash maxing the hook. Interesting, actually 3 in hook, 2 in flay. So he's like mixing them back and forth. It's been a long time since I've done skill orders, Kobe. I got excited.
All right. You're on a roll, man. Just keep going.
All right. Choo-choo. Obviously, Bodydrop maxing Q.
Okay, I was just joking. Don't keep going. Let's get back into the game.
There's actually one thing to note, which is that Lustboy was... maxed Magical Journey second, not the health packs. I didn't know that because I don't play any Bard. But worth pointing out, so as Bodydrop hits level 8, we can see what he goes for. We resumed the game to test. Bodydrop said the audio issue was not fixed just yet, so more troubleshooting to go, more fixing to go. Hopefully this will be turned around soon enough.
Yeah, so we can get back onto the field. Both of these teams eager to get back. As we said, enemy trying to rebound from a really rough day yesterday against Team Liquid. And TDK, first time up on the stage here with Smoothie. And welcome.
Yeah,
buddy.
Welcome. Yeah, I mean, I guess they at least played on stage for the Challenger final, so these guys have at least been in the building
Technically,
playing
this
stage. Professional. I mean, this is Smoothie's first professional game of League of Legends, if I can, unless he played it as a sub for somewhere, but I don't believe that happened here. So that can always just be an added extra sort of thing. I mean, I remember I used to, way back in the day, I was a Warcraft 3 competitor, and I'd played at a couple international tournaments, but when you play League of Legends on a stage, it's just a little bit different. It's a lot of new things to get used to. Just sometimes just the most random changes would make it very different in your mind.
I definitely do, especially with a live crowd. I remember shaking.
Yeah? Oh, really?
Yeah. Chopster actually was complaining about it because I was
shaking the table.
His keyboard was vibrating.
His keyboard's a cell phone. That didn't work. We're gonna move on from that one. We're gonna ignore the fact that I made that reference. The boos are deserved.
It's
wait, is that moo or boo? I want to make sure that.
Clear that time.
Yeah. See, that happened when CLG, like the CLG lineup went up for the previous match. Dash was like, "Are they booing?" He's like, "No, they're saying moo because everyone's a fan of the support player there." So it's always interesting, like when their name is really similar to boo, you don't hear it quite right. For any aspiring pros out there, don't put your name close to boo, or you won't have any fans. Or it won't appear that way. Where they like, actually, all the fans just feel like they hate you.
I love you, freak.
I appreciate that. Thank you for still lying to me today, by the way. That really helps my self-esteem. All right, so 12 minutes in, we've actually managed to cross 20 seconds in the last 10 minutes here as the game time had ticked forward during the unpaused section. And honestly, like, it's so early into the game, it's hard to talk about much of the interactions here. We know TDK is playing a standard, tried and true 5v5 team fight comp. The fact that they've been holding up in their lanes quite well despite what I would consider a couple of bad matchups is pretty impressive to them. We'd seen Irelia beat up Rumble. We know Cliss is good into Ashe.
Yeah, and I do like the choice as well to go with 5-on-5 oriented comp when they are still working with subs. They've split their practice time among multiple people.
Yeah.
Very clear what their objective is. Everybody group up and hit your spells.
It's true.
Always the objective.
And of course, individually, they're all pretty good players, right? These guys are, I think, pretty much every single one of them challenger and solo queue. They've clearly got the mechanics, just a matter of landing the skill shots and then saying, well, the arrow hit, let's go hit the other buttons. I think that's going to be pretty likely. Either way, though, looks like we are still trying to troubleshoot the issue. So as we work this out on the stage, we're going to send it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. And we're pretty early into this game. We haven't gotten too far in, so there's only so much that we can break down here.
Yeah.
Important things to note, though, are the 2 kills on the side of TDK for the jungler, as well as a dragon.
Taken by the jungler. Why is he taking the 2 kills?
he's not moved.
Not moved.
He's going to take those. Kills secured. But I think that's, when we look at TDK and what we've said in the past, the way that this team is most likely going to win with the subs still in the game is by taking early leads. They need to establish their dominance in lane because they're not going to have necessarily the coordination that the rest of these teams have when you move into the late game.
Personally, I'd be very impressed if they are able to win this game because, I mean, we talk about them, the way they practice. They're still trying to scrim with their eventual squad. They scrimmed, 2 or 3 games with the sub squad, but now it's just not enough practice. Have they ever played with this lineup, right, outside of a few days? And lo and behold, Kez ganks the lane of the AD carry and support, and they get a double kill right at the start.
Yeah, I like seeing that from Kez, though, because he was the guy who didn't have a whole bunch of early game pressure, and now that we've seen him have consistent early game pressure, I think that's improvement for him. But then you were talking about if they get a victory. I like this team comp from them, though. I think this is a really good team composition. Sejuani, Rumble, and all the pieces seem to come together with it, with an Orianna, too. This is something that I feel like if TDK just group up and do a ball of death, they can take down enemy in a team fight. Whereas enemy's composition is a little all over the place, and they lack wave clear. Yes. They don't have any wave clear in this composition that isn't like safe. They have the LeBlanc wave clear, but that's risky.
Yeah, we were talking about that early. It did seem like NME. One thing I did like the bans from TDK. They banned out Varus and Kog'Maw, which basically almost tried to take poke wave clear out of Inox's wheelhouse. It puts him on an assassin, and in the TSM game we saw the Sivir with LeBlanc, which is backup wave clear. But here, Kalista, LeBlanc, Aurelia, Gragas, Bard. if they do fall behind and start losing turrets, there's no way of catching up to that. And if TDK, with their sub squad and all, can actually get some group synergy going and push lanes with their superior wave clear, it could be really hard to come back.
The interesting thing for me, though, about TDK's pick ban is the Ashe. Because, I mean, they hadn't seen the LeBlanc pick come through yet, but it seems a little strange to me that you would pick that immobile carry, the one that could be susceptible to an Aurelia diving in, along with maybe an Assassin, since you're forcing Inox onto Assassins. You banned out his poke wave clear champions. You know he's going to end up on Kassadin, LeBlanc, right? So why would you pick an Ashe into that and take, or leave for a greater opportunity for consistent damage being taken out of the fight?
So what would you take?
I would probably. What?
There are reasons, right?
Okay.
I mean, obviously.
Well, to answer your question real quick, I would honestly rather a Lucian or a Corki in this scenario.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, so
I'm not a big fan of both those champions right now. I feel like AD carry role, you can get a lot more bang for your buck there. And they did dissuade the Sivir with the Kalista pick. But yeah, the fact that Ashe is very accessible is a big deal. But they're thinking that Thresh is going to keep her a little safe. And what were you going to say about this?
Right. Now the merits of Ashe.
There's a lot of debate. I mean, a lot of times, especially for TDK, and they're trying to win, they're trying to pick for the lanes. Depending on who you talk to, Ashe versus Kalista can go either way. So some people think Ashe has a pretty decent advantage on Kalista, especially if you can get an early advantage. You outrange her, yes, she can jump away, but you're slowing, you trade with volley, and Kalista's one of her biggest strengths is the laning phase to then snowball later in the game. And if Ashe has a stronger laning phase than the Kalista, it's a strong pick, as well as, one thing about Kalista, she hops around a bunch in team fights. If you hit her with a 3.5 second stun before the fight, she's not going to hop very far. So those are the things I like about Ashe. I don't think they're necessarily considering like, oh man, in team fight, she's going to be vulnerable to all these single target assassins, because they've supplemented the rest of their team with AoE team fighting abilities. So if people do dive the Ashe, they should still be able to win the team fights, and they get a strong one.
Yeah, I just think essentially it makes it a very AD carry centric team in the sense that you are going to have to protect her. I do recognize that when you are ahead, absolutely the Ashe becomes one of your biggest engagement tools. Ashe arrow into a very large stun, follow up with a Sejuani ultimate. I mean, whoever you hit is not going anywhere. They are dying.
Yeah.
So again, all the merits understood there. And as you mentioned, with her laning phase, if she can't get an advantage, that's quite possibly why they decide to send Sej down there very early. Let's get that lane rolling. Unfortunately.
Ice lane.
Yeah, the ice plus ice. Unfortunately, the kills did go on to Sej as opposed to Ashe, but still the assist there will help. It just seems a little odd to me that you force, a mid laner onto an assassin. And we've seen what LeBlanc can do over the past few days. We've seen LeBlanc's kill 100-0 Maokais. Yeah. At any point, if that Ashe dies, you're leaving yourself open to a pretty scary
I understand why you don't
fight.
like the Ashe pick, but I
mean, it's coupled with an
definitely
Orianna
does
and
make
a
sense in the
Thresh,
context of this team comp. It's not even a protect the Ashe team composition. It's the fact that with Rumble, Sejuani, and Orianna, that is such a better team fighting team than Aurelia, Gragas, LeBlanc, that it doesn't matter if they kill your Ashe. Right? The Ashe is for the laning phase, and so they can snowball and finish the game. It doesn't matter in the team, in my opinion.
Yeah,
that's what they're going
the Ashe is also relatively safe. It's coupled with the Orianna and the Thresh, so you're going to get some shields, and also it's multi-threat. There's 4 people here you have to think about if you're enemy, because you have to worry about where the Sejuani's throwing her ultimate, what the Rumble is doing during the fight, and where the Orianna's placing the ball. There's a lot on your mind, and getting to that Ashe might not be the first thing you can do, especially with his composition, because it's really just going to be LeBlanc, Aurelia jumping in, Gragas maybe a little bit as well. But I feel like TDK is going to be the one starting most of these fights instead of playing on the back foot. So I think they're kind of like our best way of defending the Ashe is to just pile into you and keep that front line inside of your team.
All right, well, with that, we'll see how these picks develop as the game goes. Yeah, the problem is fixed. The teams are ready to head back into the game, so let's send it back to our casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Great analyst desking so far on the day. We are back, and we think we're about ready to get back into the game. The last computer has been replaced. We've got a new one that's hopefully working. Kobe, I guess it's the last computer seemed to be pretty broken.
All right. Yes, actually, let's put this in terms you can understand, Freak. That computer was more Baroque than my classical music station.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Guys, that was hilarious. You should be laughing right now.
That was only for you. I love it. All right, let's get to the game.
All right, back into the game. Body drop is a new computer. It seems to be working, so here we go. Again, we are 12.5 minutes in, 13 minutes in. A close game with TDK winning in kills. Flares TPing into the bot lane. Will get the stun on a Smoothie, and battle has begun. The Q lands, so much damage being dealt, and right away, enemy get the kill.
Yeah, great choice there from Flares. Targeting Thresh not only because Ashe still has both summoners up, but also the possibility of the Lantern. Be able to survive there, and they will gain control of bottom lane off of that move. This is going to be a trade though, because Seraph, as we've seen all game long, constantly shoving the wave, pressuring into the turret. We'll see how quickly he can take it though.
Yeah, bot lane goes down. Looks like top lane died at exactly the same time here, so outer turrets have been traded exactly. Seraph got some time to farm and shove a wave in here. 2 kills to 2 means enemy Esports actually still down a little bit in kills, so the farm lead has started to go TDK's way here, as they're also sitting up 1 dragon here on the blue side. Well, Max has a ton of money in his pockets right now. He needs to buy soon.
Yeah, and as far as that, early sight stone that we were going to track from Kez that he got off of those last hits for the first couple kills, he's used it all on the top side. Enemy come from the bottom side,
the flash Q from body drop, explosive cask. Otter gets the kill. That was extremely well executed.
Is that a Bard yell from the crowd? I think he deserves one for that play. Beautiful flash binding. And they were able to take down Ishu.
All right. Well, get ganked by enemy support. You're going to have a Bard time. And TDK now tied in gold as enemy have caught up a little bit.
That one hurt, actually.
Just like Bard ganks.
All right, well, let's take a look, because that vision control is still massively in favor of TDK. Save for that one opening where they just got sideswiped from the river. Body drop trying to do some work there and gain enemy some territory to work with.
Earlier you had mentioned the fact that Kez getting those 2 kills helps with the early sight stone. You do see the item lead matter right there. Body drop gets caught up, and goodbye. Ashe arrow just to look cool. Inox is fine. All right, TDK answering back, making it 3 kills each, and the over-aggression by body drop gets punished.
All right, let's see what they can transition to. 1 pink ward kill. Aren't able to clear out the second one, but Flare's already heading down. They're trying to defend against a possible dragon movement. There is a teleport on Seraph, by the way, so TDK can just use this one-man advantage, try and gain position on that top line wave, push that in, and then they'll have the extra ability to 5 versus 4 at dragon with a double magic penetration rumble ready to roll.
Yeah, with Dragon up, it's going to be very scary. As you mentioned, TP advantage for Seraph means TDK starts it right now, even though they're on top of the Scuttler. They just don't seem to care whatsoever. Recall from Flares.
No Ashe arrow, though, so that's one part of the combo not available. Zoning ball from Orianna.
Recall from Rumble. Smite comes in, gets taken by Kez. 2-0 on Dragons. Enemy still unwilling to fight, as they know there's a bunch of threats. Smithy goes for the hook. Ooh, nearly mad lives him with it. But Kez starting to hit a body drop, and body drop has to get ulted out by Otter. Good save, but still the Dragon for a bunch of wasted time of enemy Esports.
Yeah, enemy actually just waiting around there cost them a flash and ultimate off of Kalista. Lose quite a bit of power out of the bottom lane. When you have a choice like that, I guess they were trying to go for a steal. We couldn't get enough auto attacks into the Dragon, but usually better just to fully commit elsewhere on the map. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, no catch right there. Otter gets a satisfying minion wave clear with the max Q, but Tempered Fate looks like it's not going to do much of anything right now. Still a tied game, except the 2 Dragon lead for TDK, and Seraph did have to use his teleport, so that's going to, again, switch back and forth to where Flares will have that TP advantage the next couple of minutes. Enemies so far have managed to use that advantage decently by getting some kills bot lane.
Yeah, it's actually pretty hard for enemy to use that period as an advantage for themselves unless they have, Flares transition down bottom and try to take out this top turret. It actually looks to be what's on the board for them.
Cool.
So they transition everyone up top.
Well, Tenacity or not, though, Aurelia without any armor is going to have a hard time actually getting away from Thresh Ashe. The permaslow actually quite good against Tenacity. Smart choice by Smoothie to stay hidden. If Flares oversteps, he will die to an Ashe or into Hook Flay, most likely.
Flares only has the 1 deep ward at red buff.
Ooh, man. They're giving him a lot of room, though. Looks like it's not going to be a kill picked up as Kez roams into the top lane, though.
Seraph lying in wait in the brush on top side.
Oh, the ult's only going to be slows right here. Otter pops the heal, but still gets locked up. Kill grab. Body drop will land the double CC, but Flares gets arrowed out of his own teleport, so nothing gained for enemy Esports. Now the chase on towards Bijou. NX getting a lot of damage done. Barrier pop. There's a lantern, but it's not going to be enough. Trashy gets the kill. Enemy answer back.
There's something gained, and we're still at an even game here. So enemy able to get control of mid lane and bottom lane. So they actually have 2 lanes controlled, and they're the ones with the pushing power.
Aggressive Flares had the Triforce, killed Latman under his turret with the Ash Arrow down. It was just kind of simple for the Aurelia player. And now enemy Esports with the numbers advantages push in for the mid lane. These guys now holding a bit of a lead, and for the first time are winning in this game.
That's going to be a huge influx of global gold with 2 turrets taken. Oh, they didn't quite get the bottom one there. Never mind. Still going to be a significant amount, though, because they did get the solo kill here on Latman. There's the interruption. And he gets a little bit frisky, probably. Flares just flashes straight on him.
Jeez. Yeah, there's W max damage.
All right.
Q to a minion, flash E, so your Q is still up in case they flash out. Or, you know, CC or anything. That's really bold to flash to say, I know I'm going to kill him.
Yep, able to use the final Q as well just for extra damage and burst him under the turret. Strong play there from Flares. One of the typical plays we've seen to get him up to the top of the solo queue ladder. All by himself. Meanwhile, though, enemy have rotated back up to that top side. They want to claim that last outer turret.
And looks like there's going to be no contest here. Otter, oh! Okay, there we go, we're fine. The Trashy and Body Drop show up as well as Flares help knock this one down. 4 guys on this side of the map. Bottom lane Outer does get killed off by Latman and Smoothie at the same time, so it's still an objective trade on the other side for TDK, but this push is still happening, and Inox can join at a moment's notice from the mid lane.
Yeah, Seraph does have ultimate. I doubt they're going to get much work done here. Really what you need to watch out for is the Ash Arrow inside a jungle corridor. That would be devastating for enemy. They cannot afford to get caught out. Even if they have this full jungle warded up, if someone gets tagged with an Ash Arrow, TDK definitely have the possibility of jumping on them very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So much AoE, you can't even help the person that got tagged. You just have to leave them defend for themselves.
And that'll always feel pretty bad, but sometimes it's what you got to do in this game. Kez actually does have all the kills from his team, though. He's got an incredibly high concentration. He's actually the richest member on the map. I guess he's tied with Otter right now, so Kez is kind of the carry force here. But he's just trying to get into tank stats here, and you know, with enemy having really good target selection by being so mobile, having a lot of ways of diving the back line, a big tank means a little bit less than in a lot of other compositions. It's not like he's running in and tanking Sejuani ults or Ash Arrows.
True. Their goal isn't really to cut through the tank, it's to work around him. So Kez is going to have to put extra effort into landing that Sejuani ultimate.
Mid lane low, but not going to get completely picked up there. Flares.
Solo laners fighting over the CS.
Guys, you're both my fantasy team. Just give it. Doesn't matter who gets it. Just, you know, be safe and pick up kills so I can win in PTL FL4. Kez taking a little bit of damage, but Enoch's not choking him down. Not that hard.
Really do want to see enemy utilize Flares here on this Aurelia. 2-0 Aurelia has got the Merc Treads plus Trinity Force. Is in a great position to draw a lot of threat to one side of the map. As of right now, though, grouped up in defense of their last outer turret.
It also puts them around Dragon.
True enough. Dragon about to come up here. That's exactly what TDK want.
Yeah.
Grouping around Dragon here. This is the fight they are preparing themselves for. Enemy have vision, though. Good early start for them. We'll see how well they can spread out during the fight, though.
Right now, it's enemy who have managed to wrest vision control away. Hawkshot used globally to go a couple thousand units, and Latman barely dodges the chain from Inox. That could have been the makings of a kill right here, and now the battle for Dragon has begun. Rend is stacking
Look at
up.
Body Drop's trying to take the arrow right now because he knows he can rely on Kalista ultimate. Body Drop, the point man.
Dragon one picked up the stun onto Seraph, only a shockwave to buy some time. Flares in the back line, Equalizer used as well. Now how's the engage gonna be? Flares quite low, towards the back line goes Rumble, and he's gonna die off. And now the chase in towards Smoothie. That's going to be the kill for Inox. A 2-0 for Enemy plus Dragon.
Yeah, great sidestep there from Enemy. Able to take TDK's initiation and work right around it. There's the kills. See what lanes they can pressure at the moment. Gonna stay mid because bottom's being cleaned up by Kez already.
All right, interesting choice right here to stay for the lane, but they're going to get it after all. None of TDK are here to defend. And so more objectives picked up for Enemy Esports off the backside of that team fight. And this is now a very sizable lead for the guys in red.
Yeah, really well played from Enemy to work around all 4 of those giant ultimates from TDK. Let's take a look at how they pulled it off. Dragon secures pretty, let's say, easy with Kalista. The Sigil was used just on Gragas, actually. That was one they didn't even have to work around.
All right, FLICKR stays alive with a flash over the wall. Yeah, I don't understand why Kez would ult the Gragas. When you have a 5v5 AoE team, like I mean, using Sigil to steal Dragon.
Not stealing Dragon with
yeah,
the Sigil.
It's just one of the worst uses of it.
Yeah.
It's not Ziggs, like that one at least you can get away with, but Enemy Esports doing an early, risky Baron attempt right here with only 3. Teleport comes in, and yeah, you said 4 guys were bottom lane, so why not just send your entire team to the objective on the top side that's gonna go to Enemy Esports with no contest from TDK.
Yeah, great move here. Back-to-back actually calls from Enemy. They're showing such great calls, such great mid-game calls here, such an improvement from yesterday as far as the team play for Enemy. Really taking that loss in stride and coming back strong on Sunday.
Pretty incredible stuff then. Enemy Esports definitely looking much better in the mid lane. It was also pointed out to me that Seraph had actually used TP in the attempt to kill Flares down in that bot lane. So just no way at all of TDK showing up to that fight. Enemy reacting well to some, honestly, misplays of TDK, not respecting Baron being an option.
Yeah, I don't know how many chances you get to go with this full AoE ultimate team with TDK. You don't get too many more opportunities to stack those before Enemy are going to tear you apart with the split push. Now they've got Baron empowered Aurelia split push going on.
Yeah, good luck with that one. It was already, she already got away from a 1v2. Now you got special minions as well. This turret's going to lose a lot of HP, but she pulled aggro, which makes her life a little bit more difficult. Either way, the rest of Enemy are here. Turret number 5 goes down. Absolutely controlled mid-game. TDK have gotten very little for the last 10 minutes. Forced to defend inside their base.
Well, all right, we'll see if they can pull off a combo from the defenses hiding behind their turrets. That is actually the corridor here at a secondary turret is one of the prime places to pull one of those combos off.
Oh, Asher hits body drop, but he's probably going to be safe as soon as the ult gets popped. Yes, it does. Trashy hops out, pops his own ulti as well. No engagement for TDK.
Aurelia's still bottom. This entire time, the TDK are looking for that 5-man combo in the jungle. Aurelia's making quick work of that bottom turret. Got the Baron minions at her back, and she can just use a spell onto the minion, get a Sheen proc, or just activate W.
She's going to take up a lot of damage from Seraph, down at half HP, but walks away fairly cleanly. Even Kez is around, but this turret's still losing health.
Really wants to go finish that one off. She's going to try and protect the cannon as long as possible, but on Kez.
And they stun him as well. Lantern's got to keep him safe, but Kez just jumps away with the Q regardless, but the rest of Enemy are still coming in for this inhibitor. They knock it down 26.5 minutes in. Big lead for Enemy Esports.
See if they can quickly move up towards mid, because they've got another line of minions still. They don't have to back off yet.
You're absolutely right about this. They're just not taking damage running around the map. The mana bars are getting a little bit low. Aurelia's at half, and then Gragas and LeBlanc are nearly out of mana here, so maybe they do take a brief respite. Baron is timing out in the next 10 to 15 seconds, so Enemy Esports will slow down just a little bit here. They're going to make like the team they replaced and coast.
Well, they do have the entire map to pick from. They can sweep clean all of the neutral objectives. Les Boy very happy with the TSM victory.
His spelling's really improved lately. We should put him on the analyst desk.
Everything about that statement correct. Checks out.
Unless you were doing coding syntax, then it would be exclamation ! Bad. Computer science joke. All right. Moo! I know they are farming. I get it.
You guys know that he actually likes it when you boo, right? Freak lives for this moment. All right, let's see if Enemy can fill up the jungle with wards, though. They've got TDK penned up inside their own base, and they've got the entire map to work with. So, Inox actually going to go with that Elixir. Look for some LeBlanc picks. See if he can burst somebody out. 100% 0.
I think it's quite likely, actually. Gets
Kez
some damage on the
Kez, that's a difficult target to go for.
That guy's got like 130 magic resist. Maybe you don't go for him.
All right, well, the entire time, though, Super Minions keeping pressure bottom while Flares does his work top. All that they have to do is wait. And they are so far ahead that they can afford to split their focus while keeping up TDK inside their base, able to get the dragon as well as the split push at the same time. And they will reconvene outside the base as soon as Flares gets that wave up to the secondary turret.
Yeah.
You know, barring any missteps here, Enemy should be able to continue on with split push in order to gain access to the other inhibitors because they already have that one down. It just makes all the consecutive ones so much easier.
Absolutely.
And they just want to continue with the split game so that they don't give any sort of opening for TDK to layer ultimates.
Right, they've got to dodge away from those ultis. We've seen games just get turned around by one bad team fight. Flair's actually a bit over-aggressive. 1v3 inside the base. He will dive for that, and the gold goes to Latman. He needs it desperately. It will mean a top turret goes down, but that's almost an inevitability anyway.
All right, so 1 kill there for TDK. Able to get some gold on that much-needed carry, as you said. Ashe does have the combo now, Phantom Dancer as well as Infinity Edge. It's not as huge of a spike. It's a much smoother curve for Ashe with the new passive. But still something to be scared of. Unlike that magical journey.
Yeah. If you set a magical journey for an AD carry, does it become a physical journey?
Nope. Simple answer. Well, the thing about Magical Journey is that it is a physical journey as well.
That's true. You go through the wall.
So, is every Magical Journey a physical journey? It's all about perspective.
Yes. Wow.
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I'm fighting the good fight. See if Enemy could close this one out, though. Honestly, this sub squad for TDK, even though they haven't been able to win a game, they looked fairly strong in the early stages, in laning phases. They had moments in their brief LCS experience where they were able to make a couple of teams sweat for a little bit.
Almost all these games have started with a pretty good start for TDK. They had a lead here, a really good double gank for Kez. They took the first 2 dragons. But then, bad decision making. One bad dragon fight around 10 minutes ago, and it all turned around. This is the kind of weakness we keep seeing from TDK. And the weird question for me about this team is they still have their core shot caller. Kez has been there the whole time. He's the one who tossed that Sedge ult in. and so I know you do need the rest of the team on the same page, and the practice that they've had with the rest of those starters is going to be important. And next week we'll see what that looks like. But right now, TDK sub squad unfortunately not able to play their mid games as well as they would have hoped.
Now I'm questioning LessBoy's tweet.
Maybe it's when LessBoy plays it.
I think hitting abilities is key. All right, let's see if this collapse on Baron works. TDK, they're desperate right now. They're venturing outside of the base. New territory. They're going towards the Baron. They stopped the Baron. Yes, they did lose the inhibitor, but they were able to chase Enemy on.
Ooh, they stun up Kez. Body slam does a fair bit. The ulti not going to knock Kez out of the lantern. He was out of the radius before it exploded. No pickup there. And here's the interesting thing is so many teams, they choose to win games by taking Baron and pushing with that. But Baron groups them up for the TDK ultimates. So Enemy have to pick a different way of winning the game. Nice stun onto Flares right here. The box in the play as well. They're gonna kill him, but Latman will survive after all.
They still have Sedge and Rumble
ultimate. Crucial flash by Inox. Rumble ulti goes on towards Otter. Body drop gets pulled right through. Kez takes a journey to the wrong side of the fight.
What a juke with that magical journey.
But
Bard-
TDK are team fighting well. Now they're the team in the advantage, knocking a turret down.
True. They can get, the 100 damage or whatever they needed on that turret to grab some global gold. Remember, they don't have any of their... Oh, they still have Shockwave.
And that might be something that enemy doesn't quite respect. Kez does have Elixir of Ruin, giving minions bonus damage to turrets. You see how badly they want to actually push things down. And slowly but surely, that is actually working. Enemy gonna have to give up another turret here. Oh my god, the damage on a Seraph! The turret still goes down. Maybe enemy keeps going.
There are deep wards that players could teleport on, and there it is.
Teleport, a bunch of pings saying, warning, 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 Aurelia is here. TDK trying to rub a Seraph has 300 health. Literally, that is it. There's the first kill picked up, and a Bard ulti to lock even more down. Shockwave to buy some time, but there's no follow-up. The other ultis are gone, and there's the engage from Inox. He picks up Latman. Smoothie jumps the wall. Trashy does as well, forcing another flash away from Bishu. And out goes the rest of TDK. 2 kills picked up for enemy Esports, with Baron still available.
Yeah, Baron's on the table. They should immediately go there if they want to pull it off. However, there's a teleport on Seraph, and Ashe coming up in 20 seconds as well.
There's a wave inside the base, too. They could maybe ride that into the Nexus.
I feel like ending it would be overreaching for enemy.
I agree.
And that would be exposing themselves to a turnaround from TDK. So
yeah, absolutely.
Gonna take the double inhibitors and head back. Now what they can do is just clean that giant wave that's gonna be at their secondary turret top and go over to Baron to try and play that Fog of War game with LeBlanc.
Yeah.
That we keep prepping.
And with the double inhibs down, actually the rest of TDK had to defend their bottom right Nexus turret. It's actually at like 400 health right now, so TDK might have to be stuck inside their base for quite a while. Dragon's up in 14 seconds, likely to be grabbed by enemy Esports. Will give themselves some bonus movement speed off the Dragon 3 buff. Flares, true to his sort of play style, got an early lead and then has played overly aggressively a couple times in a row and gotten killed for it. Pretty standard for this player, but
he
still holding up
also
well for the team.
escaped from that 4-man collapse bottom that also was the teleport that earned them a Baron. And he escaped with his life as well.
Yeah.
So while he has gotten a couple times, he's also drawn a lot of attention to the other side of the map and gained quite a few objectives for his team.
Yep, looks like TDK realized if they go for a Dragon, enemy Esports just takes Baron right off the bat. Very little time TDK gets to leave their base. Seraph is actually holding the bot lane. He has teleport. The rest of TDK have to keep mid under control, but Smoothie getting caught out right there. Kez also going to get rooted up by Inox, and that's going to be a 2-man Bard ulti to cart this fight out. 2-man Shockwave to buy some time. More ultis coming through, but where is Seraph? He's not dealing any damage at all, and finally Smoothie goes down. Now to engage a little bit further. Equalizer is still available, but is not used.
That should be Baron.
Despite all the CC that landed on the rest of enemy Esports, so you're right. Baron on the table.
Yeah, Bard landed his ultimate that time. That was a quality Bard ultimate. And he was rewarded.
Bard might just be undefeated today. CLG had the chance to pick him and they didn't. Might have been their one big weakness in the match against TSM. The enemy Esports have definitely heeded the Wanderer's call. Crepo's happy. Enemy Esports fans are happy right now because the 7,000 gold lead puts enemy Esports very far ahead in this one. Their second Baron buff as well will help even despite this third Dragon going through the TDK. Bard is more popular than TSM.
I think that's going a little far. There he is. Chimes, chimes, chimes.
Meeps, meeps, meeps.
Let's see how the collapse goes here. Baroned up, empowered enemy should be able to take out a 2 inhibitor down TDK base. Look for that AoE wombo though. TDK gonna bank everything on it.
And here comes what might be the final push then. 2 minutes left of the Baron buff. Quick bookkeeping, enemy Esports walk in to push the base down. They've still got flares in the bot lane. A lot of poke. Kez loses more health. A great Shockwave comes in. Here's the engage. They've blown up Otter. And enemy Esports realize the difficulty of chasing away from this comp. 3 kills picked up as Seraph joins in. Yeah, but Flares is pushing into the base. He's knocked 1 turret down already. Turns right back around. 3 kills for 0. 1 turret picked up.
All right. They landed the combo. He's dead right now. You want to see a great screen? You want to see the game from Bard's point of view? It's black and white. Just like Latman's view. Oh,
man.
Nobody cheers for LeBlanc, freak. Dirty LeBlanc players. Yeah.
Quick, which is more hated, LeBlanc or my puns?
Their Discord there.
Hashtag LeBlanc win, hashtag no.
All right, Flares on a one-man mission. Your base.
There's a lot of time actually at 5v4. Latman dead for 20 seconds, and enemy esports are running out as fast as they can.
Yeah, they do have Bard, could magical journey the team closer. That could save some time.
Bard, you say?
Yeah.
Bard could do it?
Yeah, Bard could do it.
Oh, awesome.
Too bad he's not help. He's going to collect chimes. He's a selfish Bard.
Wow. How dare you say that about Bard?
Get more deeps. All right, well, Flares, once again, he's got 4 people down at his lane. The rest of enemy. Oh, and he's taking on all challengers.
Well, he's buying a lot of time for his team to push the top lane. If they chase Flares, these guys are going to lose their 3rd inhibitor. And Seraph and Kez still going for it. The flash away from Flares, the flash follow from Kez. And he's not even dead yet. Finally gets picked up, but the team is right there. Arrow misses. That would have smacked Otter, who had a QSS. And Flares dies too fast for his team to push on in. There's a shockwave. Hook on a Trashy. Bardolt used to buy some time, and will they kill Latman? They're gonna try. Trashy rooted up, hit up by the equalizer, but down goes the Ash. The hook won't quite land. Enemy barely squeaking away. Kez on the chase. Ruin King used Seraphs in tow, and they're gonna kill almost everybody. Otter doing what he can to stay alive. Looks for Seraph. The red's not gonna be even there, and it's an ace for TDK, who have still held on.
Hey, their base may be in ruins, but they are getting a lot of gold out of these constant kills they're picking up. The AoE team, man, you get another pick on Flares, and they're able to clean up enemy on the top side. 1 inhibitor respawning, a single line of super minions, so much easier to deal with than the double, so they can't buff each other up. TDK gonna turtle up here until they can win another. So that one, he only wanted to hit Callista or nothing. He did not want to hit Gragas. That would mean very little. They still have another ult to go with, though. So Shockwave to start it off. This Bard ultimate would have been better if it was a little further up and it didn't hit the turret. Then they could just focus the turret while TDK were in stasis, and they may have been able to get out of this with less casualties.
A good chase down by the rest of the team.
Right, just Flory, gonna speed that one up. At this point,
even helps.
There's so many spears in Kez. Otter wants to go for the Rend, but too close to Rumble. He cuts him down short.
All right, so the gold is within 300 now as the inhibitors respawn. TDK's base looks all right again.
Really, enemy need to use that to their advantage, because that's their leverage right now, is the map control. Use the Fog of War. They really have to take advantage. Inox is right now. He has the power.
Yeah.
To pick somebody.
But here's the tricky thing: is of course enemy have to take over map control in split up fights. Even with a 7,000 gold lead, they couldn't win a 4v4.
It's actually a lot easier to do since there's only one Nexus turret, so Flares can pressure the bottom side, and TDK has to respect that.
And they do right now. They've managed to kill off Flares before anything really happened to them. And that's always been a tricky thing for the enemy top laner here. Very close game right now. TDK, an impressive comeback off of good tenacity and team fighting later on in the game. Enemy Esports have yet to crack the base successfully despite 2 Barons. They've knocked down a number of inhibitors, but still haven't closed the game out right here. Enemy do have control. They're warding up everything. They're taking the jungle away. They're getting a ton of golden experience over time.
Careful with those Poros. Split them up. They may get comboed.
And finally, TDK actually venturing out of their base. Dragons in 14 seconds. Enemy will only be their 3rd.
If they're able to keep on stalling here, TDK, not only do they have the team fight, AoE champions, they also have the long range engage for Ashe. So
yeah.
This very easily could turn into the first win, the only win here for the TDK subs.
Yeah, what would that mean for enemy esports? They started their season with a win over Gravity. And then it was heartbreaking loss after heartbreaking loss, and in a game like this, they've got to make sure they keep their heads clear. They were about to win the game outright, and it started slipping away. They've still kept objective control. Baron number 3 is coming up for these guys. Enemy Esports can certainly get some more control off of that if TDK aren't willing to fight them. I mean, so rarely is a team up 5 turrets and not winning in gold. But it's like all Kez's farm.
True. If it does happen and TDK do get another ace, if they get a strong team fight victory, the gold swing will be fairly big.
Next team fight could even just be the game, with death timers now quite long, 43 minutes in. Enemy wins the fight, they guaranteed win. TDK win, they might just get it. Latman chunked low, was forced to flash away from the Inox chains.
They could utilize Bard. If they draw TDK and split them, I don't know, between Baron and their base, Bard ultimate, picking somebody off in the jungle in transition. All you have to do is hold in there for a couple seconds to allow Inox to get in position.
That's true. And it's a flashless Latman now. He doesn't have enough magic just to survive. A direct burst from LeBlanc.
QSS will not help you very much.
And his armor is now going to start being the item, or the defensive stat of choice for enemy esports. That could be a very big concern. Reveal here, Kez is going to find Otter, forces his flash away as well. Arrow's not quite going to land on Trashy, but now both AD carries are flashless.
Flair's going in on the secret mission down bottom. No minions necessary. He's waiting at the door.
He wants to wait until multiple members show up down here so this team can start up on Baron, and now they have. Seraph versus Flair's 1v1. Flair's jumps in, lands a stun, goes for the 1v1, and then walks away before... Oh, he's going to be ready to harpoon again.
They're collapsing.
Almost.
So enemy are going to get Baron for this. The question is, can TDK actually grab a kill? And a really good job of enemy. This is actually strong communication. Those guys, well-coordinated, disengaged from the solo laners of enemy. They are going to come away with the Baron off of that play.
Wow.
The threat of the split push works out.
Enemy don't even have wards in that jungle. They actually literally have 0 wards. Sorry, they have literally 2 wards in the map right now.
Yeah, Inox was
and managed to play around
screening for him.
Yeah. To do that without vision is difficult, but they did it. You could argue they should have had the wards down, but they did manage to navigate that properly. Baron number 3 here for enemy esports. They still have to split the map up. They cannot win 5v5s. And there's enough engaged potential to jump on a weakened member or an isolated member of enemy esports. It makes it hard to navigate. TDK similarly have to allocate their resources properly. They need to be grouped. They need to hold on the lanes getting pushed.
So if they can make that final push worth it. Enemy, if they do end up getting the double inhibitor, then with Baron buff and only a single Nexus turret, all you have to do is hover around the minions inside the base. It's definitely a long ways off though. TDK not likely to give those inhibitors up without a fight. They don't have towers to fight behind. However, they do have these funnel points where enemy are going to have to group up to get through into the base, just get through those physical walls. And TDK need to take that opportunity when it presents itself.
Yep. A little bit of Luthen's poke now. Inox continuing his trend of wanting to chunk people out before the fight starts. Flair's getting jumped on once again by 2. Kez too tanky to die, and Seraph just does a lot of burning damage. But he can get chucked down just the same. No MR except for that cowl on him. Stun lands on Otter. Good QSS to stay safe. And Inox goes one more time for some poke onto Kez. Looks like the mid and bottom hits will both go down here. TDK unable to fight so far, but maybe they find something soon. With the Sejuani ulti, they find Otter. There's a disengage open to catches Flares and Smoothie. Not the targets they wanted. Otter drops, and here comes the rest of that fight. 2 kills picked up, both inhibs down. So far it's a 3v4 in favor of enemy esports, but where's the cleanup going to be? A second kill for Flares. That might be the kills they needed to win the game. Flares comes in, but he's going to get hooked into the fountain. Has to flash away from it. Inox is there to clean up, though. It's a 4v2 with Baron, with 2 dead inhibitors. Finally, the game comes through for enemy esports. Bard is victorious for the 2nd game in a row. Enemy Enemy improved to 2-2.
Whew. Yeah, congratulations to Enemy grabbing another win for themselves in the North American LCS. Good fight there, strong fight from the TDK and their subs in the end. Never gave up a single game that they were fighting in. Unable to come home with a victory, but strong fight.
Yeah, props to TDK for getting those team fights turned around to hold their mid game afloat, and props to Enemy Esports for, despite giving up all those advantages, it's got to be disheartening, but they found a way to answer back. They kept with the FLICKR split push, they kept with the game plan. Inox screened for him to make sure he stayed safe, and after Baron number 3, they finally got what they needed. So Enemy Esports, they fought Gravity, they fought Team Solo Mid, they fought Team Liquid, they've now fought Team Dragonites, and they're 2-2 after facing 3 playoff teams and a newcomer.
Impressive for a new team.
Now, by what we hear, TDK will have their full intended roster, the one they have been scrimming with, next week. Now, those players have been in America playing with them. It's not like this is going to be a completely green team. It'll be new for them playing on the big stage together. But that TDK lineup will reportedly be at full strength next weekend. They did start 0-4. I don't think they could have expected much more than that when they're playing with 2 to 3 subs the whole way through. But maybe the season starts to turn around for TDK very rapidly when the 2 new starters come in.
That is definitely the goal. They will be looking to improve their performance next week. Inox definitely much happier.
Yep.
And last we saw him in the LCS.
Got a wolf pet, I suppose. The LeBlanc worked though. Inox 5-1-5 for all the teamfight losses that Enemy had racked up towards the mid game. The only death that Inox had the entire time was that single ace that they had for the misstep near the top lane inhibitor. Otherwise though, a impressive game for Inox. His assassins seemed to be honestly better than his poke champions. He played a lot of Kassadin throughout Challenger and at the very beginning of the LCS split. That was what he played against Gravity. It's what he won with. We talked a little bit about it with Team Impulse on the analyst desk and how Xiaowei Xiao seemed to be more effective on assassins than team fighters. I think the same right now is actually true for Enemy's Inox as well. And I think for their success, I want to see him on those kinds of champions a little bit more. We'll see what happens with the rest of them, though. We're going to check in with the analyst desk for their insights on that match.
Thank you, Freak. Now, during the pause, we had the opportunity to talk about TDK, their team comp, and how they would be, or how they would eventually win the game. We did not have the opportunity to jump over to the other side of things, look at Enemy and what win conditions they had as a team, because we saw them make a fair number of moves directly after that pause to claw their way back into it.
Yeah. They had an opportunity to win a clean game. They did not do that. It was a very messy win. But to your question, yeah, they had the lack of wave clear, but you can make up for that when you have kill pressure on multiple lanes. And with LeBlanc and Aurelia, there was no one on the map that was fed enough to deal with them. Aurelia doesn't actually need to get that far ahead of Rumble or anyone on that team to be able to be a legitimate split push threat. And that's basically what they were doing. It took them time because they didn't have wave clear and because they were sloppy, but those were their win conditions and they accomplished it early.
Yeah, and if you pull somebody into that lane like the Orianna or like the Rumble, it's like, well, you need that piece in the team fight. To win the team fight, you need that large portion of damage to actually fight that other 4 member. Yeah. So if he was able to do that, it's successful. And you saw that a couple times where TDK was torn. They're like, do we fight 5-man at Baron? Do we risk that? Or do we at least deal with FLICKR's bottom? And they kept choosing, we need to stay together as a composition, and they kept giving up turrets off of that.
Yeah, those big moves that we saw were things like the Aurelia TP bottom, securing a kill onto the Thresh, the Bard roam mid, picking up a kill onto Bishu there. You know, those few kills were what kind of gave them that gold, those small leads that they needed on the right personnel in order to then set up the pressure that we saw late. And that's the next step. And I think that is, it's kind of the common theme when we've talked about games with the sub squad of TDK, is that the difference between them and these full stable rosters is that communication, is their ability to make a decision about whether or not they should be fighting for that Baron or committing everyone to the other lane to try and take care of that Aurelia. Hopefully, given the fact that they have been prepping and scrimming with their main squad, when they return, it will be something that they can do.
Yeah, they're not too far behind these teams. Like, if we look at all of their losses, there were glimmers of hope in every game. Kez has been able to get off pretty much first blood double kills in 2 of their 4 games. There's usually somebody on their team that's ahead in the matches. But yeah, the team cohesion is lacking, and you can't expect team cohesion out of these guys. They just weren't able to pull far enough ahead individually to win any games.
Well, here's the thing. The sub squad has performed incredibly. And I do believe that if this roster stayed for the duration of the split, that they would improve dramatically, even without the other 2 returning, and that we would see them begin to contend really seriously for wins against, that the bottom to middle tier of the LCS. Now, that isn't going to happen. What I do want to look at, though, is one of the fights that we had in the game. We're going to go about 39 minutes into the game. This is actually a fight that TDK won, but it pretty accurately represents what we were discussing before in the way that TDK wanted to approach fights.
Yeah, everybody's hyping up Bard right now, and this is the Bard play, but it's the misplay here because he's going to hit Latman with his ultimate, and it's going to stun him up for 2.5 seconds. And that actually just gives everybody a reposition chance because Inox walks up to Latman as if he's going to burst him, and then he doesn't have the opportunity to. You're going to see it right there. After that, Inox is in position. He's like, oh, wait, I'm ready to burst. And it's like, wait, no.
Yeah, it's like the Great Bard bait because they still want to kill Latman. But the other thing that's coming out of Stasis is the turret. So basically, Trashy dies to the turret in order to kill Latman. And that trade really wasn't worth it because they'd already taken a bunch of damage from the Shockwave and Aurelia had been killed beforehand. This is part of the sloppiness that enemy didn't want to face. When their split pusher gets killed off, they needed to not be at that turret and even more so not commit to a turret dive.
Yeah, everybody pressuring on the Bard play. Leave body drop alone, man. Let him play his game.
Bard.
No.
And one of the big aspects of that, too, was the grouping up that it forced enemy to do there in trying to kill Latman. Oriana layered on top, and then the fact that Sejuani had built a Leandries at that point.
Man, 7-1 and 7. So, you were talking about gold on the right people.
Exactly.
I don't know.
That might not be where we want the gold, but the point is that the gold was spent into damage there. So the diversity in the damage was at least spread out a little bit. It made it tougher for target selection on the side of enemy.
Kez played his heart out. Like that is what you do if you want to carry on Sejuani. You build tank items and then a Leandries.
It's like that jungle Jarvan who's like, I'm a build Hydra this game because I got to carry everybody in because I got all the kills early. But like that's the thing. Like I hate like moving to another thing, but like move the way that he gives up kills in games because he knows that his team's going to carry him is something I think a lot of junglers need to pick up. But probably not Kez right now.
Yeah.
Because he's just got to play his heart out, like you said.
Quite possibly a learning point for the future, but again, have to establish how valiantly the sub squad for TDK has played over the past couple weeks. Congratulations to Enemy on that win. They are coming up. Team Dignitas will try to continue their climb up the standings when they face off against Team 8. The action continues after this.
This is the game. This is the game where we don't lose at 5 minutes, but lose at 7 minutes.
Don't say something like that. Asher lands an Otter flash box. The flay into landed as well. Otter flashes out, but Kez is right here. Lands the Q. Doesn't actually stay on the Otter.
Nice. Front line.
Okay.
I'm on Ash.
Just front line.
Dash.
There's
Rumble. I'm cutting back.
Grumble.
Nice.
Can you chase? Maybe look for more.
Nice. Keep going. Ash, I'm not
Nice.
Smoothie getting caught out right there. Kez also going to get rooted up by Inox, and that's going to be a 2-man bar. They'll do the card six fight out.
Chasing. Go. Glory. Look up. Feet up.
Slow.
Nice.
Chasing.
Back up.
I'm fine.
Nice.
There's a disengage open to catches flares and Smoothie. Not the targets they wanted. Otter drops, and here comes the rest of that fight. 2 kills picked up. Both of hims down. Enemy improved to 2-2. Hey everyone, welcome back here to the North American LCS. We are gearing up for our final game of the day. That's Team 8 versus Team Dignitas. Now yesterday, Dignitas showed that their win over Cloud9 was no fluke.
Yep, once again, Zingy picked Zach, and he made some smart engages to start some advantageous team fights for Team Dignitas. Another player that also came up big was Gamsu. He had 77.8% kill participation. And he showed that full power of Ryze. He also had a really good flash play where he ulted over that Varus ultimate to secure the engage for his team.
Yeah, Dignitas looking pretty darn good. They're looking to be turn that 2 wins in a row into a really large streak now, while Team 8, these guys are still trying to get their first win, though. So, opposites here in this one. We do have to consider, though, it's been a tough schedule for Team 8 so far. They've had to face Team Liquid, Counterlogic Gaming, Team Impulse. These are all teams that were playoff teams last time around, so things to be expected, whereas Team 8 finished last split above Dignitas. Like, this is a battle that Team 8 should feel good about.
Yeah, true. And, starting a split with back-to-back losses like that can definitely play on your psyche. And, I think you saw a bit of that in Cali's overreaching play. Meanwhile, their new AD carry, Nien, he was a little more upbeat, acknowledging that it was a rough first game for him, but he learned a lot.
Yeah, well, hopefully they've learned a whole lot for this one because they need to take down Dignitas. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineups, though. On the blue side is Team 8 with Cali Trolls in the top lane, Porpoise in the jungle, Slushy in mid, Nien on AD carry, and Dodo on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Dignitas. Up top, Gamsu in the jungle, Azingi mid shifter, AD carry Core JJ, and support Kiwi Kid.
All right, so Team Dignitas, one of the very few rosters who held their entire lineup together from last split. And they've actually looked pretty darn good because of it. These guys sitting on 2-1. They are 1 win away from being tied for second place at the end of the day. That's an incredible way to start your season for Dignitas over here. Meanwhile, Team 8, they picked up a new AD carry with Nien Tanso. They've played only 1 game with him so far. They were saying that in scrims, the improvement was immediate. Everyone liked playing with him. They thought the team's going to be so much better. But it's so far been a pretty slow start for the team.
Yeah, I mean, that was just 1 game. They had to play CLG, who were looking very strong. For Dignitas, though, I really did enjoy Kiwi Kid's interview after last week when he was asked about the roster swaps and when they make any changes in the offseason. He was like, yeah, they just couldn't find anybody that they thought was better. So every member on the team is irreplaceable.
All right.
They have that much confidence in the team and the squad that they have right now.
I mean, to be fair, if results kind of continue the way they are, Dignitas are going to end week 2 tied for second place. I wouldn't change that roster ever. Like, almost every team would. Sorry.
Strong language.
I didn't mean to say ever, but I mean certainly that it shows that roster is working. I did misspeak. Thank you for the correction there. But yeah, I mean, Dignitas are poised to look really very good this split. And Coach Rico, who's been there for a little while now, he joined partway through the last split. Dignitas ended the spring split actually on a small upswing. They started picking up a couple more wins towards the end right there. They're one of the better looking teams right now. And to think about it, we've seen so many teams kind of flounder in between the 2 splits. We've seen Cloud9, I think, make the biggest sort of departure from how good they used to be. Team Impulse still look like they have room to grow. And Dignitas looking to be in the top half of the teams in terms of skill right now.
I like that these 2 teams have pretty different strengths for them. Team Dignitas, I really like their Gamsu as well as Core JJ on the 2 opposite sides of the map, the side lanes there, whereas Team 8 is so heavily focused around Slushy, and if Slushy has a successful game, whatever type of champion he's on, Team 8 usually tailor it around Slushy, whether he's on Ziggs or something like LeBlanc. They'll change the playstyle basically to revolve around their mid lane pick now that he has really proven himself on this team.
Absolutely.
Be, one of the biggest carries.
Absolutely. Slushy has been nothing but impressive on Team 8. And I think their goals with picking up Nien was to actually add another consistent force. Cali Troll's the wild card. Sometimes he can take over games, but it seems to be the exception more than the rule. But the guy that they've picked up to be that consistent damage dealer is that new AD carry in Nien. And I got to cast him all throughout the Challenger season when he was on Fusion. He wasn't known for his laning phase, but he would always think about Altec and how Altec always gets farm. Nien would always manage to end the game with like the most farm in the game. He's also a vocal player. He could help with shot calling. And then in team fights, he would show up and do a lot of damage. That's the role that Nien had. And when you've got players like Cali Trolls and Porpoise and Slushy who are making all the plays early game, you just need someone who can sit back and farm and then turn it on into team fights. The one loss Nien's had so far this split has been a CLG. It's an excusable loss. CLG's a very good team. But here's a game where you need to prove that this new AD carry for Teammate is worth the pickup, that he's going to improve the team, because Teammate were one game away from making playoffs last split, and you think they should have improved for Summer.
All right. How long do you think we have to go in the split until we see a Zach ban for a Zingy? I don't. So the champion itself is not.
I'm going to say this game
is not deserving, really.
I'm just. It's a blind guess. I might be wrong. Like, we're going to know in like 30 seconds. But I'm gonna be bold on this one.
Again, the champion itself there's nothing really deserving of a ban there, but it is his favorite favorite jungler. Yeah, so that is a top lane ban, that Jarvan, the Gamsu top lane. He has had success with it, a lot of damage, good early combos from him. And they actually decided to ban that over banning something like the Annie for Kiwi Kid, who has actually opted for other supports now and surprised some people. Alistar still definitely deserving of first ban there, but we can't mention sports without, of course,
mentioning Bard.
Wandering Caretaker, is that what it's called?
The Wandering Caretaker, yeah. Well, you heard Jat talk about it actually when he was casting, and he said the Gravity game, and he's like, mid lane Bard would totally be great. Keen should bring it up.
Pretty sure that's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said. You can quote me on this one. I'm quoting Jat. Either way, first pick Rek'Sai comes in for Porpoise. I think this is a very smart. Well, it's weird because none of the other junglers got pinched. So it's sometimes hard to say that Rek'Sai was absolutely the right choice, but it is a champion that Porpoise has been very successful on. When Teammate made a very strong run at the back half of the spring split, it was usually on Porpoise playing Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I don't know. That first pick, I feel like Zingy actually has played Gragas. He feels very comfortable on Gragas. That's a kind of an even first pick there trade.
Yeah.
For Dignitas, let's see what lane do they want to focus on here for the double pickup.
The bottom lane. They're going to pick Bard. Clearly. Gnar? Are you yelling Gnar? Yeah, Gnar. He's a really good champion. Gams is going to play him this game. Here we go, last few seconds, Team Dignitas. You're not going to get him because Gnar has been picked up, and Thresh here for Kiwi Kid. So as you mentioned before, he's been shying away from the Annie a little bit. Now on Thresh for himself.
Yeah, I feel like this is a Yasuo dare right now because the Yasuo-Gnar matchup has shown to be so Yasuo favored. And they even moused over the Yasuo to sort of bait, I guess, Teammate into it. Cali is definitely one who likes to get one of those winning matchup champions and will pressure you hard if he does have it. He was on the receiving end of one of the first Gnar Yasuos that we saw in North America, which was Impact's Yasuo.
Yeah.
And that was brutal. So he would definitely like to try out the reverse on stage.
Well, if there's anyone to remind him of that matchup, it would be their coach, history teacher himself. Think back to last week, and Sivir Nautilus is the pickup, though, for Team 8. So a pretty versatile lane, and it's one where Nien can easily pick up all the farm as well as be a defensive wave clear tool for the team if things go awry early on.
Yeah, I do always like taking away Sivir from Dignitas and Core JJ specifically. He had so much success on that champion last split. And since Kalista is banned,
easy pickup.
Yes, sir.
Well, there's the Zac hover. There literally haven't been any jungle bans, just like the one Rek'Sai pick, and it seems like a Zingy's first choice may just end up being Zac again.
So it is a snowbally jungler, and if you do get an early lead, we've seen, especially since he does like to go the route of maxing Elastic Slingshot. If your shots hit, if you can control the vision, if you can channel your jungle path past the enemy wards in the early stages of the game, you can be a very, very terrifying force, especially on solo lanes.
Yeah. And I do really like Zac against Sivir, actually. Even if you spell shield the Elastic Slingshot, you're still directly on top of him.
Yeah, he's on you. That's his goal is to get
it doesn't matter. He gap close. The stun not landing doesn't really matter. If you don't spell shield that, you get knocked back with less bounce anyway. So definitely we saw a Zingy practically carry his team up against Cloud9 when they faced Ashe. Here's another immobile AD carry to go prey on. Certainly could work very well for Dignitas. We'll have to see. CoreJJ has picked Ezreal as a safe, consistent damage dealer from the back lines. And with all the diving Dignitas has, Ezreal can definitely participate here.
Teammate have plenty of knockups for Yasuo to prep him. And the matchup looks correct, so I kind of like the lock-in, but they're gonna run away from it.
Just a team fight team, so
Rumble
Slushy
is dead.
Plays his first Azir that I think he's ever played in the LCS. It was Ziggs and Vlad so far this split, and a lot of LeBlanc and Orianna last split. Plus whatever else he could get his hands on as time went on. So Azir in here, plus the Rumble top lane for Cali Trolls, one of the few times we've seen him play that champion as well. Big AoE team fight team for Team 8.
All right, so they're going to go poke. You shoot you right over that Azir wall. Now, picking the Kog'Maw right into the point-and-click Nautilus, though. Nautilus plus Rumble combo is a backline killer. See if Shifter will be able to work his way around it.
He's definitely going to have an early laning deficit, though. Azir, one of the stronger laners early game, as long as he can hide away from Zac. Azir does have some mobility to dodge these ganks, but you never know. Outplays can certainly happen here. Yeah, teammate with a lot of 5-on-5 power, a decent amount of lockup, a decent amount of mobility. Dignitas looking to play pretty darn far back, and even they have lanterns to keep themselves safe.
All right. Callie, I wonder how long he's going to hold on to that smite. Teleport, smite, Rumble.
That would be weird.
Very weird. I mean, you know, the Magus enchant is fairly efficient, but
what if it's real?
Yeah, well, he's got 4 seconds left. Hold on to it. And he will enter the game.
Yeah, no, he switched at the last second. All right, it is TP Flash Rumble. Oh, well, it'd be cool to see. Yeah, Magus enchant Rumble. Maybe it's really good, but we're not going to see it today either way. Who knows if it's actually strong.
You can pure jungle with Rumble. It's actually not that bad.
Really? I'm actually surprised that Rumble in the jungle is any good. Either way, before the shots start firing on the Rift, send your game predictions to us. Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag T8win or hashtag DIGwin. Let us know who you think's going to be doing better in this one, the team fight comp versus the poke comp, to put it in generalization terms. And the crowd is chanting Bard win. Who's not in this game? You guys are really bad at voting. Here we go, guys. The 5th game of the day. The 10th of the weekend. Team 8 looking to finally put a game in the win column here. Team Dignitas looking to end the week in 2nd place. I think a spot very few would have predicted them for, but they've maybe made it. We talk about the new bot lane of Team 8, and Nien was very familiar with Dodo. And now that they're sharing a lane, he says that they're working hard to form a good partnership.
I like Dodo a lot, or playing with Dodo a lot, because he's a really calm player, and he's just really smart in general. And I used to look up to him a lot in Han, the game that I played before, because he's like a god at that game. So it's really interesting being on a team playing with him now. So I think we're gonna get a lot better. We just need to work on some synergy, and we're playing at least like 6 solo queue games a day along with scrims. So just trying to grind it out.
Practice makes perfect, Freak.
Definitely does. And it's definitely been a new partnership. The announcement of that new duo lane was fairly recent. So as we talk about teams learning and improving over time, but Dignitas have learned and improved quite a lot over the last split. And Team 8 almost starting anew here with the new AD carry. And we'll see how that trends over time. Remember, a few weeks ago, Nien said he wanted to be one of the top 5 AD carries in the world by the end of the year. It's a very lofty goal, but if you set your mind to it, you never know.
If you set your mind to it, you never know. I like it.
Yeah, really motivational. You just might do it. Is that a little bit more emphatic?
Well, let's see here. We got jungle starts for everybody except for Seraph. Or I mean, Callie.
Yep, Seraph definitely not jungling in this game.
Nope, that was last game. We got Rumble on the brain. Both duos will be fairly evenly matched. We'll see if the slightly later arrival time does cost the bottom lane of Team 8 a minion or not.
Looks like a lot of XP has been gained by CoreJJ and Kiwi Kid. Yeah, in the end, not going to get any CS from the first wave. I think he got XP on only one of them. So
yeah,
slow start for the Team 8 duo. We'll see if the small XP lead ends up mattering here.
Those Krugs Let's take a bit longer.
And Saber's really bad at them. She doesn't have the attack speed buff on Ricochet before she learns her ultimate, so I think she's like literally the worst at killing jungle camps of all the AD carries at level 1.
The worst. All right, well, let's see. The other thing I want to keep track of is Zingy in the jungle, just because his early route.
Ooh, man. Nian's at 230 health just from that, and Flame missed.
Not a great start. See Nian's second game here. But Zingy, that early jungle route I'm looking at, looks like fast level 3, focus at a solo lane, boom.
And they lead. Calitros, the knockup lands, and at some point he's going to have to flash or just die, and it looks like he's going to choose the latter. Just kidding. He flashed.
Yeah, you had 50% chance there, Freak.
One of the days he'll get it right. Corvus finds a Zingy, though, and Zach, without the slingshot up right now, is going to have to run away. Good slow from Gamsu. Helping him out, and out goes Zingy.
He's got a ward to place as well. Trinket ward down.
You know, with Zach being that small, I'm surprised Tremor Sense even works anymore. Good trade on a Kiwi Kid, though. Summoner heal used to keep himself afloat, and a great shot on a Nian. He also pops his heal to trade back onto CoreJJ.
Oh!
The flash blade to ignite, that's the kill. CoreJJ gets it, but he's so incredibly low himself. The flash wasn't needed.
Yeah.
Nian was dead anyway. Dodo gets a kill back.
Yep. So initially, really well played by Dignitas duo right there. But CoreJJ really, really wanted that cash for the first blood. And ends up costing him, his life as well as the double summoners. So, all in all, not the worst story for Teammate. Could have been terrible right there as they got outplayed 2 versus 2.
Yeah, and it will allow some time for Nian to walk back into the lane. He's down 5 minions, but he can catch up with the double Doran's Blade here. The first blood, of course, does mean pickaxe for CoreJJ, and the fact that he's buying that means he's probably going to do Manamune first. Yeah. Backing for a tier after getting killed in lane is going to give you a really big stat deficit. So even though he could stack the tier, I think the attack damage is actually a much better choice in this case.
Yeah, and if you can combine it at the same time, if you can buy a full Manamune, then it just stacks so much quicker anyway. All right.
Absolutely. Wow, another great chunk from CoreJJ. Ian does not learn Spell Shield at level 3. Oh, he did actually, just didn't use it. Took a lot of damage for that.
Might have been previously popped by a hook from Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, there's a chance.
Zingy, though, he's not giving up on that bottom lane. Shows his face once, returns with a circle around the entire dragon pit. Now he's in position for a shot.
No summoners on this entire duo lane, so where exactly is Dodo going to go for this one? Hook back in. TP comes from Calitros to buy some time. Magic TP a bit late by Gamsu. Cancels it.
At that point, yeah, don't even... All right, well, looks like they're going to shove it in, but a healthy CoreJJ, they should be able to hold this turret with just 3.
Wow, this is interesting, though. The 4 of them still pushing forward. Dodo's out of health.
I would go
Zingy gets smited. Out of the turret they go. Calitro's got to be careful. Pull 2 turret shots, and in goes CoreJJ. One hit! Oh! Nian blocks the Mystic shot. Mana Potion chugged by CoreJJ. The skill shots barely miss.
That's a poor tower dive to even go for.
Yeah.
Zach is the low member. He's got a passive where he revives in 4 separate bloblets.
Yep.
And CoreJJ was at full life, and he's Ezreal. So that's all in all, it's kind of the same story here for Teammate, where we see them feeling overly pressured to make a risky move.
Yeah. And you're seeing the risk get punished right now. So this is actually pretty nice. Oh, he missed. Never mind. If actually landed, he was dead. Man, Nian was just so close to getting a kill right there by himself off a misplay by Kiwi Kid.
CoreJJ with a shot.
He's
at
done that
Kiwi
before,
Kid.
actually.
Get out of lane.
That's the second time he's done that.
Go back and heal. He's done it before with the ultimate on Ezreal as well.
Yeah.
What you're referring to?
Yeah, exactly. From last split.
So there still is that mechanic where if you
hover over a portrait, yeah.
Hover over the champion portrait, you shoot it at them instead. Could have been the case.
Oh, Slushy. He's going to get Zac attack flash, but he wasn't in range anyway. But flash down all the same.
The fear that a Zingy Zac instills in your solo lanes is so intense that even if when you can see the shadow, know where he's going to land, sometimes you just got to pop that flash.
Exactly.
So another, well, Another successful gank for Zingy. He's doing a lot of work across the map, but not able to secure any kills for himself. Just burning summoner spells everywhere.
And depending on how he distributes his time and effort, I mean, Kalitro's flash is going to be back up before the repeat game.
He's still on the warpath, so he's up there at Kalitro's right now looking for the repeat game.
Well, they would have timed it. He's got a very small window. Kalitro's flash is up in 25 seconds. We'll see if that's going to happen right now, though. Dodo comes in from the backside, looks for Core JJ. Here comes Porpoise. They're going to find Kiwi Kid. The flashless Thresh. Summoner he'll use, so does Ignite. Porpoise flashes out to stay alive. He will die to Kiwi Kid's Ignite, and Dignitas wins the 2v3.
Ooh, that's probably the best feeling that you can have as a duo lane. Get ganked by the jungler, come away with a kill. Core JJ and Kiwi Kid feeling very confident in this game due to the strong early start. We'll see how quickly they can transition it, because, you know, this very well could have been a really weak mid game for Dignitas with 2 tier stacking champions. Kog'Maw obviously is going to have a really weak laning phase. He's trying to get to level 11, trying to get to the double item of his Luden Echo on top of his tier. But Ezreal looks like he's going to jump pretty quickly past it. There's that full amount of immune. He can stack it very quickly.
Yeah. Well, that assist was only shared, or by himself, actually. It was just the Kiwi Kid kill him for the assist. Now a TP flank coming in. Kalitro's cannot join, so Gamsu is into this one. And actually, wow, pops the spell shield before the stun and ult land. Nien flashes away. Gamsu's actually quite low. Can they get it? They hook him on in. The Hexdrinker popped, and that will not be a kill. He's got like 5 HP. Kiwi Kid also limps away alive. Porpoise needs to land these Prey Seekers. Nope.
Could have been body blocked. But all right, that teleport play was rushed because of the Gnar bar. Ezreal was not in position to follow up with any damage. The only support that Gamsu had was Kiwi Kid there. Not going to be able to add damage, so bit of a fast and free style game we got going on here.
Really fast game. I feel like I've seen 6 movies about that. But how furious are they for the ganks not working? I'd, sell it off. All right, Dodo, 1v1 rate Core JJ.
They're going to start throwing stuff at him.
Please don't. Kalitro's, though, and now back and forth, these top laners will TP out of the lane looking for a gank, and someone else gets a bunch of farm off of it. The first time around, Kalitro's left, and Gamsu got to walk in the lane with a Hexdrinker and a match to recall, and he had a huge lead. Then Gamsu goes through the attempt, can't quite land it. Kalitro's gets to catch up and farm nearly. The risk almost pays off. If you get those 2 kills, it's super worth it, and you're like, God, what good TPs by this team? But when they slink away with 5 health in all these cases, you're just like, well, that was a bad choice.
And the amount of outplay that you need to pull off to make that happen without, your AD carry being down there to provide damage.
And Flash Force for just a flay. Kiwi Kid still finding ways to be very impactful on this Thresh. Small lead for the Core JJ Ezreal and Kiwi Kid Thresh lane.
The playmaking support himself. Kiwi Kid trying to make it work. Gamsu as well, constantly chugging mana potions in lane.
I'm actually surprised he's using mana potions. Yeah, he's got that tier. Nice read, Ben.
I'm actually going to keep my eye on that one to make sure it's not a visual bug.
No, he definitely had that one as a buff.
Okay, definitely.
He's chugged through multiple potions now. It's always weird to me. Like, I actually played against a guy who picked up mana potions on like a Vladimir. That was weird.
That is called flexing, I think is the technical term.
He was diamond. Made no sense.
Well, let's take a look at where the jungler path ends up now, because Zingy has been constantly ganking. So it really manifested itself in the CS discrepancy here between junglers.
It's a 500 gold lead.
And that fully completed Cinderhulk for Porpoise on Rek'Sai. So although Zingy was able to burn quite a few flashes, he got no kills for himself, no assists for himself yet.
Not yet. In the end, they're gonna get just destroyed after the spell shield. Anyway, Olsen tries to run. Core JJ gets stunned, but Zingy is not gonna be stopped. Nice Q by Core JJ. Kalitro's will TP in, but it's into a 1 versus 3. Did he even want this fight in the first place? No. Getting locked up. Flashes still gets flayed as Zingy shows up, and Kalitro's enters his own doom.
There's some kills for him. Shifter comes running down through the river with his tail between his legs.
Porpoise goes in. He will find Kiwi Kid. Exactly where is his Thresh going to go? Towards the Dragon Pit and stay alive. They answer back out of Core JJ. And it's only the Azingi passive. Kiwi Kid is still standing after all this. Azir will finally knock down Azingi, but it's 6-2 for Dignitas.
That is so cheating. Azir at Whack-A-Mole is just unbeatable. He's got 3 soldiers covering all the bloblets, able to clean up Azingi. But man, Kiwi Kid as well, living on the edge there, going back in with 50 HP just for the play to ensure another kill for Team Dignitas. And now the game is really breaking open for them with all the action down bottom lane.
Absolutely. 3 kills and 3 assists on Core JJ's. Ezreal's got a Sheen. 3,000 gold lead for the team.
Keep on going with these ganks.
Smites off the spell shoot. That's so cool.
Yeah, he's able to get the damage and the knock-up. And it actually is very important that you get that this early with Zach, because he is, again, maxing the Elastic Slingshot as a huge part of the kit. The brunt of the damage coming in. And then Kali with that teleport. The teleports from top lane so far on both sides.
Yeah. Underwhelming.
All right, and here comes Shifter, bringing some friends with him. Porpoise and Slushy going to combine here to pop the passive of Azingi. So it will cost them their lives. There's a Kiwi Kid going back in for that play. And Core JJ on the same page. Love this bottom lane. They're definitely playing on the same style here. Very aggressive, looking to abuse their opponents.
And as he came out of that replay, Slushy just popped his ultimate on, I'm guessing, a Force Flash from Azingi here as I look at the spells on cooldown right here. So some interaction happened over there, but the Sightstone and Cinderhulk are both done for Azingi. That fight just catapulted him back ahead of Porpoise in gold. So a huge power surge to the AD carry, huge power surge to the jungler as well. Wow, that hook landed on a Core JJ, Arcane Shift used, and all is well. Oh, just kidding, not all is well. Ignite comes on, a TP from Gamsu. They will knock it down, and Gamsu finishes the teleport. This is going to be a bit dangerous. Porpoise and the rest of the team are there, but Nian has to feel afraid as Azingi and Shifter are both coming down. Slushy is late to the party, but maybe they do enough in time. Gamsu's Rage Bar almost empty. House lands onto Nian, who took a turret shot. A bit of an overextend, and they will get the kill with Shifter on the E. Equalizer comes back. They will trade back towards Gamsu. Team have a bit of room to work with now as the wave comes into the turret.
Blow for blow here in the bottom lane. Azingi does not have passive.
Yeah, but he does have the last Slingshot, and out he goes. It will be the turret kill picked up, so teammate go 1 for 1, I believe, and managed to knock up a, or sorry, 2 for 1 as they killed the Ezreal as well, and get the bottom lane turret.
Ooh, I think the biggest thing out of that is Luden's Echo completed here for Kog'Maw. Let's see if he sticks around, because Shifter, I believe he was handed that blue buff. No, not quite yet. He's just hanging around the blue buff, so doesn't have it. And they don't have much vision, so they'll just take it safe, give the blue buff over to Cog, so he can stack up his tier and make use.
And this is a good time for Kog'Maw. He's level 11, his flash is up, he's got loot, and he's got blue buff. This is like the first big power spike for Kog'Maw. Sadly for Dignitas, the dragon's already dead, so you can only really fight for turrets. But I want to see what kind of impact Shifter can have now in this game.
We can clear minions like no other.
Yeah, that's real easy. Even I could do that.
Well, also, those teleports were a bit better. You know, you can't really fault Gamsu for not canceling that one just because he started channeling it as soon as the engage came in. Maybe it could have been a little bit earlier, but a good ultimate from Kali once he arrived as well.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it pans out as the lanes shape back up to different ones, actually. So 1 turret apiece. Top lane was already killed by Gamsu. Bot lane was already killed by the teammate duo. Core JJ left alone in the bot lane gets the second turret kill for Dignitas, but teammate have already sent their duo lane top side to battle the magic resist stacking Gamsu. Gnar should not have an easy time against Sivir at all.
He does have backup, especially since the recall timing there for bottom lane just came in. Plus, we could see a grouping here from Dignitas. You know, level 11 Kog'Maw with Luden and an Ezreal on your team. The poke, definitely substantial.
Yeah.
1 outer turret left. All they really need to do is focus on that mid lane. If they decide to group up and take down that one, you can start getting the fairly safe Vision down with the Zac plus Thresh combo, using the Lantern to get those deep wards.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Dignitas, with the gold lead overall and with Zingy having such a great impact so far in the game, looks like the siege may happen soon. CoreJJ did a pit stop for Sheen, but is going towards the Blade of the Ruin King, so another auto attack centric build for now. But the Sheen will still give him the poke that if they want a siege, it's going to be actually pretty powerful from this Ezreal.
Yep. And if they can clear out Vision, plenty of areas for a Zingy to charge up from.
Very true.
Wow. The war is that friend.
He had to pop heal to not die. And Slushy gets chunked out by the Ezreal Kog'Maw combo. Dignitas looking for the next wave. It spawned right about now. It's just joining into the wave, and this could very easily be a turret pickup. With teammate missing their mid laner, Sivir still top lane. It's going to be at best a trade. Oh, but a good equalizer. Kalitrols will actually keep the turret standing.
Yeah, we get our first glimpse at the sniper combo there with the Ezreal Kog'Maw. Be careful as far as the backline targets are concerned. Once again, another Azir, no magic resist. Looking for that late game, Slushy. Looking to be a carry for his team.
Yeah.
Once again.
So far, equal in lane to Shifter, and 1-0 so far in the game. You can't really say too many bad things about Slushy in this game. Consistently as one of the strongest members of Team 8. Looks like he's still on pace for that in this game. A good play so far by Teammate as they did make an objective trade for just a Rumble ulti to keep the mid lane alive. Dragon's still not respawning for at least 2 minutes, so Rumble ulti will be back up. So far, good mid-game choices despite a very strong would-be siege from Dignitas.
See if Team 8 are going to be able to manipulate Dignitas into fighting in one of these smaller corridors where they can really make use of Kali's Rumble ultimate. Outer turret, just a couple more chips. And Dragon in 2 minutes.
Ooh, red buff CoreJJ, he popped the Cutlass slow already. Kibikid's going to join the flay. Flash by Kalitrols will dodge the ult, but the flash by CoreJJ gets the kill. An assist from Kiwi, but overall, 1v1 essentially. But the Dignitas 80 carry. Kalitrols trying to make plays. 1 and 2.
CoreJJ has just been on a mission this game. Almost all arcane shifts forward. Only maybe 2 I can remember defensively used.
Taken after the late great Woong.
We'll see if he builds Amanda wins.
Season 2 runner-up. And
he's not late. He's still breathing.
True. That's true.
Pretty sure.
He's just, I don't think he's playing professional league anymore, so maybe that counts for pro gamers. If you're not playing tournaments, you count as late.
Out of sight, out of mind. Look at that vision coverage though from Team 8. Pretty much all concentrated around Dragon. So that is definitely, what they have their sights set on for the next objective. And they would love to try and group up, get one of those Rumble ultimates on Shifter.
And with teleport available for both top laners, we might see Gamsu join Kalitrols up there soon. But right now, mid lane completely unstopped there. A lot of damage comes through from Shifter and Gamsu. That mid lane turret now incredibly low. Anyone left alone will knock that down, so teammates have to keep that in mind. Blade of the Ruin King is done for CoreJJ in time for this dragon fight. Andrews is in for Kalitrols, and not quite the death cap of Slushy.
True.
Sorka Elixir picked up by Kalitrols. He's got home guard boots, and he's beelining over to the right-hand side of the map to fight for a dragon. Power Spike's gonna actually be pretty good for the Rumble ulti with that Sorcerer Elixir.
See if he can make it count. Nautilus is a great setup for Rumble ultimate.
Yeah. Right now, Gamsu's stuck in mini Nart, just timed out here. He's tired for a little bit, and teammate trying to just barrel their way in as ult hits 3.
Dignitas just looking for poke. That's all they have to do pretty much all game long.
And now they start up the dragon.
Shifter running a little bit dry
Yeah, Shifter's on the wrong side. Corvus going to go in. Several pop, flash engage. Jodo going to knock CoreJJ over the wall, force him to get away from this one. And here come the soldiers. Kiwi Kid will ignite and die, but they trade back on the other one. A nice knockback by Azir keeps Gamsu from stunning the entire team, but there's still a lot of chase down. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Dignitas, despite teammates' best efforts.
Yeah, they didn't really keep anyone on the Rumble ultimate. Plus, they were tanking Dragon. They rushed up. I thought they were popping it to just rush the Dragon, steal it, and back out. But not able to land much with the Rumble ultimate there. And good disengage from Dignitas. They're able to collapse again after chasing off Team 8.
Yeah, good job then. Dignitas up another kill, up now tying in Dragons, and with a 3,000 gold lead, CoreJJ able to solo push down the bot lane. Dignitas definitely in control right now of this game. The poke heavy composition, Shifter was forced to run around the side, and it still worked out for him.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for Team 8. So they rush over here. Dodo flashes. Oh, maybe they were not accounting for the mobility of Ezreal there. But CoreJJ got over the wall really easily.
Yeah, that ended up being a pretty wasted equalizer. Gnar.
A Zingy there making that Zac count. Able to get the AD carry. Sivir bounce into the team.
Ooh, they're going to answer back, though. Ezreal will miss, and a kill picked up as Kiwi Kid falls over for the second time in this game. Teammate unwilling to say die, but down 2,000 gold. They've got some room to make up.
Only improvements to be made. Blue buff again onto Kog'Maw, though. Should be a sign for Dignitas. Group up, get that poke game running. Cali Trolls coming in, maybe downriver for
Oh man, Nian could, yeah, he popped ult just to run away from Ezreal and Kog'Maw. He was 2 skill shots away from dying. This is, you can see how just incredibly scary this poke team is from Dignitas.
Yeah.
Got it the sniper duo, it definitely is.
It's actually, yeah, I actually like it as a trio because Zac is the final bomb in the sniper combo. You poke him low enough, and his Zingy, if you're able to, the best snipers. It's like fishing with dynamite. But Zac, if you control vision around the tower, you know, you just poke him low enough, and he can go in with that elastic slingshot a full screen away to jump in for the initiation.
Well, it's so far worked pretty well for Dignitas. The follow-up front line of Gnar and Zac, even though they are sort of telegraphed if they're primary engagers. You kind of see him coming, you can maybe play around him. It just seems to be enough to work anyway, as teammate have to get in medium lane, like in medium range, to reach Dignitas to do anything. So even if it takes a second for your tanks to come in, it's certainly working here. The final bombs, as you say. As Ziggy and Gamsu.
Planes use bombs to snipe all the time.
That's, do you really call that sniping?
Yes.
All right. I trust you, Kobe. We're here, we're here lying to each other on the desk, so I believe you on this one.
All right, let's see if Dignitas can actually pressure towards a secondary turret here, because no neutral objective. Really just need to group up and get that poke swinging.
And let's see what the next move is for Dignitas, as they are holding double sight stone. They've knocked down all 3 outer turrets, and there's not a dragon up for another 4. It looks like it's going to be the bottom lane split push for Gamsu with Baron on the map. You need to put your teleport on the other side of it. You can't commit too many resources to the other side of the map. Certainly Rumble and Azir could knock that down rather quickly, so Baron certainly a concern. Even a lot of percent health damage in the Dignitas lineup. They've got Kog'Maw with rank 1W and an Azir with Blade of the Ruin King, so both these teams can certainly threaten those neutral objectives. CoreJJ actually went Iceborne, interesting. He doesn't go for Trinity Force, but just another kiting back item. Despite the fact that there's very little physical damage on Team 8, it's just for the CC.
Well, plus, yeah, the slowing fields. They already have the Kog'Maw ooze to work with. More slowing fields from the Iceborne Gauntlet. Just, they can control pretty much the entire battlefield here.
Yeah.
If you get slowed down, it makes it so easy to land this long-range poke.
It absolutely does.
We've already seen, Yen, he has to blow summoners, he has to blow ultimate, he has to blow something just to get out of the slows.
And that could be very, very scary for the teammate lineup as the snipers continue to power up. The size of their bullets keeps getting bigger. And Team 8 really not making headway on the other side of the map right here. Dignitas seems to be the one able to make aggressive plays. CoreJJ shifts forward, lands a red buff. And teammate have to respect it. Gold lead now 2.7 thousand. It's actually slightly growing over time for Dignitas, as they're just able to take more resources off the map every couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think for a teammate, what they really need to look for is just that rush down opportunity. What I thought they were going to do for Dragon, you pop Sivir ult, everybody moves forward. You even use your Rumble ultimate on the backside. You lead Dignitas a little bit so that you just bum rush them and try and get to the Kog'Maw. You take advantage before Zac and Gnar have time to set up this front line that is a little bit more timing based than most we see. Just try and rush right through them and get to that Kog'Maw.
We'll see if that can happen then, because that's really the only way it seems teammate gets in there, is to actually reach that back line. And though Ezreal's slippery, Kog'Maw's a little bit less so. Finally, mid lane does go down, but here comes a flash in. Shifter wants to land the artillery summoner. He'll keep Slushie safe. Mid lane turret dies, but Dragon's up in 15 seconds, and Slushie was forced to recall.
Now, they did get Kog'Maw flash out of that, even though it was used offensively. Now he's only sitting on the Ghost, so the dogpile towards Shifter.
Yeah, makes Rumble ult actually work now against him. Porpoise getting pushed out by CoreJJ. Ezreal completely unafraid of shifting forward into these fights. They can shift onto the Dragon right now. The Dignitas are on it. Gnar on the other side of the map. He is mega, but it's timing out. Has teleport, but Dragon's dying so incredibly fast. Porpoise not going to try to steal. Dragon number 2 for Dignitas is going to give him bonus turret damage. And CoreJJ again pushes forward, slows down Dodo 8. And in comes Kiwi Kid. Sivir ulti popped, the hook nearly hits Slushie, but they're going to find a bit of damage. In comes Ziggy to the back line. The bombs have arrived and Dodo is dead. And now the rest of teammate locked in a little circle right there. Nien falls off. The chase on a Slushie, 1 hit away, trying to run. And he will get out. It's a 3-for-1 though, again in favor of Dignitas. They're getting farther and farther ahead, and now they pick Baron.
All right, yeah, another strong engage there from Mazingi. Kiwi Kid also popping that Righteous Glory, getting into range, forcing the fight. CoreJJ even arcane shifted onto the Rumble ultimate, and they were still able to keep teammate on the run. Let's take a look here. Pinch for both sides. Gamsu on the top. Kiwi Kid luring them into the box, actually. Beautiful bait there from Kiwi Kid. Yes, they take him down, and then they get the support kill, but he's got 3 inside the box with Zac at their back and CoreJJ firing from the side. Shifter has a really easy time sniping with Kog'Maw off in the distance.
Yep. Impressive by Dignitas. So here they go, poised to make it a 3-1 start to the split. Taking down teams that placed better than them in the regular standings. And I mean, I do think this is actually a pretty impressive season by Dignitas. The 2 teams that were beneath them, or close to them at least, Winterfox and Coast, both got their spots taken away by challenger teams in the LCS. So this is a tougher lineup now in front of them, teams that theoretically might all just be above them theoretically in the standings. And Dignitas starting out 3-1, knocking down so many of these contenders. It's a very good start to the split for these guys.
Strong start to Baron here. They should be able to take it very quickly. They do have vision control, but Tremor Sense on teammates, as well as Scrying Orb. Reveal their plans. Teleport gets the Sivir ultimate burned. But, you know, 2 waves pushing there for teammate. They can probably just back right off.
Yeah, looks like they can't ride the top lane, though. Calitro's forced to be very afraid of Gamsu, who's managed to stack a ton of magic resist, and Calitro just can't do anything at all. It's going to flash the wall, but does Gamsu really even care? Tosses the boulder, lands the slow. Hop at a Q might be enough to catch down Calitro's, but the Rumble barely gets out after burning his flash.
Cute flash for the Randuin's active there from Gamsu, because he did not build a Frozen Mallet going in for the active slow. Ends up just being the flash burned. No kill for him.
Yeah, flash for flash, summoner TP for Sivir ulti, but Sivir ult back up in 45 seconds from now. Teammate still holding on. They sit 4,000 gold down, but one good team fight we've seen from the likes of TDK. You can turn one good fight around. And everything feels good again. No, that hook on a Porpoise is going to be pretty dangerous. Flays him back through the puddle. But wow, they get the kill first onto the Thresh. Porpoise trying to run Gamsu in the middle of everything. Gets double CC to say disengage from us, please, because Mega Gnar is going to be too much to deal with. A 1-for-1 overall.
All right, bottom lane pushing. That one's going to hit into the turret. But, you know, no other lanes up. Dignitas don't really get anything out of it. Both teams back off after an even exchange. See if they actually decide to, you know, make this blue buff worth it here. Shifter got another one. They really want to make use of it now. Kog'Maw is in full power, by the way. Well, he's not... Is that 16? That is 16. All right, that's full power. He's got the transformed Seraph, Luden's magic penetration.
Yeah.
Maxed out ulti. Siege now.
It's going to be ridiculous.
That is the name of the game for Dignitas. And we'll see, once again, teammate, their route is to pop Sever ultimate and rush straight at him.
Yeah, we'll see if teammate can do that. Maybe even a flank just to get around some of these guys, but they've not found ways to do that so far. Dignitas, they start up on Baron Nashor, 33 minutes in. It's always been a tricky thing for Dignitas, but they're going to catch out Slushy. Down he goes. Shifter plus Kiwi Kid eliminate the teammate mid laner. Makes it even harder to stop this Baron Nashor, and Porpoise still around, 2,000 health left on it. He's not going to get in range in time. No, flayed out of the tunnel, and Baron goes over to Core JJ. Shifter is unstoppable. His 5th kill picking up Porpoise.
Whew. All right, well, that should definitely be some inhibitor turrets at least here for Dignitas. Nobody died in that. They have a perfect sieging team, as well as the Baron buff. So everybody heading straight up that mid lane so they can push 2 at once. And for Team 8, another rough game here.
Yeah.
And second, rough first week for him. Team really struggling across the board.
Slushy still living up to most of his hype, 2-1, the best scoreline on the team, but in the end, unfortunately, a very rough early laning phase. He used to lane swap most games in the Challenger Series. It was his team fighting more than his laning phase that made him strong. And Dignitas managed to punish that pretty cleanly. Core JJ, Kiwi Kid, and a Zingy all together, putting a lot of pressure down there. Dignitas sitting close to 8,000 gold ahead now as time moves on. And looks like they have yet to make any headway really with this Baron buff, though. 4 turrets still the score.
Oh.
Dragon's up. Play into Porpoise. More poke coming in, and this Rek'Sai forced to flash away. Tanks and Ezulti getting hit up quite a bit. Ignite is on as well. He's forced to run. The tanks cannot land any engage. Dignitas don't catch teammate, but it's teammate forced to run from the poke.
Yeah, enough damage done. Dignitas should easily be able to split now. Pick up the minions as well as the dragon at the same time. They are running out of Baron timer, though. So that is one thing in favor of Team 8.
And as we sit 35 minutes in, teammate have yet to find the kind of fight they've needed. Bot lane kills went back and forth a little bit, but as soon as we got towards team fights, teammate have not found anything to do. Ulti on Agamsu becomes Mini Gnar, the trinket used to reveal him. Hook will land, and here comes the hard engage. All of them, but they push him over the wall. Slushy saves Gamsu for a couple seconds.
All right, Silver ultimate down. Now let's set up down. They still have the ultimate at the end.
Flash over the wall, used the end, can't quite get flayed, but here comes the engage all the same. A bunch of damage from Azir. Core JJ still safe. Slushy overcommits. Zingy's there. The cannon turrets are as well. And another kill for Shifter. 6-0-6 on this AP Kog'Maw.
Whew. Yeah, he's a massive force right now. Late game Cog. Not much to do about it. Can't go for any other targets.
And on the last dregs of Baron buff, it's going to be the mid inhibitor going down. More map pressure for Dignitas. This inhib will be dead while Baron respawns. The recent Dragon was already picked up for movement speed, so Dignitas in control of everything. Core JJ forced to run, but the slow field makes that easy. Teammate have still yet to make any great inroads. They got some damage, but they just don't have the durability to tank this team for long enough.
Yeah, it is really hard to tank a 5-item, level 18 Cog. Gonna shred you, not only with the Void Staff, but also can tag one person with,
Yeah.
one.
Dodging what he can, they find CoreJJ. The over-aggressive Ezreal will get punished, and the end stays alive. Maybe this is the fight for Team 8. They've traded out their support. Porpoise trying to run a Gnar only stuns Cali Trolls, and Azir is, of course, in the fray. Goes in, finds Kiwi Kid, fights Shifter, but drops for it. The kill goes to the Dignitas mid laner. Cali Trolls flashing out, stays alive. It's a 2 for 2. Nien on the run, does survive, but no health bars left for Team 8.
Whew. Shifter just needed to land one more ultimate. Pick that up. 2 for 2 though for Team 8. That's pretty good news. About as good as they can hope for at this point.
Well, you're seeing the glimmers of hope. Maybe these chaotic team fights can work for Team 8 over time to get tankier.
Double summoners down for Kog'Maw. So yeah, CoreJJ, he's been playing really aggressive all game long. Finally punished for it there. Dodo gonna get right on top of him. Yen was down to like 50 HP as well. Able to lifesteal back up here. Slushie going in to try and pick up that support kill. Comboed with the trap.
He should have targeted Shifter first.
Probably.
I think Kiwi Kid didn't mean anything, but he would have one-shot Shifter.
Probably. That Kog'Maw is the one throwing out all the deeps.
Yeah, when you've got Deathcap Void Staff and the Cog's got base MR of 30, he will just die to your combo. So Slushie, I think actually one of the first missteps I've seen with him this game. I think that was the wrong target to go for, but teammate just surviving barely. Azir quite good at knocking down super minion waves. And nothing major has been gained in a little while from the Dignitas lineup. Scuttlecrab picked up, pink ward on top of Baron. They're looking at the blue buff here, but it's gone.
So, do you consider if somebody hits an artillery shot it to be a snipe?
Huh. I don't know. Maybe have like too strict of a definition.
That's definitely a bomb.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just like processing. I'm not actually sure anymore. Hold on though, because Team 8 have come to set up the bomb on Gamsu here. Ulti comes across from Ezreal, tags on it too. Mega Gnar is there. Nien is safe so far though. Team 8 able to disengage as Ziggy comes in but doesn't find anything. Slushie misses the combo to dodge away though, and he's nearly enraged. Gnar jumps to the wall. The boulder's gonna land. Slushie forced to ult him away, but he's still getting poked, picked up by CoreJJ across the wall. And that's the key mid laner down from Team 8.
Oh, yep. They only get one, and he's toast. CoreJJ, those Mystic shots pack a punch onto armorless Azir. Most definitely. He can only take 2 of those before he goes down. And this may be the time where Dignitas finally crack in. Grab another inhibitor for themselves. Rumble ultimate clears out.
And it's well enough aimed that it clears the second wave pretty nicely as well. Not a lot of progress made here by Dignitas as Sivir comes to help out. Still the poke from Ezreal and Kog'Maw putting a bit of damage through Nien. Ooh! And now he's out of range. One more hit would have killed him. But that still means a low health inhibitor turret. Dignitas holding on to map control. Azir's back alive, but Baron's on the map here. Blue buff steal came through safely for Dignitas. They go back in, can't quite find the engage, but they do slow down Porpoise. CoreJJ still on the hunt. He's got to be a bit careful. Does walk away with very little health left. Oh, missed anchor from Dodo as the wall was in the way.
All right, big bottom wave here for Dignitas. Perfect situation. Side wave prepped. Go for Baron, double pink wards. And this is all or nothing for Team 8. Rush on in there, try and make something happen.
No ult for Cali Trolls. It'll be a very difficult fight, but they've got to go now. Baron at half health. These guys still not walking forward. Azir very far away, and Shifty just zones out the team. And teammate call, you know what? It's not worth it, guys. We're not going to win this fight. Give it over. Baron number 2 goes to Dignitas.
Yeah, it's hard to make that call just because you're facing Mega Gnar and the Kog'Maw is ready to turn on you in a second, but now they're going to have to deal with pretty much the same situation. Boxed up inside their base. Baron minions chipping away at them.
Bot lane turret goes down. Nien doesn't even want to finish clearing the wave. He's too afraid of getting jumped on as there's just no ward control on that southern jungle. Just a single one for Team 8. It means Dignitas, even though they all walked at Baron and they walked all the way across the map, Dignitas still get the dragon that Team 8 could have potentially traded for. But the look at Baron and then the turnaround and then the, okay, we should clear mini waves instead. Team 8, we're seeing cracks in their shot calling for sure.
Time to defend the old Nexus. How quickly can Dignitas group up and go for the open inhibitor?
Pretty soon. The recalls coming through already.
Honestly, oh, here it comes. That's what they'll try. A base gate maneuver. Maybe they can get in on the side and somehow take out Shifter.
Yeah, this might. Oh my god, that's half health off Slushy, and that's a Riley's Crystal Scepter on this Kog'Maw now, so subsequent hits are much more likely here. Mid lane inhib goes down, top lane inhib turret is gone as well. This could be the fight that breaks the game right now. Kelly Jules overheats and he can't ult. He's got nothing to do and dies before he can equalize anything. 5 versus 4. In comes the engage. Dodo tanks up what he can. Slushy getting knocked into the inhibitor, betrayed by his own base. Knocks in Kiwi Kid, but there's too many kills coming across. Already 3 dead from teammate. Now the stun from Gamsu. The crunch takes him down 4-0 in this fight. This could be Dignitas winning the game right now.
Goomba Stomp if I've ever seen one there. Dignitas, congratulations on their victory to end out the week.
3-1 for Team Dignitas. They end week 2 tied for 2nd place. 4 games into the season, teammates still look for their first win.
Have had a rough season, or a rough split, start to this split. Re-entry, if you will. Shipping out Maple Street for Nien. An attempt to switch things up. They definitely have a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, I gotta correct myself, by the way. I forgot both Team Liquid and Counter Logic Gaming lost today, so Dignitas tied for first, actually. I was expecting
I guess
those
if they're all
undefeated.
tied, you can call it everyone's tied for second.
They're all first, second, and like third and everything together. Yeah.
You can finagle that if you want to.
So my mistake on that one. TSM as well, 3-1 on the split, I believe. So Dignitas at the top of the table at the end of 2 weeks. Also impressive. I think one of the teams coming into the season, people were least likely to expect to be there. But they stuck the roster together. As you said, none of them wanted to replace any of the players on that team. Said everyone here we have is the best player we have for this position that we can get. And Dignitas definitely looking like it.
Yeah, I really like Core JJ in that game as well. You can tell the killer instinct really came out from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Looking for very offensive plays.
You could argue it was slightly over-aggressive. I think the flash into the turret maybe
Definitely
a bit
at
much.
times was.
Definitely at times was, but wow, Dignitas one of 5 teams actually at 3-1. CLG, Gravity, Liquid, Solomid, Dignitas, all these guys having a strong start, and those seem to be the teams that have set themselves apart as the heavy contenders at the top of the table. And that'll be interesting as time goes on. We've certainly shaken up the standings quite a bit right now. Cloud9 having a very slow start to the split. Dignitas having a very great start to the split. Impulse in the middle ground here. It's just interesting seeing what one split's worth of practice has made, what difference it's made. Where you've
Quite
got
the shakeup.
And my 2 big ones to point out are specifically Gravity and Dignitas, who look so much better already. If they improve at this rate, I don't know what that's going to be like, but it's scary. The week over week
Unsustainable.
improvement. Probably unsustainable. Otherwise, they win Worlds, and that's a difficult task to reach. But I'm just honestly, as a general theme, very impressed with the growth of some of these teams here in North America.
Definitely some of the individual players as well.
Yeah.
A lot of the guys coming out with a strong split. You mentioned Solution many times during the game. Even with the team behind, still manages to look very good.
Yeah, on a somewhat slow mid-range mage. So, hey, unfortunate game from teammate. We'll see what they can do next week. But Dignitas at 3-1 is pretty impressive. We're going to throw it down to Riv, who's down on the red side.
How much is that? Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined here by Kiwi Kid. We're keeping the tradition going strong here. A little intimate interview at the end of the game once they get a victory. Kiwi Kid, there has been a change here for Dignitas. You guys have now gotten half of the amount of wins you guys had at the end of the spring split. What has changed that you can tell us about?
Definitely one of the biggest things, I'm finally like a decent player. I think we've had a lot of problems with my play, but I fixed a lot, and also like I've been taking over a lot of like the mid to late game shot calling, and a lot of it I attribute to like our coaches, Rico and Joyluck. They've helped a lot, and they've really put me on a path where I can not only do I can look for them for guidance, but I can watch VODs and like understand myself. Like I've been given fish and been taught how to fish, so I'm really thankful for them.
Best of both worlds coming out of that. The synergy as well with the Zingy coming out of the jungle, it just seems like there's a lot more for the team. You guys are a lot more, just going in with his ultimates and assured that he will do the right thing. Where did that come from?
I've been actually talking to Zingy a lot, and I've been like, just as Rico and Joylug opened their arms to me, I've been opening my arms to Zingy, and I told him, like, just be confident. It's okay to make bad plays. I'd rather you'd make bad plays and talk than not playing anything at all. And just everything's been going really well, and I'm trying to help him out with this. Actually, I don't want to say because it's kind of one of our weaknesses, but if you've been watching, you can understand bans and picks, but I think we can go really far with this comp.
Very much so, and that's going to be difficult next week. Team Solo Mid and Gravity, how are you feeling about those matches? Final question.
I'm feeling pretty good. Like I actually feel finally like we can truly and slowly take them on, and yeah, I think they should be scared, so.
All right, Kiwi Kid, always a pleasure. Congrats on the win, man. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down the rest of the day.
Thank you, Riv. I mean, Dignitas 3-1, it's been said, I don't think anyone would have expected them to be right up there, tied for the #1 slot this early into the season. So, in trying to break down the things that have changed, one of the big things, I think, is Zingy and his confidence going into these games.
Yeah, we're talking about what Kobe was saying on the desk. When is somebody going to ban Zach against Zingy? Because he looks like a completely different player and an absolute monster on that champion. And this is the first time that Dignitas has had 3 wins in a row since summer last year, week 1. So it's exactly a year since they last had it.
Woo! I mean, honestly, a lot of it has to do with the Zingy being a different player, because he was easily the weak point of Team Dignitas down the stretch last year, and his Zach is very scary.
Yeah.
I think it's going to get banned away by TSM and Gravity next week, most likely, because you need to force him to have success on other champions. But all 3 of their wins have been a Zingy burning summoners, getting kills, getting people fed, and initiating team fights in really powerful ways throughout all 3 matches.
Yeah, so I think that's where what Kiwi was talking about in their support staff, what their coaches have allowed them to do, is going to really come into play to see what kind of adjustments they can make when those comfort champions are banned out and they're forced to pivot.
Yeah, and we saw that kind of happen last split when they had the Annie coming through for Kiwi Kid, and it's like, when are people going to ban Annie? And he's like, well, I hope people ban Annie, so I play something else. Maybe that's what's going to happen with the Zingy here. I don't know what else he has up his sleeve, but the Zach just far and away looks like his best champion. But if they do have more flexibility, that's something you need continuing on in the season, because are they going to keep continually picking up these wins just with this composition? Then they aren't going to grow as a team.
Yeah, I do want to touch quickly on Teammate as well, because that's actually a team that is taking steps in the opposite direction to what they would have liked. That's a team that was a 500 team for the majority of the split. I think at one point they were 7-7, and now they've opened up at 0-4, especially since this is the last split that we know of for Cali Trolls in the LCS. It's a tough road they have to go on now if they want to make a run for Worlds.
Right, and you've looked at games and knowing how they played in the spring split already, there are a few that we would have said this is a game that they should win. They should come in and take control. Now, how quickly Nien can kind of assimilate into the roster, we'll find out, because I think that will be a big linchpin when it comes to their success.
It's got to go fast.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. It has to go fast because these splits are not as long as they seem, right? We're already we're through week 2. Like, separation is already beginning, 3-1 to 0-4. That's a lot of games you have to make up now at this point to move into the top tier of the bracket. Final thing to touch on, I'm going back over to Dignitas here, which is that their matchups next week, TSM and Gravity. I think this is where we're really going to get a sense of how good this team is, how much they have improved from last split.
Yeah, those are now games to watch, right? Because previously you're thinking, TSM versus Team Dignitas, if it's last split, 90% fan vote or something. But this one could actually be legitimately close, depending on the pick and ban phase and depending on what momentum Team Dignitas can bring through.
Right, Gravity, another one of those teams that we were saying is much improved from last split. Well, let's check out how the standings have changed after our 10 games this week. We've got half of the league tied for first place with 3 wins. Then 1 game back, it's Enemy Esports and TIP in 6th. It's Gray Skies for Cloud9, though, who slide into 8th, followed by Teammate and TDK in 9th. But from a packed field, here are the top 5 players for their positions. Starting in the top lane, we have Hanser.
Yeah, he was the only guy who gave Rise a loss in the NALCS, and he had no help doing that. He was sitting up there, top lane Maokai, and he's like, all right, I'm not going to die to this. Then he plays Rise himself. He gets resources and shows that if you do put resources into him, he can take over a game.
Well, now here's a big one. We move into the jungle and we find Move.
Yeah, this guy came out of nowhere because last week everyone was thinking how bad the new Gravity Jungle Edition looked. And then this week he comes out, total vision control, amazing early games. Also his ability to defer kills to his solo laners and the patience he had. Everything was incredibly impressive this week about Move.
Absolutely instrumental in their wins. This week's man in the mid lane won't come as much of a surprise. It's Bjergsen. He had 2 explosive games on LeBlanc to help pull TSM into a share of first place and taking down their rival CLG in the process. Then we move into the AD carry slot and we find Altek.
Yeah, Altek had an amazing game yesterday on Sivir, just facilitating his team and picking up a lot of kills. And then today, once again, another game of Sivir, just being a big force in that bottom lane. And he's a big part of that combination now and the confidence that Gravity has found.
A farm machine, to say the least. Finally, our standout support is Lustboy.
Bart. But honestly, Lustboy did more than just play Bart. It was key in their victory against CLG. The leadership that he shows through vision control and starting fights for TSM in a lot of ways shines through, and he was by far the best support this week.
I was going to say his willingness to make plays, or at least take a stab at making plays, is huge. But the top honor this week is going to Gravity's Move. He has been doing a lot for Gravity, getting his team early leads, controlling vision on the map, and Gravity's 2-0 results this week speak for themselves.
Yeah, it was crazy to think Gravity, especially with the schedule they had coming in here, playing against Cloud9 as well as Team Liquid, who was a 3-0 team, especially after the performance Move had in week 1, to put up those kind of numbers on a new team, second week in the NLCS stage, impressive.
Yeah, and Move, I feel like even though he's the rookie in the NALCS, there's a lot for veterans to learn from him. Vision control, selflessness in the jungler, to give your side lanes, to give your solo lanes the kills, and the patience to be aggressive in a lane and allow, like we saw that clip there where he's just sitting there waiting for Rek'Sai for the counter gank. Really good presence, and the fact that he's killing the most wards out of junglers and he's placing the most wards out of junglers while still having that pressure is huge.
And pulling out the Jarvan in a meta that doesn't necessarily support that pick is nice to see. Now our league action returns on Tuesday and Wednesday with the European and North American Challenger Series qualifier finals to determine which teams will compete in the Challenger Series. Also hitting your browser on Wednesday is a piping hot, fresh out of the oven new edition of Primetime League. Then on Thursday, the European LCS is going to kick off in Berlin with the new powerhouse Origin taking on the Unicorns of Love, followed by Rawcat versus Giants Gaming. Then on Saturday, the action returns to LA, beginning with Enemy Esports facing off against Team 8. And after that, it's Team Solo Mid battling Team Dignitas. That's set to hit your browsers at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. And in case you missed it, earlier this week we announced the locations for our upcoming European and North American Summer Split Finals. On August 22nd and 23rd, the LCS goes on the road with our European counterparts heading to Stockholm, Sweden. And for the North American Finals, we're headed to the Big Apple, and we'll be setting up in the historic Madison Square Garden. Check back on lulesports.com for all the information on how you can pick up tickets later this month. Well, that does it for week 2. Now for myself and the entire live broadcast team, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Let's get down to business right now with our first match. It's Cloud9 versus Team Impulse. Good hit the full team here. A nice hit back by the Emperor's Divide. Impact and Rush in a bad spot here. Incarnation takes a few shots. Sneaky one last hit. The distortion back actually takes balls into a bad spot.
Yeah, bottom, done. GG.
Team Impulse take down Cloud9. Piglet very close to taking on Hanser, pushes him up against the wall. There's the Seraph's Embrace along with the Arcane Mastery coming out. Keep that shield on. Piglet has to run for his life. The Desperate Power's on. He locks him up. He comes up with a double kill. Gravity take down Team Liquid to go 3-1. The crowd is more than ready, representing the Goliath versus Goliath match here.
Double.
I'm on double.
X-Miller? Okay, just keep
Team Solo Mid takedown Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, coach, you're playing now.
Oh, already?
Yeah,
Coach,
new mid.
Coach, try them, yeah, so good.
Oh no, he plays Varus now.
I'm new coach, shut up.
Smoothie getting caught out right there. Kaz also going to get rooted up by Inox, and that's going to be a two-man. Bard will do the card this fight out. Bard is victorious for the second game in a row. Enemy improved to 2-2. 5 versus 4. In comes the engage. Dodo takes up what he can. Slushie getting knocked into the inhibitor, betrayed by his own base. Team Dignitas, they end week 2 tied for second place.